Chapter 876. Thinking through all the materials I have collected, I will sum wood up from the floor. With that, I experiment with propellers. Not plane propellers, but ship propellers. The reason I didn't try to put propellers on the ship earlier was the lack of an engine. While I still don't know how to build an engine, I now have the means to use magic. Thanks to the mana-generating rock I got at the auction, I think I can make a magic engine, or at least use magic to spin the propellers, but only if I can make a control matrix. It will be necessary for others to be able to control the speed of the propellers, meaning the matrix will need to be on the bridge, near to the steering wheel. While I am at it, I should also improve the bridge. Staying there during the storm was dangerous. While I am at it, I can lay some of the groundwork for turning it into an airship. It is winter, so I should also take precautions against icebergs, just in case. As I am planning, I can hear Lynn moving around behind the privacy screen as she puts things away. Considering the number of bags, I am wondering if one wardrobe is going to be enough. If Lynn doesn't have enough space, I am sure she will tell me so I can add more. At least I think she is comfortable enough with me to not hide problems from me. Lynn says, Ash, I think I may have gone a little crazy with my shopping. Do you need more space? Lynn says. Yes, please. It doesn't need to be a wardrobe. A set of drawers would be plenty. I can create whatever you want. Which would you prefer? Lynn says, can I have both? Of course you can. With a smile, I walk back behind the privacy screen and create some more furniture for Lynn. There are bags scattered all over the bed, but I specifically don't look at them. Lynn doesn't want me to know what she bought, and I will respect that. Besides, I am sure whatever it is will end up being a nice surprise for me later. When I realize how I am thinking, I realize I have already made my decision. I have already started thinking of Lynn as my woman and as the cabin as our home. However, I am not going to do anything about it yet. I want to be sure of my feelings first. Having sex with one woman is going to open up a huge can of worms for me. Brightfire and Miria are the biggest concerns, but there are others, like Ruby. Although, I think Ruby has mostly gotten over her infatuation with me, or at least I hope so. She still has an overly aggressive personality, but the last few times I have seen her, she has behaved mostly. Isabella seems to be a good influence on her. They seem to make a good pair. There are a few others that I am worried about, like Queen Amercy and her sister. I am sure at some point that they are planning to propose an alliance marriage. I haven't seen either of them for quite a while, a fact I am sure they will chide me for. However, I doubt that either of them have given up on me. They are not going to give up easily. Especially Maricel. She was inside my head for way too long to ever give up. Luckily, she is way too young for me, and that excuse won't go away before I die. I would prefer to avoid them, but after I get back, I should really pay them a visit. They are good allies, and despite not wanting to date them, they deserve some consideration. I am already assuming the Empire won't be helping in the war, which means I need every ally I can find. It has been so long since I left the peninsula that I have lost sight of my original goals. Although, I have gotten a lot stronger personally, which was one of my goals. I also have new allies in the elves and Lynn, not to mention my new kids. This entire trip may have been unplanned, but it hasn't exactly turned out to be a bad thing. I just hope that this delay doesn't make uniting the Beast clans harder. Of course, the fact that I am no longer a Beastman could be a problem. Even if it is, I won't use my shape-shifting to trick them. That is not my style. The Beastmen respect strength above all else, and I am definitely stronger now. I will be even stronger by the time I get back to the peninsula by raising my rank. Also, thanks to Lynn, my magic will be stronger as well due to her sharing her knowledge. Not to mention the fact that I might just have the world's only airship by then. There are flying demons that we will have to be careful of, but it will still be a valuable weapon, Mushu says. Daddy hungry? Mulan says. Data? With a laugh, I pick them both up, hug them, and carry them over to the fire. Looking out the windows, I can see that it is already getting dark. I was lost in my thoughts for a while. So I go ahead and feed the two of them their dinner, both meat and fire. Once the two of them have eaten their fill, I pet them until they fall asleep. Then I spend some time giving attention to Nala and Albion before giving them their dinner. Once they are eating happily, I go over to check on Lynn, who has been quiet for a while. When I look behind the privacy screen, I find the floor covered in empty bags. Lynn is curled up on the bed, sound asleep. The problem is she is only wearing her underwear. After enjoying the sight for a few minutes, I quietly back away and move back by the kids. Ahem, Lynn, it is time for dinner. Are you going to join us? Lynn says. Oh, yeah, just a minute. A few minutes later, Lynn comes out in an ankle-length dress, looking a little flustered. She would probably look worse if she knew that I had walked in and seen her. However, seeing her dress, I realize that I shouldn't make her sit on the floor to eat. Before she reaches me, I summon some wood from the floor to create a small table and a chair. Lynn gracefully walks over to the chair and gives me a big smile as she sits down. I fill the table with dishes and drinks, then the two of us enjoy our dinner. Lynn says, "Thank you." For what? Lynn says, "For changing things for my sake, for making room for me." What are you even talking about? You left behind everything you knew to follow me. At the time, you had no way to be sure I wouldn't just turn around and eat you. Lynn says, "I trusted my instincts. I have no regrets." I am glad to hear that. I will be leaving to return to the city soon. Please keep an eye on the kids while I am gone. Lynn says, "Of course." Once I am done eating, I give Lynn a smile and then head outside to take flight. I fly straight to the city and then circle above it while scanning with my mana. The city is more active than I was expecting for this time of night. I wonder if it is normal. Chapter 877. It only takes me a few minutes to scan the entire city with the same result. There are only 4 elves in the city, 1 in one building and 3 in another. The 3 are in a large mansion, probably a noble's estate. The one that is alone is underground. I decide to head for the lone elf first, and then head to the estate for the other 3. The lone elf is underneath a building in the center of town, probably in the basement. The building looks like a shop with a living space above it, which is an odd place for a slave. Scanning the building shows 1 human in the top story and the elf in the basement. Unfortunately, there is no external entrance to the basement, so I need to go in through the ground floor. There is a back door to an alley between 2 lines of stores, which is where I land. The door is locked and has a small ward on the lock, but it is not linked to an alarm. 1 small burst of mana is enough to destroy both the lock and the ward. Then, in order to fit through the door, I shapeshift into my elven form and enter. Before heading downstairs, I glance into the front of the shop to see what they sell. There are a bunch of glass cases with wards on them. Each case has a rare material in it. There are only 10 cases, but the materials in them are rare enough to tempt me. A quick scan shows a safe on the ground floor that has even more materials in it. There is also a safe upstairs that is full of gold, but I don't plan to rob the place until I find the elf. If the elf has been treated well, then I won't rob the place. But if the elf has been treated poorly, it is fair game. If the elf has been treated badly enough, then I will more than just rob the place. When I head downstairs into the basement, I am surprised to find that the elf is a male. However, I am also enraged because the elf is being kept in a dog kennel. He is covered in whip marks, bruises, scars, and open wounds. It is surprising that he is alive. The look of hope in his eyes when he sees me keeps me from running off to kill the human. Instead, I rip the kennel apart, remove his restraints, and begin healing him. Strongrock says, "Thank you." Is she dead? She? No, I haven't killed anyone. Strongrock says, "Good, I will kill her with my own hands. I am no one's dog." As soon as I finish healing his wounds, Strongrock goes running upstairs naked. Instead of chasing after him, I look around the basement and start opening crates. They are filled with less valuable, but still useful materials, so I empty them into my ring. Once I have emptied all of the crates, I return to the ground floor to look at the cases. They look like they have fancy wards on them, but I quickly realize that they are illusions. Or at least there are illusions covering cheap wards like the one on the back door. They are easy to blast open, and once the wards are gone, the cases are just glass. After emptying the cases, I head over to the safe in the wall of the back room. There are no wards on the safe, just a lock, and the fact that it is hidden in the wall. Unfortunately, while the lock is strong, the hinges are not able to hold against my strength. I quickly empty the safe into my ring and then head upstairs to see what happened. The elf is crying in the corner, but the fat human woman is already dead. Pretending I don't see the crying elf, I walk over and rip open the wall to reveal the second safe. This safe looks a lot like the first one, only it is about twice the size, but not any stronger. When I rip the door off, the entire space within is filled with stacks of gold coins. Strongrock says, "You aren't really an elf, are you?" "What makes you say that?" Strongrock says, "No elf is that strong. Not to mention, I have never met an elf that can cast healing spells." "You are right. I am not an elf. However, I am here to rescue you and will take you to your people." Strongrock says, "You enabled me to kill that monster. At this point, I don't care what you are or what you want to do with me." "Good. Then find some clothes and follow me. By the way, I am Ash. What is your name?" Strongrock says, "My name is Strongrock." "All right, Strongrock. Nice to meet you. There are 3 other elves in the city that we need to rescue first. Then we will go to your people." Strongrock just nods and goes looking for some clothes. While he does that, I empty the safe. Then, once he is dressed, I lead him downstairs and out the back door into the alley. After making sure no one is around, I drop Shapeshift and give Strongrock a minute to get over his shock. Strongrock says, "I knew you weren't an elf, but I wasn't expecting this. Stillwater can explain everything to you later. For now, we need to fly, so climb on my back." Strongrock looks nervous and unwilling, but after a minute, he takes a deep breath and climbs on. Once he is seated, I get a running start and then launch myself into the air. It takes me less than a minute to fly over the city to where the noble's mansion is. Strongback says, "Are we heading for the mayor's mansion? Is that what this place is? This is where the other 3 elves are being held?" Strongrock says, "Yes, this is the mayor's mansion. Although I overheard that he was killed earlier today." "Oh, is that who he was?" "He did say something about having slaves before I killed him. That would explain why the city is still so active." As I scan over the estate, I find that it is fairly chaotic, but all I care about is the elves. I find the 3 of them together in an outbuilding, but they are not alone. There are a bunch of humans in the building with them, but I don't need to be quiet. I land quickly and barely give Strongrock enough time to get off before I shapeshift. As soon as I am in elven form, I rush into the building and summon the dagger into my hand. Other than the 3 elven women, there are 4 human women and almost 20 men. Seeing what is happening to the women, I don't hesitate to start slaughtering the men. The reason I am using the dagger is because it is a lot easier to use in a cramped space. That, and it is easier to be precise, so that I only kill those that I want to kill. 16 level 2 humans defeated. 3,200 XP gained. 2 level 3 humans defeated. 600 XP gained. Once all the men are dead, I pull the 3 elven women aside and get them to put clothes on. Strongrock followed me into the room, but he wasn't fast enough to join the fight. As soon as I have all 4 elves together, I open a gate back to the ship and push them through. Chapter 8, 78. However, I do not go through with them. I close the gate after they are through. Then I realize that I forgot to tell Lynn that the elves would be coming straight into the cabin. I quickly grab the communication amulet and ask Stillwater to go receive the 4 elves. With that dealt with, I make my way over to the mansion and sneak inside. Since this is the mayor's mansion, there should be quite a few valuables. After a quick scan of the building, I make my way to the stairs and head up. I make my way to the office on the 2nd floor, where a human is trying to open a safe. Since I have no idea if the human is guilty or not, I simply knock him out. Then, I rip open the safe and put all the gold inside it into my ring. But there is more inside. There is a pile of papers, and when I take a look at them, I find that they are deeds. Looking through the stack, there are deeds to about 20 buildings in the city. While they are probably extremely valuable, to me they are pretty worthless. Leaving the deeds in the safe, I move over to the desk and push it aside. Under the desk is a panel that I raise to reveal a second safe, which I also rip open. Inside, I find a decent collection of gems and jewelry, which all get shoved into my pouch. There are several items around that look like antiques, but just like the deeds, I have no way to sell them. Ignoring everything else, I make my way out onto the balcony and drop Shapeshift. Jumping off from the balcony, I take to the sky and fly back to the ship. As I come in to land on the bridge, I have the idea to add a landing balcony to my cabin. It should be fairly easy to do while I am making the modifications to the ship. I just have to make sure that it can handle my weight, but that shouldn't be too hard. Besides, it will make a nice place to get some sun without having to mingle with the elves. When I land on the bridge, I find Stillwater and Strongrock, but none of the girls. I would assume that the girls took the elven women I rescued somewhere quiet. Stillwater says, "Welcome back, Ash. Good job, as always." Strongrock says, "Ash, thank you. I owe you more than I can express." "Don't worry about it. I am just doing what I promised." Stillwater, let's get underway. Stillwater says, "All right, heading to the island next, right?" "Yeah. I will be gone for a few days to collect more materials. Contact me if anything comes up." Stillwater says, "All right." I head back to the cabin, and the first thing I do when I enter is apologize to Lynn. I really should have warned her that the elves were going to appear through the gate. She is the only one awake. It looks like she has been waiting for me to return. Lynn says, "It is all right. I wasn't too surprised. After all, you brought me here the same way. Although, after what was done to those elves, I am ashamed to be a human. I know how you feel. The worst part is that there are also human slaves treated the same way. That noble that wanted you this morning, it turns out he was the mayor. He was also the owner of the 3 elven women." Lynn says, "In that case, I am even more glad that you killed him." "So am I, and I am glad I made it painful." Lynn says, "So, when are you leaving for the island?" "Probably in the morning if nothing else comes up." "How is your meditation going?" Lynn says. "It is good. My mana pool is about 70% pure mana. I am almost there." "Then you should finish it while I am gone. So before I go, I will teach you the next step." Lynn says, "What is that?" "Using pure mana for a basic spell. The trick is moving the pure mana through your body to fuel the spell. I suggest starting with creating fire. Not only is it easier, this room is proof against fire." After explaining it, I move the mana through my body while she watches. After demonstrating it a few times, I move my mana into her body and guide her mana. Letting her watch and feel how the mana moves in her own body is the best way I can teach her. Lynn says, "So you just move the mana and it acts like a spell. How do you determine the spell effect?" "It is all based on your intention. You need to create and maintain a clear picture in your head of what you want to happen. Concentration is the most important part of this type of magic. If you lose focus, anything can happen." Lynn says, "I understand. I will keep to simple spells to practice my concentration." Also, you are not limited to your hands. You can release the mana through any part of your body. You should practice that too. Lynn says, "Any part? That doesn't sound very practical. If you want to jump, isn't it easier to cast the spell through your feet? If someone grabs you from behind and pins your arms, if you can't cast through your back, what are you going to do?" Lynn says. All right, I see your point. I will practice. You should also practice moving the pure mana around through all of your mana channels," Lynn says. "The reason: 1, for practice moving mana. 2, to condition your mana channels to handle pure mana." Lynn says, "Okay, I understand. I will do as you say, Master." "I thought I told you not to call me Master," Lynn says. "It is hard not to when you are acting like one. Besides, I like calling you that." "Well, it makes me uncomfortable. If you need to call me something other than Ash, you can call me Teacher." Lynn says, "All right, Teacher. Is there anything else you want me to work on?" "No, that should be enough. I should only be gone a few days. There is plenty of fuel for the fire and raw meat in the chest over there." "Is there anything else you need?" Lynn says, "What about me, Nala, and Albion?" "Oh, I didn't think of that. I will just leave the food pouch with you," Lynn says. "Then what about you?" "I will just put some food into my pouch. I won't need much for just 3 days. In fact, I could not eat at all and I would be perfectly fine." Lynn says, "Really? With as big as you are, shouldn't you require a lot of nutrients?" "Yes, but I can use mana to fuel my body," Lynn says. "Oh, is that something that I can learn too?" "Yes, it is. However, it won't work as well for you as it does for me. My body is enhanced and optimized, while yours isn't." Chapter 879, Lynn says. "You are talking about the body modifications you offered before. What good would they do for a mage?" "Your thinking is wrong. A mage only needs mana is wrong. all mana used puts strain on the body. The body limits how much spellcasting a mage can do before being exhausted. A stronger body allows a mage to handle channeling more mana for longer. Lynn says, "Is that why men tend to be stronger mages than women?" It is part of it, yes. It also has to do with hormones and emotions, but we won't get into that. Lynn says, "I don't exactly understand, but I am going to trust you. You have my permission to enhance my body." "All right, but we are going to do one at a time. You already know the side effects, so you know what to expect. First, I will enhance your physique to improve your energy. It will make the future enhancements easier." Lynn says, "Whatever you think best." First, I take a couple of desserts out of my pouch and have Lynn eat them. While she is eating, I put a couple of days' worth of meals into my pouch. Then, I give the food pouch to Lynn and take her hand when she is done eating. Sending my mana into her body through her hand, I begin making small changes. In order to improve her body's energy, the first thing to enhance is the digestive system. Next is to enhance the efficiency of the body's use and storage of the energy. There is more that needs to be done, but that is all I am going to do for now. Since Lynn doesn't have a core to provide her energy, I have to stick to small changes. I know I can't give her a core without making her into something other than a human. However, I wonder if I can do something else that would have similar effects. I have experience with creating new organs and adding them to my body. I could probably do something similar for Lynn, but I am not sure she would want me to. I will wait to talk to her about that until all the other enhancements are done. For now, I retract my mana and let go of Lynn's hand to allow her to eat more. The hunger shouldn't be as bad this time, especially since she ate right before I started. "How are you feeling?" Lynn says, "I am hungry, but nowhere near as bad as last time." "That is good. It shouldn't be all that bad from now on as long as we take it slow." Lynn smiles and says, "Are you still talking about the body enhancements?" "Yes, I am, and you know it. We can discuss other things more once I return. A few days alone to think things through is just what I need." Lynn says, "All right, I will hold you to that." I just smile at that and watch while Lynn satisfies her hunger before heading to bed. Once she goes to bed, I go over and spend some more time working on the model of the ship. I spend a few hours experimenting with different designs and modifications. Every time I think I am done and have it the way I want it, I come up with another idea. Eventually, I have to force myself to stop and leave the design alone, or it will never end. I can think about the design more while I am mining gems to pass the time. After meditating for a few hours, I wake everyone up to have breakfast together before I leave. Lynn takes a minute to figure out the food pouch, but no one complains about extra food. Mulan and Mushu have a lot of fun tasting various dishes for the first time. Some of their reactions to things are absolutely hilarious, which makes breakfast take longer. The babies are upset when I try to explain that I will be gone for a few days, but they calm down once they know Lynn is staying with them. Nala and Albion are used to it and don't cause a fuss, but that makes me feel guilty. "Lynn, would you be okay taking care of Mulan and Mushu if I take Nala and Albion with me?" Lynn says. "Yeah, I should be fine. Why the change of plans? I haven't been spending enough time with them and they could use some fresh air." Lynn says, "Then why don't we all go? I can watch them while you do your mining. I am not sure if the island is safe or not. Last time I was there were zombie dinosaurs." Lynn says, "Then why not go scout it out first and then bring the rest of us?" "All right, why not? Although, you should change. We will be camping rough. I will go scout it out. I should be back in an hour or two." Lynn says, "Okay." I walk over to the platform and open a gate back to the cave where Brightfire and I camped. It takes a lot of mana because of how far away from the island the ship is. As soon as the gate opens, I rush through and let it close as soon as I am across. The cave looks just how I remember it, and nothing seems to be living in here. Although the cave does feel smaller than I remember it, but I was smaller back then. The cave is cool and damp, so the babies might not like it very much, but it should be safe. Leaving the cave, I take to the air and start flying around above the treetops. It only takes me a few minutes of flying around to cover a quarter of the island. However, I don't see a single dinosaur, either living or dead, which feels odd. When I freed the Maker, I put the portal down where she was imprisoned. The undead dinosaurs shouldn't have been able to get down to where the gate was. Not only that, they wouldn't have been able to fit through the gate that I created. So that begs the question, where did all of the undead dinosaurs go to? It makes me wonder if the Maker destroyed them to reclaim the energy, or if she has a way to summon them. The only way for me to know would be to go back to the Elves' Island and see if they are there. While I am curious, I am not curious enough to go back there and find out. At least, not until after I am done with my gem mining and everyone else is back on the ship. Since I don't see any threats, I head back to the cave and meditate to recover my mana. Once my mana is full, I open the gate to the ship and stick my head through to tell the others to come over. Nala is the first one who comes through, quickly followed by Albion. Then Lynn comes through the gate carrying Mulan and Mushu in her arms. Once they are all through, I allow the gate to close and then watch as they all look around. Lynn is in what I would call adventurer's clothes, leather pants and a shirt, but she still looks good. Mulan and Mushu just look shocked at the change in scenery. But this is their first time out of the cabin. Chapter 880. Honestly, I probably should have taken the time to take them around the ship first. I don't want them getting too scared while this young. It could make them timid, other than being shocked. So far, they seem to be doing all right in Lynn's arms. As long as either Lynn or I am nearby to reassure them, they should feel safe enough. Nala and Albion, on the other hand, are already outside of the cave looking around. Nala probably remembers this island, so as long as they don't go far, they should be fine. We will set up the camp here. I don't want to shock the babies too much. Lynn says, "All right, sounds good." The first thing I do is move to the side of the cave furthest from the spring. Then I use my claws to dig into the stone and dig out a good-sized fire pit. Once the pit is ready, I build a nice big fire to take the chill out of the air for the babies. While I am making the fire pit, Lynn lets Mulan and Mushu down to start exploring. She stays close to them as they explore the cave and keeps a close eye on them. Once the fire is going, they both make their way over and climb into the fire. After they get into the fire, they seem a lot more happy. They obviously don't like the cold. It is probably because they are still so young. Once they grow up some, it won't be as bad. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't have even left the nest yet. Then again, I am not sure how things normally work with the phoenix, since it is a rebirth. If the legends are true, then she wouldn't have any parents to help her normally. It makes me really curious as to how her egg ended up in the hands of the humans, considering she is a legendary beast. I doubt the humans defeated her and forced her into rebirth. She probably chose rebirth and then had the bad luck to have her egg discovered. Whatever the truth may be, she is here with us now, and I will treat her as my kid. Once the babies have settled down, I feed them again so that they will take a nap. That way Lynn only needs to keep an eye on them while I go and do some mining. Once they fall asleep, I leave the cave and check on the other two who are exploring. They are just fine and look to be enjoying themselves. So I leave them to it. I fly to the center of the island and drop down into the volcano to look for gems. The hardest part is remembering which lava tubes I already cleared out. However, the first thing I want to do is satisfy my curiosity a little, so I go all the way down. Being able to fly properly makes it so much easier to get down to the island. There is no sign of the ice anywhere, but there are a lot more ruins visible. From the position of the ruins, I can tell that they were below the ice previously. It looks like at one point in time there was a small city here, but all that is left is foundations. I land and explore for a while, but I can't find anything to tell me the history of this place. That is really disappointing. I was really hoping to learn something about the Maker. I can't even tell if this was a city of humans or vampires. There is just not enough left. It definitely wasn't a very large city, and based on the location, I am leaning towards a vampire city. Unfortunately, unless I get into a conversation with the Maker, I doubt I will ever know for sure. Since this is just a waste of time, I fly back up and enter the first lava tube I see. I may not remember which tubes I have been in, but they were all towards the top. So, as long as I start from the bottom, I should be in untouched lava tubes. However, as soon as I try to enter the first one I find, I learn that I am a little large. I can fit into the tube, but it is a tight fit and not very comfortable inside. I shapeshift into my elven form. It is the one I have been using the most lately. As soon as I shift, the tube feels a lot less cramped, and I begin looking for gems. I scan around me with my mana as I follow the tube so that I don't miss anything. When I find the first gem, I stop and use my strength to rip it out of the wall. When I scan one deeper in the wall, I stop and look through my pouch. I remember having mining tools, but I don't remember if I kept them or not. It turns out that I do still have a mining pick in my pouch, which saves me some work. Using the pick, I dig into the wall of the tube to get the gem out and then move on. Soon I come across a lot more gems and start gathering them as I find them. I am not sure how many gems I am going to need, so I plan to gather as many as I can find. I would prefer to gather enough so that I never have to come back to this island. In fact, if I have enough time, I would like to gather every gem in this volcano. At most, I have a time limit of 5 days, but I have no idea how many tubes there are. As I am thinking about how to get the most in the shortest time, I suddenly come to a dead end. That doesn't make any sense. A lava tube should reach the surface, or so I thought. If the lava isn't vented, it should cool and harden, meaning no tube would be created. Come to think of it, a volcano normally only has a couple of lava tubes, if I remember correctly. It is also odd for a volcano to be sunken like this, but I can't be sure since I didn't really study volcanoes. What little I know comes from what I remember from school and what I saw in movies, so I can't even be sure if what I think I know is accurate or just made up for a movie. I don't waste any more time thinking about it and run back to the main shaft. I only drop shapeshift long enough to fly to the next lava tube before going back into elven form. However, when I start to scan with my mana, I almost end up blinded mentally. When I look again, more carefully, I find a vein of metal that glows brightly. When I dig out a chunk from the wall to look at it physically, I find that it is silver. However, it isn't normal silver. It contains way too much mana to be normal. When I use my dragon eyes to identify the ore, it shows as astral silver. From the glow when I scanned, it looks like there is a decent amount in this lava tube. The downside is that the silver glows so brightly that I can't look for gems. However, from how rich the silver is, I can definitely make use of it on the ship. Chapter 881. So, I take my mining pick and start mining the silver out of the wall of the lava tube. My plan is to mine out all of the silver and then look for gems afterwards. With how bright the silver is, it is not hard to follow the vein and make sure I don't miss any. Thanks to my ring, I don't need to worry about running out of storage space. All that the silver is going to cost me is the time it takes me to mine it out, which ends up being about 5 hours, which means I missed lunch. However, I feel that it is going to be worth it. I already have some ideas for the silver. Once I have mined out all of the silver, I leave the lava tube and fly back to the cave. When I get back, I find everyone in the cave, and there is also the carcass of a medium dinosaur. What is this? Lynn says, Nala brought it back, but I have no idea how to butcher it. That is okay, I can do it. Do you want to learn? Lynn says, no thanks. Not unless I have to. No, I won't make you. Any problems while I was gone? Lynn says, Number Nala and Albion spent the day exploring and seemed like they had fun. Mulan and Mushu woke up for a while and I took them just outside the cave for a bit. They didn't go far, but they seemed to enjoy it. That is good. How about you? Are you regretting coming? Lynn says, I will admit that roughing it isn't my favorite thing, but I don't mind it too much. It is nice to be back on stable ground for a bit, and I enjoy spending time with the kids. All right. Just keep in mind that you can go back to the ship if it gets to be too much for you. Lynn says, Thank you, but I am fine. At least for now. After giving Lynn a smile, I use my claws to butcher the dinosaur that Nala caught. Mulan and Mushu are taking another nap, but they wake up shortly after I put meat over the fire. Once they realize what is going on, they start trying to reach the meat hanging above them. I just laugh at their antics and tell them to be patient, but they don't pay any attention. As soon as the first piece of meat is cooked, I take it and tear it into smaller pieces to feed to them. The second piece goes to Nala since she made the kill and Lynn feeds Albion from the pouch. It takes more than one piece of meat to satisfy Nala, but there is plenty. I make sure that Lynn gets to try some before it is all gone. I just eat from my pouch. A medium-sized dinosaur is nowhere near enough to feed all of us. It is barely enough to feed Nala. Mulan and Mushu enjoy their meat and go back to sleep once their bellies are full. They probably wore themselves out earlier, when they got to do a little exploring. Nala seems to be especially pleased with herself, but she has the right to be. Lynn says, what should I do for a place to sleep? Well, your best bet is to cuddle with Nala and Albion. I won't be here. I will be mining again. Lynn says, all right, I will figure something out. Before I leave, I give Nala and Albion some affection and make sure to tell Nala she did good. Then, I fly back to the volcano and go down to the lava tube the silver was in. Without the silver to interfere, I am able to scan for gems and collect them. I plan to spend the entire night mining, but before I forget I open a soulscape, I invite all of my kids and Lynn, then spend a few hours with them before ending the soulscape. After that, I spend the rest of the night mining gems out of the lava tube. I have no idea if it is because of the silver or just a coincidence, but this tube has hundreds of gems. Halfway through the tube, my mining pick breaks and I have to stop and make a new one. This time, I make it out of better material by using mana to heat and shape the metals. Once it is shaped, I also enchant it. I don't ever want to have to make another one. The enchantments I add are to strengthen the pick and also for self-repair. With my strength, I don't actually need it to help me with mining, just to survive. It takes me about an hour to make and enchant the new mining pick. Then I get back to work. There is something about collecting the gems that satisfies a deep part of me. However, so far I haven't found any of the gems that my instincts tell me to eat. Still, the amount of gems I am getting out of this single lava tube is extremely satisfying. This tube may even give me enough gems for what I need to do on the ship. Even if it does, I don't plan to stop. Not until there are no gems left or I run out of time. Unfortunately, nothing good lasts forever, and I eventually see daylight ahead of me. It looks like this tube does reach the surface, and it is just after dawn. I could head back and join the others for breakfast, but I turn around instead. After running back to the main shaft, I drop shapeshift and fly to the next tube. As soon as I land, I go back to elven form and start scanning the tube as I advance. I harvest the gems I find as I go, and then, after a while, I find an iron deposit. Iron is something I don't really need for the ship modifications, but I mine it anyway. Even if I don't need it right now, it may be useful later, if not for me, then for others. Besides, as far as gems are concerned, I am already ahead of schedule. After mining out the iron ore, I go back to hunting for my glorious gems. Unfortunately, while this tube does have some gems, it is nowhere near as many as the last one. I also wouldn't mind finding some more of the mana-rich silver, but so far there is none. Even if there are only a few gems, it still makes me feel good each time I free one from the tube. I don't remember feeling this good last time I was here to get gems, but I was also worried about the maker at the time. That zombie T-Rex was definitely worth worrying over, and I am glad it seems to be gone. If the maker did somehow get it to the other island, I feel kind of sorry for the humans and orcs. Other than the avatar I saw, I doubt anyone else has a chance against the thing. Even the city walls wouldn't really slow the thing down. It is just too massive. There is another possibility. According to the Jurassic Park books, the T-Rex is a really good swimmer. If that were to be true, it is possible that the zombie T-Rex swam from this island to the Elven Island. Or it also could have been eaten by something while trying to swim there. Chapter 882. It is kind of fun to think through the possibilities as I am mining for more gems. Other than scanning for the gems, mining doesn't take much of my concentration. Besides, I may have overcome my fear of being underground, but I still don't like it. So thinking about other things helps to keep my mind from dwelling on where I am. The problem is that the more I think about the Maker, the more curious I get. It is bad enough that I am starting to get tempted to go see what is happening on the Elven Island. Then again, if I finish before I run out of time, maybe I could go take a look. I could gate the others back to the ship and then fly over to see how things are going. I wouldn't even need to land. Just by flying over, I could satisfy some of my curiosity. While I am at it, I should really go and check on Bones and see how he is doing. He should have had plenty of time to hunt down intelligent undead and absorb their energy. It will be interesting to see what effect the energy has had on him, if any. Hopefully, Bones has gained enough energy that he can survive becoming independent. If not, I will just have to come up with another way for him to do so, since that is his wish. I may have created him, but I won't try to stop him from becoming a free being. The only reason I haven't released him already is because I can't be sure he will survive. As soon as I am sure, I will release him even if it hurts my soul to do so. After all, I already know how to heal my soul if it gets damaged again. Although, I would definitely prefer to avoid hurting my soul again, if I can. If nothing else, the goddesses would lecture me if I damage it again, and they find out about it. The only way to keep them from finding out would be to avoid them until I have healed it. Even that might not be enough. I have no idea if souls can be scarred, but I would assume they can. It would also be safe to assume that the goddesses would be able to see said scars. That would mean that they would find out no matter what I do to avoid them. In fact, even if I tried to avoid them, they would probably still manage to find out. After all, they check up on me frequently to see what chaos I am causing. In fact, I have felt them looking at me a few times just during the time I have been mining. Thinking about the goddesses makes me think about our last conversation. That leads me back to my thoughts about Lynn and my decision to sleep with her. Even here, away from her influence, my mind hasn't changed at all. I still have my doubts, but they are not about Lynn. They are about what happens afterwards. While I still feel like I don't know Lynn well enough, I am fairly sure that it is just an excuse. As I am thinking about Lynn, I come to the end of the lava tube, which is a pool of lava. Despite this being a volcano, this is the first lava I have seen, and this is a strange place to find it. There were some geysers down below, but that is the only sign of activity I have found. So this pool of lava, or magma, is extremely out of place from what I know. What is even more strange to me is that I can scan that there is no exit beneath the lava. There is no way for more lava to come in to fill the pool, so it should have hardened. This pool being here makes absolutely no sense, at least from my understanding. What is more peculiar is that I can scan quite a number of gems at the bottom of the pool. Even if I don't understand how it is possible, I can't possibly pass them by. The pool is about the size of a basketball court, so I have no problems fitting into it. As I submerge myself into the lava, all I feel is a pleasant warmth wrapping around me. A feeling of complete comfort slowly overtakes me, and I suddenly start to feel sleepy. However, I fight off the sleepiness long enough to get to the bottom of the pool and collect the gems. There are hundreds of gems lining the bottom of the pool, and they are of all types. There are even gems that I haven't found so far in the volcano, and that shouldn't be here. I even find opals and a couple of pearls. No way are they of volcanic origin. It almost seems like this pool of lava was, or is, the nest of something. However, I don't scan any signs of life or any traces of anything being here recently. Not to mention, nothing has shown up despite me collecting so many gems. If this was the nest of something like a dragon, I am sure it would have shown up by now. Even as I am wondering about it, my hands don't slow down at snatching gems into my pouch. Once the last gem is in my pouch, I relax, and the sleepiness catches up to me. Without thinking much about it, I drift to the bottom of the pool and curl up to take a nap. Just as I am drifting off to sleep, I have the realization that this isn't right, but it is too late. The last thing I feel is a massive amount of heat surging into my body. Hiding core upgrade process completed. Rank 6. HP plus 500. MP plus 300. Congratulations. Skill Fire and Lightning Mastery has progressed to level 4. Fire and Lightning Mastery level 4. All fire and lightning spells have an extra 40% effect. When I wake up, I feel great. But when I try to move, I find that I can't move at all. Opening my eyes shows only darkness, but scanning with mana reveals my situation. The lava pool has hardened, and I am now completely entombed in obsidian. If I wasn't curled up, I could probably use my strength to break the obsidian. However, in my current position, I can't really apply my strength, and I have no room to move. So my only option is to use mana, but I have to be careful about how I do it. Anything powerful enough to destroy the entire pool would most likely hurt me too. Luckily, obsidian is fairly brittle, so I just need to create some vibrations around my body. The vibrations slowly turn the obsidian surrounding me into powder. Once I have room to move, I stop the vibrations, but I am careful not to breathe the powder. Once I have enough room to stand up, it is easy to use my claws to dig my way out. It is only as I am digging my way out that I realize that I lost my shapeshift at some point. As soon as I break free of the pool, I shapeshift back to elven form and head for the main shaft. Then I drop shapeshift and fly out of the volcano. Then head for the cave. I am worried about how long I was asleep for and want to check on Lynn and the kids. Chapter 883. When I arrive in the cave, I find Lynn, Nala, and Albion having their lunch. Mulan and Mushu are taking a nap, meaning they probably ate their lunch first. Lynn doesn't look worried, so I probably didn't sleep for too long, which is a relief. How long was I gone? Lynn says, just since last night. Why? Good. Then I didn't sleep for more than a few hours. Lynn says, did something happen? While eating the food that Lynn hands to me, I tell her about what happened. At her request, I take out some of the gems I got from the pool for her to look at. I also check them out again, but they are just normal gems as far as I can tell. Lynn says, I've never heard of anything like that before. That is no surprise. If it happened to anyone else, they would have died, either from the heat or from suffocation. Lynn says that is true. Not that anyone else would go swimming in lava. So what do you think it was? My best guess is that it was the nest of something that died long ago. Lynn says, it is pretty unbelievable, but this kind of thing happens to you a lot, doesn't it? Yes, it does, but I also go places others fear to go. Lynn says, well, as long as you keep surviving? True. Have you found any time to meditate? Lynn says, yes, my mana pool is almost full, and I have been practicing moving pure mana through my channels. That is good. Keep at it. Lynn says, are you going back to mining? Yeah. I may not be back for dinner, but I will try to remember to open a soulscape. Lynn says, just don't push yourself too hard. Don't worry. I am nowhere close to reaching my limits. Lynn says, all right. I trust you. In response, I give Lynn a smile and then go back to eating my food without saying anything. From how she said that she trusts me, I can tell she actually means it. It gives me a really warm feeling hearing it. No one else really trusts me. Anyone else I told that to would have immediately accused me of being overconfident. Of course, Lynn also hasn't known me as long as the others have, but it is still nice. Hopefully, I can avoid doing something stupid that will cost me her trust. At least for a while. Normally, I would eat a couple of dishes and be fine, but for some reason I am still hungry. Lynn has the food pouch, so I end up having to ask her for more food. She doesn't say anything, but she smiles as she takes out a dozen more dishes for me. At first, I think that she has given me too much food, but I end up eating all of it. Even after all of that, I am still not full, which starts to make me suspicious. It is only then that I pull up my stats and notice that my rank has gone up. However, going up in rank alone isn't enough to explain my current level of hunger. I go through my enter character sheet, but I don't see anything else that has changed. Then again, I have gone through a number of changes that weren't reflected on my character screen. Maybe I am getting ready to go through another growth spurt. That would explain the hunger. When I think of that possibility, I go ahead and ask Lynn for some more food. Her eyes widen when she hears that, but she goes ahead and takes out more dishes. Lynn says, are you all right? Yeah, I am probably just going to grow some more. Lynn says, you aren't fully grown? Honestly, I have no idea. I am somewhat similar to a drake, but drakes and dragons never really stop growing. Lynn says, if you get much bigger, you aren't going to fit inside the cabin? I can always shapeshift if I have to. Lynn says, that is true. Have you had enough, or do you want more? No. I finally feel full. Thanks. I think I am going to take a nap, though. Lynn says, all right. I curl up right there in the middle of the cave, and as soon as I get comfy, I am out. When I wake up, I don't move because I can feel two weights on top of my head. Opening my eyes, I see Lynn, Nala, and Albion over by the spring as far from me as possible. What is going on? Lynn says, finally awake. As soon as you went to sleep, you sucked all the heat out of the fire. After that, you started radiating heat like a blast furnace. Well, that explains why Mulan and Mushu are sleeping on my head. How long have I been asleep? Lynn says, about 3 hours or so. Want to help me out here? Lynn laughs and says, just a second. Lynn gets up and first goes over to restart the fire. Then she moves the babies to the fire. Once they are off of my head, I get up and stretch my entire body, resulting in popping noises. My body feels really good once I have stretched out, but I can't tell if I have grown. Do I look any bigger to you? Lynn says. Not really. You might be a couple of inches taller, but it is hard to be sure. Well, either way I feel good. Isn't it about dinner time? Lynn laughs and says, hungry again. Yeah, a little. Lynn immediately starts taking out dishes for dinner, all while she is still laughing. I don't know why it is so funny, but her laugh is pleasant, so I won't complain. Besides, once there is food in front of me, it captures my complete attention. It turns out I am more than just a little hungry as I demolish dish after dish. It looks like I am definitely going into another period of growth. Nothing else makes me this hungry. However, I can't be sure if it is natural or was brought on by the lava pool. Considering the timing, the latter is more likely. But either way, I don't see it as a bad thing. In fact, growing could be a good thing. It could enhance some of my abilities. I would totally love it if I could manage to evolve into a drake, or even a dragon. From the way my body is shaped, I am probably closest to becoming a drake. However, that is not something I can force. I just have to wait and see what happens, although I should probably spend more time working on raising my rank. That is something I will have to try to work on when I am done with this mining mission. Well, after I am done modifying the ship, once we are traveling, I should have more time. Of course, it will all depend on if I remember or get distracted by something else. That happens way more than it should, but it isn't something I am able to control. Speaking of distractions, the biggest distraction is in front of me handing me more food. However, she is a very attractive distraction, so I am not going to be able to avoid her. Chapter 884. At this point, after all the discussions, if I try to run away, it will just make me a coward. Besides, at this point, I have thought about it enough that I don't want to run away. I am tired of being alone, and I don't want to be alone for the rest of the time I have. It was fine when I wasn't thinking about it and had plenty of things to distract me. Now that the thought is firmly planted in my head, it isn't going to go away. In fact, I have been having trouble thinking about anything else, especially when I am near her. Then again, with how beautiful she is, I doubt any straight male could not think about it. Most of them would think that I am absolutely insane for having turned her down. This line of thought is dangerous, so as soon as I have finished eating, I leave to return to mining. Of course, that doesn't really save me since I think about it all the way back to the volcano. Even when I fly down, find the next lava tube, shapeshift into an elf, and start mining gems, I am thinking about Lynn. She has definitely taken up permanent residence inside my head. But luckily, she doesn't know yet. She is still being patient and waiting for me to make up my mind with a little teasing. She is being really respectful of my wishes, no matter how silly I have been about it. If she knew that I have already made up my mind, she would probably be teasing me a lot more. These thoughts are just me tormenting myself, and to get out of it, I need something else to think about. In order to distract myself, I start going over the planned modifications to the ship. This is another set of thoughts that has no end, but it is less torturous for me. Luckily, there is nothing weird in this lava tube, just a few gems here and there. It even ends when it reaches the surface, just like it is supposed to, with no surprises. Heading back to the shaft and choosing another tube only takes me a few minutes. Once I am in the new tube and back to mining, my mind goes back into a loop. This time, it is all about the ship modifications, so it isn't as useless as thinking about Lynn. I am planning the modifications in 2 phases, one to do now, and the other to convert to an airship. Phase 1 needs to fix all the problems with the ship, as well as make preparations for Phase 2. There are just too many things that I want to do to the ship, and I keep thinking of more. Whether or not I will actually be able to do all of them remains to be seen. One thing is for sure. No matter what, I will have enough gems to do all of them. The main concerns will be the time I have available, and if my skills are up to it. There are also several problems that I have set to solve, like how to deal with water. I know that on modern ships it is dealt with by bilge pumps, but I don't know how they work. Considering my lack of knowledge, my best bet is probably to figure out a magical solution. Water magic isn't really my specialty, so I should probably ask for Lynn's advice. She will probably know of a spell that will work. Then I only need to convert it to my use. I have to say that Lynn has an amazing memory. She knows hundreds of spells. Despite all my random questions, I have never seen her have to refer to a book to answer me. What is more impressive is that she has no problem admitting that she doesn't know something. She also doesn't seem to mind when I know something that she doesn't. She is highly intelligent, has a good, stable personality, and she seems to genuinely like me. This is exactly what I was trying to avoid thinking about, and yet, here I am thinking about her again. I force myself to go back to thinking about the ship modifications again. This time, I do my best to avoid anything magical that I might need advice about. A few minutes later, I am pulled out of my thoughts because I scan an extremely large gem. It is about the size of two fists pressed together, but it is deep in the wall. I start mining it out, and as soon as part of it is exposed, a bright orange glow becomes visible. At the sight of the glow, my mouth suddenly starts to water. But at the same time, there is a rumble. The rumble doesn't last more than a few seconds, but I can feel the lava tube shake. The shaking ends as soon as the rumble does, but it is enough to make me nervous. After looking around to make sure the tube isn't about to collapse, I go back to mining. When another piece of rocks breaks away, revealing more of the gem, there is another rumble. Hearing the rumble and feeling the shaking, I freeze until things quiet down. Once could be a coincidence, but twice means the rumble is related to the gem. However, leaving the gem where it is something I can't make myself do. Just from the little of it I have exposed, my mouth is watering so much that drool is dripping from my chin. Whatever this gem is, my body obviously wants me to eat it very badly. Considering what has happened previously when I listened to my instincts, I want to eat it. However, at the same time, the rumbling and shaking are very worrying. To verify things, I wait a minute and then carefully expose a little more of the gem. As soon as I do, there is another rumble and the lava tube shakes a little more. That confirms it, but I am still not willing to give up on getting and eating the gem. After carefully looking at the gem, I start working on the stone around it. Once I have weakened the surrounding stone enough, one good hit fully reveals the gem. As the gem comes free from the wall, the temperature inside the lava tube rockets up. The rumble this time is much louder and lasts a lot longer, as does the shaking. The shaking is so bad that I can see cracks forming and some chunks fall from the ceiling. I am almost ready to abandon the gem and run when things finally settle down. I have learned my lesson about touching strange gems without checking them out first. The last thing that I want is to end up getting sucked into another god gem. I do not want to end up as a god, no matter how attractive the goddesses make it seem. Once the shaking stops, I finally turn my attention to the gem and scan it thoroughly. From the scan, I can tell that the gem contains a massive amount of heat, but nothing else. It does not contain any strange energy like the god gem does, so it should be safe. Chapter 8, 85. However, just as I am reaching for the gem, there is another rumble which makes me freeze. This one lasts even longer than the last one, which has me extremely worried. I hurry up and pick up the gem. Then I stand there holding it for a minute to see if anything happens. When nothing happens, I decide to risk it and drop shapeshift before tossing it into my mouth. The gem melts as soon as it enters my mouth, and I can feel a surge of heat going throughout my body. It is a very pleasant feeling for me, but others would probably be turned into ashes instantly. Binding racial evolution triggered. New race, magma and lightning alpha beast. Fire resist, ultimate immunity. All stats, plus 50. That is totally not what I was expecting to happen, but I will definitely take it. I think that this means that my actual race is Alpha Beast, and the fire and lightning are just aspects. When I take a look at myself, my fur has turned red, making me look even more like a drake. Seeing that I use mana to create a mirror so that I can look for any other changes, my muzzle has elongated a bit. It still looks like a cat's, but it is longer like a dragon's. Other than that, I can't see any other changes to my body, but I feel fantastic. Just as I am about to go back to mining, there is another rumble, and it doesn't stop. I start getting worried that the lava tube is going to collapse, so I rush back to the main shaft. However, when I get back to the shaft, all I see is a wall of white rushing upwards. It is steam, an absolutely massive amount of steam, and it is moving really fast. I finally understand what the rumbling was. This volcano has become active. The steam must be from the huge lake down below evaporating. The amount of heat required to evaporate that much water has to be terrifying. I am not worried for myself. No amount of heat can hurt me, but the others are on the island too. Thinking of them, I jump straight out into the steam and let it shoot me high into the sky. It feels like I am riding a rocket, but it doesn't hurt. If anything, the heat feels good. Once the momentum wears off a bit, I spread my wings and glide towards the cave. The steam threw me so high that I don't even have to flap my wings once to get to the cave. From the air, I can tell that the rumble is still going on. All the trees are shaking. It looks like the entire island is moving. I definitely need to get everyone off the island. When I enter the cave, Lynn, Nala, and Albion are all surrounding the fire where the babies are. Lynn says, "Ash, what is going on?" "The volcano has gone active," Lynn says. "How bad is it?" "Bad enough that I am going to send all of you back to the ship. Just to be safe," Lynn says. "Are you not coming with us?" "No, I plan to stay here." Lynn says, "All right. Be careful. By the way, you look different. Did something happen?" "Does it have to do with the volcano going active? I found a gem that helped me evolve. Getting the gem may have done something to the volcano, or it could be a coincidence." Lynn says, "That would be a huge coincidence. But how could a gem affect the volcano?" "The only thing I can think of would be if the gem was created to control the volcano. There used to be a small city down at the bottom of the volcano. That isn't the kind of place you would build a city without some assurance that it wouldn't erupt." Lynn says, "That makes sense." With the conversation over at that point, I focus my mind, locate the ship, and open a gate. Lynn picks up the babies and heads through with Nala and Albion right behind her. As beasts, their instincts are probably screaming at them to flee as fast as they can. My instincts are completely silent, but a volcano can't really hurt me unless I get hit by a flying rock. Even if I do get hurt, I can just jump in the lava or magma and it will heal me. If I wanted to, I could probably swim down into the planet's core and still be fine. However, that would probably take quite a lot of time, and I don't have time to waste right now. Although, I could probably find all sorts of interesting things in the core. That is something I might do later if I find myself with some time to kill. For now, I close the gate and head back outside to see what is going on. The sky is covered in clouds, probably because of all the steam shooting up and cooling off. It will probably rain for the next few days, but that is only if the volcano doesn't erupt. If it does, then ash will mix with the clouds and who knows what will happen then. I want to mine more gems while I still can, but when I return to the shaft, the steam is still coming. The heat doesn't bother me, but the pressure is something I can't fight against. Crawling down the side of the shaft with the steam pushing against me would take forever. Just as I am thinking of other options, the steam suddenly stops, and things go quiet. After all the noise, the sudden silence is pretty creepy. But that doesn't deter me. As soon as the wind pressure is gone, I jump into the shaft and fly straight down. I pass all the lava tubes and continue down until I reach the massive cavern below. Where the massive lake of water used to be is now an ocean of orange, red, and gold. The island where the ice used to be is gone. There is nothing but lava everywhere. The lava is not still. It is surging and bubbling, but there is also some strange movement. There are living things moving around in the lava. They look a lot like giant eels. When I fly down to take a closer look, one of them surfaces and then spits lava at me. Of course, it doesn't hurt me at all, but it gives me the chance to drop down and grab the eel. When I pull it out of the lava, I find that it is about 20 feet long but very thin. Holding it by the back of its neck, the eel is unable to do anything to me. Other than biting or spitting lava, it doesn't seem to have any way to attack me. Since I am feeling a little hungry, I rip the eel's head off and start eating the rest. One rank 5 lava eel defeated. 50,000 XP gained. Not only is the eel delicious, but it is also good ESP, so I decide to hunt some more. All I have to do is fly around close to the lava and the eels come up to attack me. After eating 2 more, I feel full, but I hunt a few more to put into my pouch. 6 rank 5 Laval eels defeated. 300,000 XP gained. Chapter 886. It doesn't take me more than an hour to hunt the 6 eels, but during that time, the lava rises. At the current rate, the cavern will be filled in around 6 hours or so. I am not sure what will happen once the cavern is full, but it will probably be violent. While I am not too worried about my safety, I am worried the lava tubes might collapse. that would make mining for gems in the time I have practically impossible. Once I realize that, I stop hunting eels and head back to the lava tube I was working on. The condition of the tube is pretty bad. There are cracks everywhere, especially the ceiling. It makes me nervous, but it is not enough to overwhelm my desire for gems. I return to where I found the big gem shapeshift into an elf and go back to mining. I am on a much tighter time frame now, so I focus completely on mining gems, not thinking about other things. My mining speed is quite a bit faster than before. It only takes me about a half of an hour to finish off this lava tube and head for the next one. The next tube only has normal gems with nothing unusual, and it takes me an hour to clear it. During this time, there are several rumbles from below that shake the lava tube. Each time there is a rumble, I freeze and just hope the tube will not collapse. As soon as the rumbling ends, I go right back to mining, and when the tube is cleared, I rush to the next one. I plan to mine right up until the volcano erupts, or whatever is going to happen. It is dangerous, but that is how badly I want gems. Maybe I am turning into a dragon. However, whatever the reason might be, I won't stop mining the gems. About halfway through the next tube, I find something that makes me glad that I didn't give up. It is another vein of the mana-rich silver, which I happily mine out completely. Due to mining the silver, this tube takes me a little over 2 hours to clear. This whole time, the rumbles have been getting more frequent, stronger, and lasting longer. It is looking like things are not going to end when the chamber below fills up. The pressure under this place must have been building up for a long time. Otherwise, it would have spent itself already. But I have no way of knowing how much is left. For all I know, when the volcano erupts, it could cover the entire island in magma. After clearing the entire tube, I fly down the shaft to take a look at the chamber. Originally, I thought it would take 6 hours to fill, but not even 4 have passed, and it is almost full. There isn't even enough room for me to fly around outside of the shaft. After seeing that, I quickly fly back up and head to the next lava tube to resume mining. At this rate, I might not even have enough time to finish this tube, but I intend to try. Not quite an hour later, a rumble starts, but unlike the others, this one doesn't end. This is finally enough to make me give up on getting more gems and flee this place. After all, getting buried alive is totally not something I am willing to go through. I might be able to escape, but I might not. And that is not the way I want to die. However, before I can do anything, a wall of lava comes rushing through the tube and washes me away. Luckily, this tube is one that connects to the surface, so the lava carries me outside. When the tube ends, the lava throws me up into the sky, so I spread my wings and fly. As I spiral up into the sky, I find myself having to dodge rocks and magma. The main shaft is erupting, and everywhere I look, all I see is fire and destruction. Since all the lava tubes are probably filled with lava now, my mining is over. From the looks of it, this island is going to be mostly destroyed at the least. Already, there are very few places that aren't burning, and they probably won't last long. Whatever dinosaurs manage to survive the zombies will probably die from the fire and smoke. Hopefully there are other islands with dinosaurs on them, because this one is doomed. Not wanting to watch anymore, I turn and fly towards the northwest. As soon as I spot another island, I land and open a gate to the main continent. When I exit the gate, I am in another area that is completely covered by clouds. This area is a lot darker and has a creepy atmosphere. It is the Undead City. I am just outside of the city, but I have no idea where Bones might be. So I yell his name. My voice is quite powerful, and my shout echoes throughout the Undead City. This might draw some undead to me, but they aren't a threat to me at all. However, I don't actually see any undead. In fact, everything is completely quiet. I hope Bones didn't take control of all the undead and go off to attack the humans. If he became strong enough, I wouldn't put it past him. He is a battle maniac after all. Just as I am about to take off to start looking, I hear something moving towards me. It is the clop of hooves, but it doesn't sound quite right. It sounds hollow. I soon see a skeletal horse walking towards me, but the surprise is that the rider is Bones. As he approaches, I scan him with my mana. He has grown a lot more powerful. Bones says, "Hello, Master." "Hello, Bones. You have gotten stronger, and you even got yourself a mount." "Well done." Bones says, "Thank you, Master." "So, do you still need to stay?" Or are you done here? Bones says, I am done. There are no intelligent undead left. You killed all of them. Bones says, yes, master. That is good. Did you happen to find out what happened here? Bones says, yes, I did. One of the undead I killed was responsible. He was a member of the government who desired more power. He betrayed the city in his attempt to rule it. That isn't too surprising. It is a fairly common story in my world. At least my curiosity is satisfied. Thank you, Bones says. You are welcome, master. So, do you have somewhere else for me to fight? No, not currently. The current plan is to fly over and see what the Maker is up to. The ship is heading for an island where I will do some modifications. You should be able to explore the island and fight some beasts. After the ship is done, I will start working on how to free you. Bones says, all right, master. Chapter 887. Bones dismisses his mount and climbs onto my back. Then I take off and fly to the east. It will take me several hours to fly to the Elves' Old Island, but I don't want to waste the time. Instead of landing to open a gate, I decide to try something different. I open a gate ahead of me in the air, leading to above the island, and make it big enough to fly through. While it does work, it takes a lot more mana than a normal gate, about triple. When I fly through it, it is a little rougher than a normal gate, but it gets me to the island. I intentionally set the gate to the southern end of the island so I could fly over the entire length. The southern end of the island is completely devoid of life. Even the trees are gone. This used to be a huge jungle and full of life, but now it looks like a gray desert. The only way I can think to describe this is that all of the life has been sucked out of the land. It wasn't this bad the last time I was here. I didn't even know the Maker could do this. Seeing this, I certainly don't want the Maker getting onto the main continent. I already feel bad being responsible for the death of this island, just to buy myself time. As I fly north, this is all I see for a long time. About a quarter of the island is dead. There is nothing living and nothing moving. I don't even see any undead. After an hour of flying, I finally see a different color. The green of the jungle. At the edge of the jungle, I finally see some undead. There is a line of them. They are slowly moving forwards, and the only thing behind them is the dead, gray sand. Bones, I think I have changed my mind. Do you want to go steal some more energy? Bones says, yes, I do. Master? All right. I will check on you after I am done with the ship. Bones says, all right, master. After hearing Bones' response, I dive down and land behind the line of undead. Bones climbs down, summons his skeletal horse, mounts up, and then charges over. Seeing him happily start slaughtering the undead, I turn and open a gate back to the ship. When I arrive in the cabin through the gate, Lynn runs over to check and see if I am hurt. Milan, Mushu, Nala, and Albion also rush over to welcome me back. It takes me several minutes of petting and hugging to get them all to calm down. Lynn says they have all been worried about you ever since we came through the gate. We are all happy to see you back safe and sound. I am sorry that I worried you. Lynn says, so what happened to the island? When I left, it was covered in magma and the eruption was still going strong. I won't be going back to that island anytime soon. Did anything happen here? Lynn says, nope, it has been quiet. We are still 2 days away from the island. How did your mining go? Instead of answering her verbally, I hold out my hand and release all the gems from my ring. Seeing the small mountain of gems on the floor, Lynn's eyes go wide. Mulan and Mushu immediately start playing with some of the gems that rolled away from the pile. Lynn says, so, despite the eruption, your mining mission was definitely a success. What is next? Well, I need to cut and shape all of the gems. Some will be turned into windows, others I will grind up. Lynn says, why grind them up? While I play with the kids, I explain to Lynn how I use the gem dust to add to the ship's mana capacity. While I am at it, I explain how I make the windows and the other uses I have found for the gems. Then, before I forget, I ask her about any ideas she may have for dealing with water in the ship. Lynn says, that is actually an easy one. There is a spell that stops water from passing through. However, it can be set to only work in one direction. Using that, you can make drains that allow water out but not in. That is perfect. You are right. It is extremely easy. Why didn't I think of something so simple? Lynn says. Because you were looking for it to be complicated. I guess so. No matter how intelligent I am, sometimes I am still an idiot. Lynn says everyone is like that. Besides, at least you are a cute idiot. Thanks, I think. Lynn says, are you hungry? It is almost lunchtime. Nope. I found and ate some tasty eel-like things in the lava. Lynn says, they lived in the lava. Yeah, they even spit it as an attack. Lynn says, that is impressive. Too bad they met you. Mulan just ate a ruby. Is that normal? I don't know, but I've eaten weirder things. But maybe we should feed them before they eat more. Lynn says, I will take care of that. You work on your gems. I give Lynn a smile of thanks, then I shapeshift into human form and take out my tools. Then I start grinding and polishing the gems over a bowl to catch the powder. I continue working on the gems for the next several hours, and then join the others for dinner. After dinner, I open a soulscape for a while, and then after that I go back to working on the gems. Even with all that, I haven't even gotten through half of the gems that I mined. I may have gone a little overboard, but I don't regret it. The gems make me happy. Once the kids are all asleep, Lynn comes over and she sits down next to me. She doesn't say or do anything. She just keeps me company while I work. After a bit, she starts meditating, but she is close enough that I can feel her warmth and smell her. Between her and the gems, I can't remember the last time that I felt this content. The fact that she isn't pushing for anything from me makes me feel that I have made the right choice. All that is left is to take the final step and sleep with her, but I want to talk about a few things first. However, there is no rush. I can wait until tomorrow to talk things through with her. I was planning to work all night, but not long after ending the soulscape, I start feeling tired. It isn't too surprising, since other than a nap, I haven't slept much recently. I let Lynn know. And then, to avoid complications, I drop shapeshift and curl up on the floor. Before I can fall asleep, I feel Lynn climb onto my back and make herself comfortable. However, I do my best to ignore her, and a while later, I finally fall asleep. In the morning, I get woken up by a pain in one of my ears. Something is tugging on it. When I open my eye and look, I see Mushu hanging from my ear and swinging back and forth. As soon as she sees my eye open and looking at her, she lets go of my ear. Mushu says, Hungry, Chapter 888. With a laugh, I raise my head and look towards my back. Lynn is still sound asleep. I don't really want to wake her, but looking around, there are 4 hungry sets of eyes looking at me. It makes me laugh. But when even that doesn't wake Lynn, I use mana to grab the food pouch. As soon as the food pouch floats to me, the 4 of them gather in front of me. Without moving, I use mana to float a large amount of dishes out of the pouch. The 4 of them pounce on the food as soon as the dishes hit the floor. Based on how hungry they are, I am guessing that it is at least late morning. Since Lynn still hasn't woken up, I go ahead and take out some dishes for myself. The kids have all finished eating and have started playing before Lynn finally stirs. Lynn says, why didn't you wake me up? Because you looked so cute sleeping that I couldn't bear to wake you. Lynn blushes and says, are you teasing me? Well, maybe a little. Should I not? Lynn says. No, it is fine. You just surprised me. Here, have some breakfast. Lynn climbs off of me to sit down at the table and eat. Her face is still a little red. Now that I am free to move, I shapeshift back to human form to work on more gems. Nala and Albion have been playing with the gems and sorting them into piles by color. Anytime a gem rolls away from them, either Mulan or Mushu will chase it down. It is absolutely adorable, and I am careful not to disturb their game while I work. In fact, occasionally, I will intentionally drop a gem for one of them to chase. Once Lynn finishes eating, she comes over to play with the kids, letting me focus on my work. Mulan and Mushu quickly wear themselves out, and Lynn takes them and puts them down for a nap. When Nala and Albion get bored of playing with the gems, they leave to go pester the elves. A few hours later, just as Lynn and I are eating some lunch, Brightfire comes in. Mulan and Mushu have woken up and had their lunch already when the door opens. Seeing Brightfire, they both go over to pester her. Brightfire just laughs and kneels down to pet them. What is up, Brightfire? Brightfire says, we should reach the island before morning. My father wanted to know if you would fly ahead and find where you want us to anchor the ship. Sure, I can do that. Lynn says, would you like to join us for lunch? Brightfire says, I am fairly hungry, so sure. Brightfire sits down with us, but she ends up with Mulan and Mushu in her lap. Even though they have already eaten, they still manage to beg some more from her. While we are eating, I tell Brightfire about what happened on the island. Brightfire says, too bad you couldn't do that while the Maker was still there. It is too bad, though. I liked that island. It was a good island, but it will eventually recover. Volcanoes are also a part of nature. Brightfire says, it sounds like you are trying to justify the fact that you destroyed an island. The fact that the volcano was being suppressed was unnatural. If anything, I restored nature's balance. Lynn says, Ash, the more you try to explain, the more guilty you sound. After Lynn says that I shut my mouth and go back to working on the gems. While I am working, the two girls talk while they play with the babies. All in all, it is a peaceful domestic scene, but for some reason it makes me nervous. I was expecting Brightfire to leave once she was done eating, but she doesn't. She seems content to stay and chat with Lynn, so I start thinking about escaping. Luckily, Brightfire herself gave me the perfect excuse to leave without looking like I am running away. So, after finishing a few more gems, I put away the finished gems and then drop shapeshift. The girls glance at me as I leave the cabin, but they don't say anything. As soon as the cabin door closes behind me, I let out a sigh of relief and head for the bridge. The first thing I do is check the charts to confirm our location and where the island is. After all, it would be fairly embarrassing if I got lost and couldn't find the island. Now that I know where to go, I take off and fly north by northwest. It takes a little over 2 hours of flying before the island comes into sight. The island is bigger than I was expecting from looking at the charts. It is about half the size of the Elven Island. I fly over the southern coast first, looking for a cove or bay that would make a good camp. When I don't find one on the southern coast, I next fly over the eastern coast. This time I find what I am looking for. A nice big bay with fairly deep water. It also has a big beach for the elves to camp on, and there is even fresh water close by. Fresh water isn't a major concern since we have the Everfull barrels, but it is still nice. Before heading back, I fly over the interior of the island to see if there is anything interesting. This island is not volcanic, but it does have some strange rock formations. The middle of the island has 2 mountains with a large valley between them. The rest of the island has mostly evergreen trees, but this valley contains a jungle. It makes me curious, but I decide to leave it for the elves to explore while I work on the ship. If they don't get to it, maybe I will take a look after the ship is underway again. Other than that, I do see a lot of different kinds of beasts moving around on the island. They should provide plenty of hunting to keep the elves busy, especially Brightfire. Instead of wasting time to fly back to the ship, I find a clearing to land in and gate back. When I exit the gate, I see Lynn sitting in a chair holding a book with all 4 kids in front of her. She is reading to them, and they are completely enthralled, so I don't disturb them. After giving Lynn a smile, I leave the cabin and head to the bridge to talk to Stillwater. After telling him about the bay and where it is, I return to the cabin and take human form. Then, I sit on the floor and work on the gems while listening to Lynn's reading. She is reading from a book of human fairy tales that I am not familiar with. However, she is surprisingly good at modulating her voice to give life to the characters in the stories. The kids are obviously enjoying listening to her, and I am glad to see them getting along. Chapter 889. I also find myself enjoying listening to Lynn's voice quite a bit, but I won't admit that. Although I do find myself wondering if Lynn likes to sing, maybe I will ask her at some point. After a couple of stories, Lynn puts the book away and starts feeding Mulan and Mushu their dinner. We have found that it is easier if we feed them and put them to bed before we try to eat. I feel a little bad leaving everything to Lynn, but I really need to finish these gems. If I don't finish them before tomorrow, it will delay the modifications of the ship. Luckily, Lynn doesn't seem to mind and only calls me over once it is our turn to eat dinner. For once, I eat as quickly as I can and don't even take the time to enjoy my food. As soon as I have filled my belly, I go straight back to working on the gems. However, once I see Nala and Albion are asleep, I open a soulscape and invite everyone. Since I have stuff to do, I keep the Soulscape open for only an hour, which is only a few minutes of real time. As soon as I end the Soulscape, I go back to work and I invite Lynn over to sit with me. Lynn says, "What is up, Ash? I wanted to talk to you about the future. You've been very patient with me, and I appreciate that." Lynn says, "Does that mean you have made your decision?" "Yes, I have. I have decided to accept your feelings and my own. However, there are going to be some complications." Lynn says, "I am very happy to hear that. By complications, do you mean Brightfire?" "Yes, but not only Brightfire. There is also Miria, and I can't promise there won't be others later. I seem to attract women who don't like hearing no." Lynn says, "Is that directed at me?" "Yes, it is. If you weren't like that, we wouldn't be having this conversation, though. In fact, you would probably still be in the Magic Kingdom." Lynn smiles and says, "So, you are saying you like my stubbornness?" "Yes, but that is besides the point. We need to talk about Brightfire and Miria." Lynn says, "Brightfire and I have already discussed it. Tell me about Miria." "What do you mean you've already discussed it?" Lynn says, "Don't worry about the details. All you need to know is that she won't cause any problems and is all right with being your second woman." "And you are okay with this?" Lynn says, "I knew from the beginning that I would have to share you. Now, tell me about Miria. While I am curious about the details, I can wait and ask her about it later. For now, I tell her about how I met Miria and everything that has happened since. I continue working on the gems while I talk, and I tell Lynn everything I can think of. After I run out of things to say, Lynn starts asking questions, mostly about her personality. I answer all of her questions to the best of my ability. Then at her request, I open another Soulscape. Then I invite Lynn, Brightfire, and Miria. But Miria doesn't answer the invitation. Lynn says, "Is there any way you can force her to come? Or even just make it more than a standard invitation?" To be honest, I have never tried, but I'll give it a try. "Miria, I command you to enter the Soulscape." A minute later, a very surprised-looking Miria appears, but I don't get a chance to talk to her. As soon as she appears, Lynn and Brightfire grab her and drag her away from me. Then they create a building around themselves, and I am left to sit and wait. Luckily, since we are in the Soulscape, the time won't cost me too much real time. However, I very quickly get bored just sitting here and waiting for them. On the other hand, I am not stupid enough to interrupt them or try to spy on them. This is my Soulscape, so I could easily spy on them if I wanted to, but that would be disrespectful. Besides, if they ever found out, they would make the rest of my life absolutely miserable. Considering I am probably going to be in some form of relationship with all three of them, that would be horrible. While I hope the three of them will manage to get along, I don't want to be the common enemy that unites them. Since that is the case, staying out of this is my best bet. Let them sort it out. This is the Soulscape, so they can't kill each other, just beat each other up. The thought of the three of them fighting makes me tempted to figure out how to make Jell-O. Just thinking about it keeps me distracted for a while, but also makes me regret my celibacy. However, I don't plan to end it just yet. I will give Lynn time to think things through. Rushing into things is never a good idea, especially if you want it to last. While I can't really plan too long term, I still want to do things the right way. Of course, it will also depend on what Lynn wants to do. This is not a decision I can make alone. To distract myself from random thoughts in my boredom, I create a copy of the ship. Then I go through the modifications I am planning, looking for any problems. Since it is the Soulscape, I can't guarantee that the tests I run are accurate. However, I can at least spot any glaring errors I have made in planning the modifications. The fact that I can make things transparent at will does help me plan the supports I will need. After much consideration, I have decided to add 2 pontoons to the sides of the ship. Not only will this give me more room for propellers in Phase 1, but room for verticals in Phase 2. Using the floating metal should allow me to nullify the ship's weight. Then propellers will provide lift. At the same time, the propellers and sails will provide forward thrust. I have even thought of an enchantment based on my own shape-shifting. If it works how I want it to, the propellers will be able to shift between air and water mode. I thought of that because with the ship's size, it will only be able to land in water. Not that it should have to land very often, but it might need to occasionally. Even after adding all of the modifications for Phase 1, there is no sign of the women. So, I move on and start adding the Phase 2 modifications to test them out. These are a lot less important because I will probably change my mind a lot before Phase 2. However, playing around with them will help refine the entire airship idea. Honestly, we don't really need an airship at all, but I really want to have one. The more time that passes, the more I worry about what the girls might be talking about. I wouldn't put it past any of them for them to be plotting something together. Of course, Lynn and Brightfire have already been plotting, so they only need to convince Miria. Chapter 890. The old Miria would have been easy to convince, but she has become stronger. Not only in regards to her power, but her mental strength has increased a lot. She is still a little on the childish side at times, but time should cure that. She has already come a long way from the slave that I rescued, and she is still growing. If not, I wouldn't even be willing to consider her as a potential partner. If the three of them can get along, then I will leave it to them to figure everything out. If they can't get along, then I will have to try and get involved as a peacekeeper. However, I really don't want to have to do that. It would be better if they sorted it out. It has already been almost 2 hours since we entered the Soulscape. Just as I am thinking about checking on them, the three of them come out of the building. They are all smiling, and I don't see any blood or bruises, which is a good sign. Of course, it also means I am now outnumbered 3-1. Lynn says, "All right, we have an agreement. For your part, you will sleep with Brightfire after sleeping with me. When we reach the peninsula, you will sleep with Miria. The three of us will deal with any other women who take an interest in you." If that is what you want, I can agree to it. But what do you mean by deal with? Brightfire says, "We will either chase them off, or if we deem them worthy, they can join us." Do I get a say in that? Lynn says, of course. We aren't going to let someone you don't like join us. That is fine then, just as long as the chasing away doesn't become too violent. As long as you can agree to that, then I agree to all of it. Lynn says, I agree. Brightfire says, I also agree. Miria says, well, I guess so. Miria says, all right, fine, I agree. Good, then it is all agreed. Now, I really need to get back to work. Miria says, all right, but invite me whenever you open a Soulscape. I have been. You are the one who is avoiding me. Miria grumbles a bit at that, but she still leaves the Soulscape without doing anything. Brightfire and Lynn also leave, and I end the Soulscape with a feeling of relief that could have gone much, much worse. But I am glad that everything is settled. As soon as I end the Soulscape, I go straight back to working on the gems. Lynn checks on the kids and then comes and sits down next to me to keep me company. Before long, the door opens and Brightfire walks in. She then comes over and sits on my other side. Neither of them says anything. They just sit beside me and watch me work. The silence is comfortable, and their company feels nice. But most of my focus is on my work. I don't want to ruin any of the gems because I was not paying attention. The girls don't seem to mind me not paying attention to them even as an hour passes. Lynn's patience isn't too surprising, but Brightfire's is. She is a very impatient person normally. Maybe she just enjoys watching me work, or maybe she is just happy. Whichever it is a pleasant change from how she normally acts around me. This continues for the next hour, and I manage to complete a lot of gems. By now, the both of them are starting to look tired and are close to nodding off. The two of you should head to bed. Brightfire says, are you not sleeping? No, I need to finish these gems. Lynn says, are you going to go without sleep again? Probably. If I manage to finish them, I might take a nap. Brightfire says, all right, good night. Then she kisses me on the cheek and leaves. Lynn says, are you not going to join me? Not tonight. The decision has been made. But the ship upgrade needs to be done as soon as possible. Lynn says, all right. I guess some time to get used to the idea would be good. Lynn then grabs my face and kisses me on the lips before heading to bed. It feels quite nice and almost makes me change my mind about joining her. However, I am not in a rush. I have plenty of time and I really do need to finish these gems, which I do manage to do, but by then it is almost dawn and the babies will wake up soon. Just as I am thinking about trying to take a nap, I feel the motion of the ship change. A quick look outside shows we have reached the bay and the ship is now at anchor. That means the elves should start moving to the beach soon so that I can start working. Since that is the case, I moved to the back of the cabin by the baby's fire and set up my forge. I am not sure if the enchantments will handle that much smoke, so I open the windows. Then, I feed fire mana into the forge to activate it, just like Ruby used to. Then, I start processing the metals that I have gathered so that I can use them on the ship. I can shape them with mana, but it is much harder to refine them just with mana. With the windows open, I can hear the increasing noise of activity on the ship. Very soon, the noise wakes up Mulan and Mushu, who immediately come over to see what I am going. Then even climb into the forge to see what is going on, which I allow since it won't hurt them. It means that I have to spend more mana since they are eating the flames, but that is fine. I would have used just as much mana feeding them anyway, and this makes them happy. They are also eating some of the slag left over from refining the metals, which I didn't expect. I hadn't even thought of offering them metals to eat, but it is something I should have done. In a lot of the stories about mythical creatures, they eat minerals to strengthen their bodies. When I offer them some of the iron ore I got out of the volcano, both of them eat some. They only eat a few small pieces, but they seem happy with that much. After they are done eating, they both go over to the open windows to look outside. Or, it would be more accurate to say they are smelling all the new smells. It is only when I see how excited they are that I remember I was supposed to take them around the ship. It doesn't matter right now since they will get to explore the beach, but I need to do it later. Or maybe later, while I am working on the ship, Lynn can take them to run around. Lynn says, "Good morning. Did you sleep at all?" Number, I barely finished the gems before we arrived. Chapter 891, Lynn says. I can watch the kids if you want to take a nap. It will probably take a while for the elves to set up camp on the beach. That is true. And once this metal is refined, there isn't much I can do until the ship is empty. Maybe I should take a nap while I can. Mulan and Mushu have already been fed. Lynn says, "All right. Would you like some breakfast before your nap?" "Yes, thank you." First, I finish refining all of the metals and put them away in my pouch. By then, Nala and Albion have woken up and we all have breakfast together. After eating, Nala and Albion leave to go join the teams exploring the beach. They will also take part in exploring the island so that they can get some more experience. Brightfire and Silverstream will be in charge of the exploration and hunting teams. Stillwater is in charge of the camp and anything that comes up so that all I have to do is work on the ship, leaving Lynn to take care of the babies. I go in and lay down on the bed for a nap. I am still in my human form because I wanted to try out the bed. But there is a problem. The sheets all smell of Lynn and I find it very hard to fall asleep with that scent all around me. Eventually, I do fall asleep for a few hours, but my dreams are anything but restful. When I wake up, I find myself alone. There is no one else in the cabin. When I send my mana out to scan the ship, I find that it is completely empty. I head out on deck and see a large camp on the beach with a lot of elves moving around. From the position of the sun, I was only asleep for about 3 hours. It is surprising that the elves were able to set up camp and get everyone moved in such a short time. However, that means that I can get to work on the ship right away, which is good. First, I head down to the lower deck and take out all of the floating metal from my pouch. I carefully spread it out so that the weight of the ship is distributed fairly evenly. By the time I am done, the ship is floating a couple of feet above the surface of the water. The bow is leaning downward slightly because of the anchor, but it balances once I let out some slack. When I return to the deck, I see most of the elves lining the beach staring at the ship. That is not surprising since most of them don't know what is going on and are seeing the ship floating. It is a relief to me that the floating metal I have is enough to lift the ship, even if it isn't very far. I should be able to add an enchantment to lower the ship's weight easily enough. That is a concern for Phase 2, so I forget about it for now and head to the bridge. Then I start manipulating the wood and raise supports and put a roof over the bridge. Next, I put in the frames to completely surround the bridge with large windows. I want to keep the weather out, but without limiting the bridge crew's visibility. The windows will be as big as the ones in my cabin, but there are a lot more. I plan to use diamonds for the windows so that they are nice and clear. Next, I add a big table for the charts and navigation equipment with some chairs around it. Then I add a small pillar right next to the wheel. This will be for the ship's core. That way the bridge crew will be able to control the ship's enchantments without leaving the bridge. Of course, only certain people will have the ability to do so, for security reasons. It will mainly be Stillwater and the other officers amongst the elves that I trust. Even they won't have full control of the enchantments. Only I will have that. That is assuming that I am even able to make a core for the ship's enchantments. Right now, it is just a theory, and I will have to just wait and see how it goes. Before I play with all of that, I need to finish the modifications to the bridge. Or more accurately, to the roof of the bridge. It would be a waste to leave it empty. So, I first put in access to the roof both inside the bridge and outside from the stairs. Then I put a lookout tower on the back of the roof and 2 ballista positions on either side. I can't create the ballista myself, but I will ask the elven crafters to make more later. While I am at it, I add some archer platforms as well. But that is all I can think of. With that done, I go back down into the bridge and take out the star diamond. This is going to be the heart of the core, but that isn't all that I plan to use. I also take out all of the mana crystals that I have, and some of the mana-rich silver. If the star diamond was bigger, I wouldn't use anything else, but I am worried it won't be enough. Not only do I need to add more enchantments now, but Phase 2 will require even more. The star diamond is a top-grade material, but it doesn't have a huge mana capacity. That is why I am going to try to fuse additional materials to make the core. Of course, I have no idea if it is going to work, but it should be an interesting experiment. So, first I take all of the mana crystals and convert them into a liquid state. Once they are all liquid, I put the star diamond in the center and shape the liquid into a sphere. When the sphere is shaped to my satisfaction, I let it revert into crystal. The sphere is about the size of a soccer ball, but I am not done yet. I still have the silver. Next, I carve out channels leading to the star diamond, and then grooves in the surface of the sphere. Once the channels and grooves are done, I liquefy the silver and pour it into them. After making sure the channels and grooves are completely full, I let the silver revert to a solid state. Then, I have to rest for a bit and recover my mana. Changing something's state uses up a lot. However, when I am done resting and scan the core, I am amazed at how well it worked. Without me doing anything else, the massive amount of the mana in the materials has merged. This has caused the materials to become inseparable, meaning the core is complete. The mana capacity of the new core is hundreds of times what mine currently is. Before I can move on to the next thing, I need to put some enchantments into the core. These are the spells that Lynn has taught me, and will form the magical heart of the ship's enchantments. Even though making the core went better than I expected, I am still not sure this will work. After all, it needs to be a lot more complicated than the cores that the humans use. Luckily, pure mana follows my intent, so I am hoping that will make up for any errors. Chapter 892. As I start putting in the enchantments, I lay them out in a web-like pattern within the sphere. Doing it as one single enchantment would be far too complicated, and that is how the humans do it. I am fairly confident that their cores are limited because the enchantment is too complicated. I am instead doing multiple small enchantments that work together like parts in a machine. My hope is that the final product will be greater than the sum of its parts. However, I have to be very careful in placing the enchantments. They have to intersect perfectly. This makes it very time-consuming, even though they are only basic enchantments. In the end, it takes me almost 2 hours to place all of them into the core. Then I sit back and watch to see what happens. All I can do is hope as I wait. The enchantments slowly start to merge together, and at the same time, they are merging with the core. If something goes wrong at this point, the materials I have used for the core will be ruined. However, if it works, then this core will be good enough for Phase 2 as well. It ends up taking about a half an hour for all the enchantments to fuse together. There were a few hiccups and a few times that I was sure it was going to fail. However, the intent behind the enchantments was strong enough to overcome these problems. When all the enchantments fully fuse, the core gives off a bright flash of light. Following that, there is a glow to the core, and it is pulsing almost like a heartbeat. This is slightly worrying, but my scan shows no life force or any sign of an intelligence. Now, one by one, I attach the ship's enchantments to the core after modifying them. These modifications are the improvements that I have come up with based on my increased knowledge. A good percentage of that is due to the things that Lynn has taught me. Once an enchantment is attached to the core, I retract it into the core. This is because changing the shape of the ship while the enchantments are in place is dangerous. That is the main reason I needed the elves off the ship, so I could remove the spatial enchantments. After all of the enchantments are retracted into the core, I stop for the time being. I need to finish the other modifications of the ship before I can work more on the enchantments. Besides, I am almost out of mana and I am really hungry, so I head over to the beach. Since I don't want to get wet, I drop shapeshift and then fly over to the beach, looking for Lynn. I don't see her at first, but several elves point the way without me having to ask. They point me to the biggest tent on the beach, which I was expecting to be still waters. When I land in front of the tent, I can instantly smell Lynn and the babies. The entrance to the tent is too small for me, so I shapeshift back into human form. Then I walk into the tent, and the first thing I see is a big fire pit with Milan and Mushu asleep inside. Lynn says, "Don't worry, you won't wake them." They completely wore themselves out exploring the beach. Nala and Albion are out with the explorer teams with Silverstream and Brightfire. That is pretty much what I expected. Lynn says, "How are the modifications going? Are you hungry? So far, so good, and I am starving?" Lynn smiles and starts loading the table with dishes, so I go over and sit down. Then, as I start eating, between bites, I tell her about creating and enchanting the core. I figure she will be interested since we discussed it so much during the planning phase. Lynn says, "So it worked. Did it hold more than 3 enchantments?" Yes, it worked. So far, it has about a dozen enchantments and still has room for more. Not only that, I was able to set it up so the core can maintain and repair the enchantments. Lynn says, "That is amazing. I'd love to take a look at it. Would that be all right?" "Sure. I don't plan to work on it more until after the other modifications are done. You can go take a look tomorrow without disturbing me." Lynn says, "Great. Are you going to get some sleep after you finish eating?" "I need to meditate and recover my mana. I probably won't have time to sleep until the ship is done." Lynn says, "Why such a rush?" "Because we need to get back to the peninsula. I have already been gone for a long time. The only reason I was willing to stop at all is because the ship's speed should improve enough to make up the time." Lynn says, "That makes sense. Can you tell me about the peninsula? I want to be prepared to help you once we arrive." "All right, but can I have more food?" Lynn looks at the table of empty dishes in surprise, and then laughs as she takes out more. As I continue eating, I tell her about the political situation on the peninsula. I also tell her about the kingdom I plan to build and all the people who are working with me. Lynn says, "Wait, what do you mean Knived came from the trial?" Lynn's surprise makes me chuckle, so I explain how I met Knived and how the trial worked. This leads to telling her about the trial and the challenges I faced inside it. By the time I am done telling her about the trial, I have long since finished all the food. Lynn says, "How can a trial create a living person? That is impossible." I can't be sure. My theory is that the trials take place in a small world that was created by magic. The people inside are actually real people. They just exist in a contained space. Lynn says, "All right, I can accept that. It would take a colossal amount of power, but it is within the laws of magic as I know them. It is still incredible, and I look forward to going through the trials." Yui did mention something about the trials being created with the help of the god of magic. Lynn says, "There is a god of magic." "There is, or at least there used to be. I have no idea if he is still around." Lynn says, "Wait, does that mean that gods can die?" In answer to her question, I tell Lynn about Saronia and Cronotia and what happened to their pantheon. This, of course, leads to me telling her about my relationship with the goddesses. I don't try to hide anything from Lynn, and I am honest about everything about the goddesses. Lynn says, "I want to meet them." "What? Why?" Lynn says, "They are interested in you, and that makes them the competition. So, I want to get to know them. They have already agreed to wait until I go through a couple of lives and want to become a god." Lynn says, "I still want to meet them and talk to them." "All right. I will introduce you to them later." Chapter 893. First, I open a soulscape and invite all the kids, Lynn, Brightfire, and Miria. Surprisingly, everyone gets along and plays with the kids almost like a big family. Once everyone has played for a good long while, one by one, they get tired and leave until only Lynn and I remain. "Cronosia, Saronia, I invite you to the soulscape." The 2 goddesses show up fairly quickly, and then I introduce them to Lynn. Immediately, the 3 of them move off and create a building to chat in. This time, I am not as nervous, because I understand the goddesses fairly well. However, it still leaves me sitting around and waiting, which is boring for me. I already have Phase 1 planned out, and Phase 2 is as planned as it can be at this point. This means there is not really anything else I can do to ease the boredom. Normally, I would practice my control of the soulscape, but my skill is already maxed. There is not much else for me to do, so in the end I just watch some anime. Luckily, the conversation between the three of them finishes much faster than the last one. Saronia says, "Ash, you have made a good choice. I like her." Krenosha says, "I do too. At first, I thought you had been rash, but I was wrong. You have good taste in women. Thank you, I guess." Lynn doesn't say anything, but her face is bright red and she won't look at me. It makes me really wonder what they were talking about, but I am not going to ask. The goddesses might even tell me, which is scarier than not knowing. Seeing Lynn's face, the goddesses giggle a bit before they disappear, leaving just Lynn and I. However, before I can say anything to her, she leaves the soulscape as well. With her gone, I go ahead and end the soulscape, but I remain in my meditative state. Looking outside from my meditation room, I can see that Lynn has gotten up. However, her face is still bright red, so I decide to give her some time to recover. Whatever is going on, the last thing I want to do is make it worse somehow. Lynn says, "Ash?" "Yes?" Lynn says, "Aren't you going to ask me what was discussed?" "Number, from how red your face is, I assumed it wasn't something you would want to talk about." Lynn says, "Thank you. Let's just say the goddesses gave me some advice. I never expected them to be like that. They were quite blunt. They didn't act at all like I expected them to. That is partly my fault. Their attitudes have changed since I first met them and started interacting with them. Not to mention that I exposed them to quite a bit of knowledge and ideas from my old world." Lynn says, "So you corrupted them. Are you going to do the same thing to me?" "Well, not intentionally, but it is possible," Lynn says. "I am okay with being corrupted, but please don't let me become as gossipy as they are. I don't think I have any control over that. My best suggestion would be to not hang out with the goddesses too often." Lynn says, "That won't be a problem. They are still really intimidating. That will fade as you get to know them, but I won't force you." Lynn says, "Anyway, thank you for letting me meet them. I know you still need to meditate, and I also need to sleep. Will you be joining us for breakfast?" "I will go back to work after meditating for a couple of hours, but I will try to remember to come back for breakfast." Lynn says, "All right. Then I will see you in the morning. Good night." "Good night." Again, Lynn grabs my face and kisses me on the lips, but this time I kiss her back. The kiss lasts for a couple of minutes and makes me regret that I have so much work to do. When the kiss ends, Lynn's face is red again, but she smiles at me before going to bed. I quickly suppress my emotions and clear my mind so that I can enter into meditation. Even once I am meditating, I don't think about anything and just focus on my mana. I put all of my focus on trying to recover my mana faster so I can get back to work. I ding, congratulations. Skill Zen Meditation has progressed to level 7. Zen Meditation level 7, WIS plus 140, Willpower plus 70 recovery. HP 30 Thun, Minute MP 30 Thine, MP 30 Fundy Minute. It has actually been so long that I had forgotten that my meditation was even a skill. However, I do appreciate the fact that it speeds up my mana recovery. Considering how much work I have to do, it will save me quite a bit of time. Now that my mana pool is refilled, I leave the tent, drop Shapeshift, and fly back to the ship. With the enchantments out of the way, I can now alter the structure of the ship. The first change is the biggest, adding the pontoons to the sides of the ship. Because I left the extra mass in the ship, I don't need to add any extra materials. However, since I picked up some interesting woods on my little adventure, I plan to use them. The new wood isn't necessarily better than the wood of the ship, but it has different properties. My hope is that by fusing the new wood into the ship, I can get the wood of the ship to absorb those properties. The first thing I do is go around the ship fusing pieces of the new wood into the ship. Once all the wood is fused in, I sit down and merge my mind with the ship. Now comes the part I am not sure of. I try to let the ship use my power to absorb the new wood. It kind of works. At least it feels like the new wood has been absorbed by the ship. I can't be sure if the properties were absorbed, but the ship once again feels like one piece. Once that is done, since I am already merged with the ship, I start making changes. The first change I make is also the biggest. Adding the pontoons to the ship, I make them about 1/3 of the ship's length and about 1/4 of its width. They are oriented towards the back of the ship. The back of the pontoons is even with the back of the ship. This way, all the propellers will be even and can propel the ship evenly. Each pontoon is connected to the ship by 3 large supports, 1 to the first deck and 2 to the bottom deck. These supports are hollow and are big enough to allow a person to walk through them. This way, the insides of the pontoons can be used as extra storage space. At least for now, for Phase 2, I am contemplating turning them into bombing chambers. Chapter 894. While I may not have actual bombs, dropping boulders from high enough will work just fine. It would be especially effective against fixed positions, like defensive walls and castles. However, that will have to wait. Phase 2 won't be for a while at least. It takes me quite a while to get the pontoons shaped the way I want them. Luckily, I planned out the supports ahead of time, and what I came up with works. My main worry is if the supports will hold up if we go through another huge storm. Unfortunately, there is no way I can test that other than putting the ship through a storm. Once I have the pontoons the way I want them, I disconnect from the ship. Then I fly back over to the camp because the sun is coming up and I promise to return. Besides, I want some breakfast, and I have some more questions for Lynn. Mainly about something I saw in my pouch that I had completely forgotten about. Thanks to it, I am having all sorts of new ideas for the ship, and I want to find out if they will work. Surprisingly, when I enter the tent, everyone is there, including Brightfire. Even though the sun is just barely up, everyone is awake and looking excited. As soon as I enter, Lynn starts taking out a massive amount of dishes and everyone digs in. Lynn, how much do you know about golems? Lynn says, I know some. I haven't studied it or anything. Do you know enough to be able to make one? Lynn says. Number, I don't know the spells to make the golem's core. What if you already had a core? Lynn says. In that case, maybe, it would depend on how complicated of a golem you want and the core you have. The idea I had was to build a figurehead for the ship that is a golem. That way it can be activated in battle. Lynn says. That sounds fairly complicated. I know the spells, but I don't have the skill to make the actual golem. That is fine. Can you teach me the spells and how they connect to the core? If so, I will see about making it myself. Lynn says, yes, that I can do. All right. We will work on that once the ship is back underway. I will just leave a space for the figurehead. Lynn says, keep in mind, you will have to make joints that can move. So don't try to make it too complicated. I know how much you like dragons, but that would be extremely hard to make. No, I was thinking of making something humanoid. I wouldn't try to make a dragon for my first attempt. Lynn says, okay, good. Can I have the core? I want to study it. Sure, no problem. Lynn says, this core is amazing. Where did you get something this advanced? There was something like a mage guild in one of the cities I attacked. This was the guardian of their library. Lynn says, library? Did you take any of the books? Yes, I took all of them, Lynn says. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Honestly, I had forgotten about them, Lynn says. Well, give them to me. There should be books about golems among them. With a laugh, I reach into my pouch and start pulling out books and piling them on the floor. Lynn's eyes sparkle when she sees the massive amount of books I take out. She stops eating and ignores the rest of us as she starts looking through the book titles. It would seem that Lynn is going to give Yue a run for her money when it comes to their thirst for knowledge. I am fairly confident that the two of them are going to become great friends. Lynn will also probably get along really well with Core, or at least I hope so. Lynn should be a really good influence on the two of them, not to mention a good role model for Rat. Although, Lynn probably has a better chance of becoming the Archmage than Rat does. At least currently. Who knows what Rat will be like when she grows up? Although, having Lynn become the Archmage and then setting up Rat to succeed her would work. I will have to keep that in mind for later. For now, I need to get back to work. I finish my food. Give the kids some affection. Kiss Lynn and Brightfire, and then fly back to the ship. The next order of business is attaching some metal plates to the bow of the ship and the pontoons. I am hoping that this will allow the ship to survive if it crashes into some ice. If it works well, we might even be able to break through ice if we have to. While I am at it, I shape the metal plates so that they meet and form a blade. This should allow the ship to cut through the water better and face less resistance. If it works out the way I am imagining it, then it should help improve the ship's speed. Again, I won't really know until the ship is done and underway to see the effects. It does add some extra weight to the ship, but so did adding the new woods. Originally, the ship was floating about 3 feet above the waves, but that has been cut in half. I should still collect some more floating metal if I can find any, but if I can't, I can make it work. The main thing is to counter most of the ship's weight, making it easier to lift. I will worry more about that when it is time for me to plan out Phase 2. Once the metal is in place and how I want it, I head back into the ship's lower deck. After moving some things around to make some room, I wall off the area. This is going to be the engine room, for lack of a better term, and needs to be secure. With the room done, the next thing I do is make a wooden pipe that goes up to the bridge. I end up having to remove it and redo it from the top because I want it to connect to the pillar. That way I can run a cable straight from the core to the engine to control it. For the cable, I modify the structures of some of the gems to make them flexible. I am not entirely sure how it works, but my intent makes it happen, which is all that matters. The engine itself is just the mana-producing rock, which will power the propellers. The propellers are easy enough to make, but I do run into a problem with them. I need to create something to keep the water out, but will still allow the propellers to spin. After some experimenting, I come up with using a pipe that is slightly larger than the propeller shaft. The spell that Lynn told me about to only allow water to flow one way goes on the end of the pipe. Then, after some more experimenting, I come up with an enchantment to remove friction. This way, the shaft won't rub against the pipe once I figure out how to make it spin. Chapter 895. Before I worry about that, I make 7 more sets of propellers, shafts, and pipes. The ship is going to have 8 propellers, 4 on the main hull and 2 on each pontoon. Between the propellers and the sails, the ship should be able to move pretty fast. However, it won't be able to stop easily, hence why I reinforce the bow just in case. Now, I just need to figure out how to turn the mana from the rock into turning the propeller shafts. Since I don't want to mess with gears, I decide to figure out an enchantment. After experimenting for a while, I find the most effective way is to use a water spell, putting a small wheel on the end of the shaft and then moving it with a water spell. I find it works even better if I surround the wheel with an enclosure and fill it with water. Then the spell just moves the water in a circle to turn the wheel. It is very efficient. The enchantment is set so that the more mana it receives, the faster it spins the water. The enclosures are made from gems, so it is a good thing that I got extra gems to use. It takes me a while to make the enclosures and install everything into the ship. Then, I have to run wires from the engine to all of the propellers and enclose them in pipes. I have never been more grateful for the ability to manipulate the wood at will. I can't even imagine how hard doing all of this would have been without that ability. In fact, I may not have even been able to upgrade the ship without that ability. When all the wires are in place and I have tested them, I take a break and fly to the beach. However, when I enter the tent, I find that no one is here, not even the babies. It looks like I missed lunch, so I leave the tent and look around, looking for Lynn. I don't see her, but I can smell her, so I follow my nose and head down the beach. However, after a couple of minutes of walking, I see some people that I need to talk to. It is the Elven Crafters, so I stop to talk to them for a few minutes and ask them to make more ballistae. Only after talking to them do I resume my hunt for Lynn in the food pouch. I eventually manage to find her in a small copse of trees just above the beach. She is standing by a tree smiling as she watches Mulan and Mushu exploring. They seem to be having a lot of fun and they don't look scared at all, but they stay in Lynn's line of sight. Lynn says, "Hi, handsome. Were you looking for me?" "Yes, I was. Can I have some lunch, please? I am hungry." Lynn laughs, sits down beneath the tree, and starts taking out food for me from the pouch. Mulan and Mushu run over, and I give them some affection while I am eating. Now that she doesn't have to watch them, she takes out a book and reads while I eat. After I finish eating, I play with the kids for a bit and then let them go back to exploring. Seeing this, Lynn puts her book away and goes back to keeping an eye on them. I give her a long kiss before I fly back to the ship and head to my cabin. First, I take out 2 of the windows at the back of the cabin and replace them with doors. Then I move some masts and create a platform big enough for me to land on. To be safe, I put a railing around the outside, and I even create an awning that is retractable. When I walk out of my cabin and look around at the ship, I realize that I forgot something. Currently, there is no way to get to the pontoons from the main deck, only below deck. So, I create 2 ramps that lead down to each of the pontoons, and I make them nice and sturdy. They will also help to secure the pontoons to the ship. Now, each pontoon has 5 supports. Since people may need to run back and forth, I put railings on the ramps. Then I move down to the pontoons and put emplacements for 3 ballistae on each. I also add some archer platforms around the emplacements for the elves. Now the ship has quite a bit more fighting power. It will be even better with the ballistae. In total, we will be adding 8 more ballistae to the ship, almost doubling our firepower. Not to mention that it will be easy to modify them during Phase 2 to allow them to fire above and below. I had an idea about setting up the pontoons so they could separate and act as attack ships. Unfortunately, I would have to find more mana-producing rocks to be able to do that. If I do find some more, then I can always make those modifications later. Next, I return to the lower deck, make some short pipes, and enchant them. The enchantments are to allow water to only pass one way, to attract water, and to force it out. Then I go through and install them in the floor of the deck to act as drains. The secondary enchantments will be linked to the core so they can be activated as needed. That is as close to pumps as I could come up with, at least with my current knowledge. This wouldn't have been possible without Lynn sharing her knowledge with me. Just with what she has taught me so far, Lynn has earned a place by my side. Even if I didn't already like her, I would keep her around for her knowledge. Although, I may end up losing her for a year or more to the tower's library. It will be interesting to see if her thirst for knowledge or her desire for me is stronger. No matter which it is, my feelings for her won't change, but I will just have to wait and see. For now, I have finished the physical modifications and now need to work on enchantments. First, I head to the bridge and access the core. Then I restore the existing enchantments. Then I begin modifying them to fit the new shape of the ship and optimize them some more. After that, I connect the engine and propellers to the core and make sure they can be controlled. To make things easier, I create a lever to control the speed next to the core and connect it. When I connect the drains to the core, I also make a switch for them. After thinking about it, I decide to make a primitive control panel and place it between the wheel and the core. I make sure to test and label the lever and the switch before I move on. I also link the sail enchantments to the core and add controls for them as well. This way, whoever is on the bridge can raise or lower the sails without leaving the bridge. With all the extra controls, we will need less sailors on duty during normal times. Since we have more elves, we have more sailors available, but we will only need them during combat. Chapter 896. The main reason I want to do this is so that during a storm, no one needs to risk being on deck. It will also reduce the amount of crew that needs to be left on the ship once we reach the peninsula. I plan to see how many elves want to remain as crew, then add beastmen. After all, even before Phase 2, the ship can still be used to establish trade with the mainland. I have put too much effort into this ship to let it just sit somewhere and gather dust. Come to think of it, I have absolutely no idea what we have to trade or what we need. That will all have to be left to Pole, who I haven't seen in what feels like forever. From what Miria has told me, he is doing fine, and he finally got around to marrying Anya. That is no surprise. But I am a little sad that I missed the wedding, but I don't blame them for not waiting. Seeing that it is getting late, I take a break and head back to the beach. When I enter the tent, I find Lynn, the babies, and Nala and Albion are all here. Since there is still a little time until dinner, I convince Nala and Albion to watch the babies. Then, I shapeshift into human form and take Lynn on a walk along the beach. The sun is currently in the process of setting, and the view is quite beautiful. As we walk, I put my arm around Lynn's shoulders, which makes her smile. Lynn says, "Is there something you wanted to talk about?" "Nope," Lynn says. "So this walk is just for pleasure?" "Yep." Hearing that, Lynn smiles as she puts her arm around my waist and we just enjoy ourselves. We don't say anything else and just enjoy each other's company. We walk all the way around the bay before we turn back and return to the tent for dinner. Of course, with the kids around, there is no chance of having a romantic dinner. However, we still have a pleasant dinner with the kids, and after dinner, I help put the babies to bed. I also give Mulan and Mushu some attention before they go to bed as well. After they are in bed, I give Lin a long kiss before leaving the tent and dropping Shapeshift. Then I fly back to the ship and land on my new landing platform to test it out. The platform is completely stable and barely moves when my weight lands on it. Then I enter the cabin through the doors, which is a bit of a tight fit for me. I widen the doors so that I can fit through easier and then move over by the bed. I had an idea of something nice I can do for Lin, so I turn the privacy screen into an actual wall. Then I line that entire wall with bookshelves and create a comfy reading chair for her. I make a light gem and put it directly above the chair so that she won't strain her eyes. Since I don't have the materials to make cushions for the chair, I will ask the crafters. From now until we reach the peninsula, all books I find will go here for Lin to read. Of course, this isn't entirely selfless. If Lin knows more, I can ask her instead of having to search for the information. My only regret is that I wasn't able to find and rob a library in the Magic Kingdom. Although, now that I think about it, I am still within gate range of the capital. Now that the auction is over, the security might be lower. It might be possible to raid them. I will talk to Lin about it later. She will know more about the libraries and if it will be worth the risk. Thinking of that, I open a Soulscape, invite all the kids, and then invite the 3 women. This time, the Soulscape I created is the new ship so that everyone can explore it. With everyone else exploring the ship, I take Lin into the cabin to see the changes. Lin says, "Are these bookshelves for me?" Of course. Tomorrow you can go tell the crafters what color you want the chair to be. Also, I wanted to ask you about the libraries in the capital. Lin says, "What about them? Which one would be the best to rob?" "Do you think it is worth the risk?" Lin says. "Well, the best one to rob would be the one in the academy, not the one in the central tower." Lin says, "No. The Central Tower Library is full of books of law and other useless things. The Academy is the center for learning and research, so its library is the best in the kingdom. However, because of that, it is also the best protected." "How familiar with it are you?" Lin says. "Very. I spent a lot of time there and also borrowed a lot of books from it." Hearing that I take Lin with me and move away from the ship, then I ask her to recreate the library. She has a good memory. Not only does she recreate the library, she recreates the entire academy. She is also able to duplicate all of the academy's defenses that she is aware of. Before doing anything else, I go throughout the entire academy and study the defenses. Other than a few mechanical locks, all of the defenses are magical enchantments. What interests me, though, is there is a huge building that is full of cages. Lin, what is this area for? Lin says, "That is the Beast Wing. It contains all of the beasts that the Academy has for study and experimentation." "Are most of these cages normally filled?" Lin says, "Always. The Academy not only buys any beasts they can find, but they have their own teams that capture beasts full time. Although, not all of the cages contain normal beasts. Some contain the results of experiments. And all of them have magical locks." Lin says, "Of course." "Why?" "Because now it will be easy to rob the library." Lin says, "What do you mean?" "I will dispel all magic within the academy. Not only will the library's defenses be gone, but the beasts will be freed. The chaos they will cause will be the perfect cover for the robbery." Lin says, "You can't do that. The academy is full of innocent students. Countless of them would die." "You have a point, and I don't like killing innocents. However, I really want to get my hands on that library." Lin says, "It is a nice thought, but I don't really need the library. It is not just for you. It is also for Yui and the future mages of the peninsula." Lin says, "In that case, can you wait a few weeks? We should still be within gate range by then." "But why?" Lin says, "There is a national holiday coming up. Most of the students will go home for it. That should reduce the innocent casualties by a lot." "All right, I will wait." Lin says, "Thank you." Chapter 897. After that, we return to the ship to play with the kids for the next few hours. Once the kids are worn out, I end the Soulscape and go back to working on the ship. First, I move through the ship, making sure the old enchantments cover everything. There are a few places where the spatial enchantment has developed some problems. It takes me a while to track down and correct all of them. But it also allows me to optimize it. However, instead of reducing the mana used, I managed to increase the space created. Now that the old enchantments are all set and working properly, I move on to the new ones. I start with the metal plates added to the bow and enchant them to enhance the strength and cutting power. Once that is done, I take out some of the mana-rich silver and the gem dust I collected. Moving inside the ship, I liquefy the silver and mix the gem dust into the silver. Then I put small grooves into the walls of the ship and then fill them with the silver. This will give the ship a massive amount of extra mana for me to play around with. Hopefully, this will be enough for now and for everything for Phase 2 as well. Now, I start adding to the enchantments on the ship, starting with the pontoons. I add several extra enchantments to the supports connecting the pontoons to the ship. These are mainly strengthening enchantments to make sure the supports can't break. I am fairly sure that they are strong enough, but I am not taking any chances. When I finish those enchantments, I have to stop and meditate to recover my mana. By the time my mana pool is full, it is only an hour or two before the sun comes up. Since I still have some time before I need to head back, I go back to adding enchantments. Next, I move to the back of the ship to enchant the propellers themselves. This requires a bit of experimenting since I want the propellers to be able to change shape. Luckily, I have a ton of experience with shape-shifting at this point, so it doesn't take long to figure out. However, once I figure out the enchantment, I don't attach it to the core. That is for Phase 2. That uses up all the available mana in the propellers, but I use some from the ship. Using that, I add an enchantment to let the propeller push more water or air. The ship's maintenance and repair enchantments will keep the propellers in top shape. After that, I move through the ship adding small enchantments to make the elves more comfortable. As I am doing that, I am also thinking about what else I can improve on the ship. My wandering leads me up to the main deck and my thoughts turn to the weapons. When I take a look at the enchantments I did originally, I feel a little ashamed of myself. Luckily, no one is around and Lynn hasn't seen them yet, so I quickly dispel them. Then I start to re-enchant the siege weapons. But as I do, I have another idea. Siege weapons' greatest weakness is the reload time, but I have an idea of how to fix that. Unfortunately, I get caught up in experimenting and completely miss breakfast. However, I do manage to figure out an enchantment that greatly improves the weapons. The enchantment creates the ammo when the weapon is ready to fire. However, creating permanent ammo requires a massive amount of mana. So, I settle on creating ammo that lasts for a few minutes before it disappears. A couple of minutes is more than enough for the ammo to be fired and hit before it is gone. The problem is, the mana required is still fairly high, but I can handle that with gems. The siege weapons are all big, so embedding a dozen or so gems is easy. When I am done with the weapons, I fly back to the beach and have lunch with Lynn and the babies. After lunch, I head over to see how the elven crafters are doing with the new ballistae. To my surprise, the crafters have already finished the 8 ballistae I asked them to make. When I ask how they managed it, they explain they had already made a lot of spare parts for repairs. Since the ballistae on the ship haven't been damaged, all those parts were just sitting around. After thanking them for their hard work, I put the ballistae in my ring and fly back to the ship. Then I proceed to install them one by one, embed the gems, and enchant them. This takes me the rest of the day and uses up the majority of my mana, so I head back for dinner. Lynn says, "Welcome back. How is the work going?" "Pretty good. I should be finished tomorrow," Lynn says already. "That is great." But Brightfire is going to be disappointed. She loves exploring. No, she just loves fighting. Besides, even if I finish tomorrow, we won't leave till the day after. The elves will need time to break down the camp and move everything over. Lynn says, if you have finished with the spatial enchantment, it should be safe for them to start moving things tomorrow. That is true. We will do it that way then. Lynn says, in that case, I will inform Stillwater after dinner. Okay. Oh, do you know how far the exploration teams have gotten? Lynn says, Number Y. When I flew over the island, I spotted a jungle between the 2 mountains. It looked odd, so I was curious about it. Lynn says, why not ask Brightfire later when we are in the Soulscape? Yeah, good idea. Lynn says, here, eat up. Thanks. After we are done eating, I enter into meditation and open up the Soulscape. I invite everyone and send the kids off to play so that I can talk to Brightfire. Lynn and Miria take on the job of keeping the kids distracted while we talk. Brightfire says, "What is up?" "Ash, I wanted to ask how the exploration was going. Have you reached the jungle between the mountains?" Brightfire says, "No, we haven't. We haven't even reached the closer of the two mountains." "How come?" Brightfire says, "There are too many beasts. Most of our time is spent hunting them. On the plus side, we won't run out of fresh meat or materials anytime soon." "That is good. Any interesting beasts?" Brightfire says. "A few. Why? Looking for another kid?" "No, I was just curious. It is not like I went looking for any of my kids, I just happened to find them, but I don't regret adopting any of them." Brightfire says, "I didn't mean to imply anything. Your kids are all great." "Yeah, they are. Not that I can take any credit for that." Chapter 898. Brightfire says, "Don't sell yourself short. You are a good father. You have a lot of responsibilities, but still spend time with them. That hasn't always been the case." Brightfire says, "Other than Albion, all your kids are from races that are powerful and ferocious beasts. Yet all of them are good-natured. That absolutely has to have come from you. Just don't ask me how." "Maybe," Brightfire says. "Anyway, if you go explore that jungle, I want to go with you. All right." It looks like if I want to know what is in the jungle, I will have to find out for myself. Taking Brightfire along will mean I have to take Lynn as well. It is a good thing Miria isn't here. I should also probably take Nala and Albion, but then I need to find someone to look after Milan and Mushu. I can probably get Silverstream and Silverleaf to take care of them while we are gone. Or, better yet, I can get Brightfire to convince them since she wants to come with me. I am sure that by now Silverleaf isn't mad at me anymore, but I don't want to find out. Especially if Brightfire has told her about the whole thing with Lynn and her. The last thing I want right now is Silverleaf trying to add herself to the list. I already feel confused enough as it is considering I have to try and keep 3 women happy. I don't even know if I can keep a single woman happy, let alone 3 of them. Adding any more women would absolutely make things impossible for me. Not that there is anything wrong with Silverleaf. She is a capable warrior and a good person. Later, once this mess is sorted out, I wouldn't mind if the others wanted to add her. That is not something I need to think about right now. I have enough problems. Wiping the thought out of my mind, I turn my attention to giving my kids some affection. After they have played for a few hours, the kids and the girls leave, so I end the Soulscape. Then, I spend some time with Lynn before she goes to bed, and I return to meditating. It is the middle of the night when my mana is full, and I end my meditation. Then, I fly back to the ship and go back to working on the ship's enchantments. This time, I remember to take a break and fly back to have breakfast with everyone. After that, I return to the ship and take all the floating metal and put it in my ring. This way the elves can start moving everything back while I finish the enchantments. We should be able to get underway either tonight or tomorrow morning, which means that I have beaten my 5-day deadline that I gave myself by about a day. As I move around the ship, finishing my work, I start seeing the elves bringing things back to the ship. Luckily, they don't get in my way and even go out of their way to avoid me. Some do it out of fear since I am in my normal form, while others do it out of respect. Honestly, there isn't much left for me to do. I am just smoothing things out. During the process of enchanting the ship, I have learned a few new tricks. Most of them help me improve the performance of the enchantments without increasing the mana cost. The core now has a lot of enchantments tied to it, and it is supplying the mana to them. The core has gone through some changes as more enchantments were tied to it. It is growing on its own, which I didn't expect at all, and I am not sure what is going on. Unauthorized duplication. This narrative has been taken without consent. Report sightings. However, so far there doesn't seem to be any problems or negative side effects. So I will wait and see what happens. It may end up being a good thing. The only thing that worries me is that the core is tied directly to the ship now, meaning if things go wrong, it could endanger the entire ship and everyone on it. Although that isn't too likely, it still worries me, but there isn't much I can do about it. I am fairly sure that the odds of it turning out good are in my favor, but I can't be sure. The problem is that the only thing I could do would be to tear out the core and start over. That would take days, and I can't be sure that the same thing wouldn't happen again. So, I don't have much choice except to take the gamble and hope everything works out. I push my worries to the back of my mind and focus on completing my work. In the end, I finish everything I can think of doing before the elves are done moving. Since I am done, I fly back to the beach and help Lynn pack up and move everything back to the ship. Lynn says, "All finished?" "Yep, all done. We can set sail once the elves are done. Then we will see if my ideas worked." Lynn says, "What do you mean? You aren't sure?" "I am sure of most of it. There are only two things I am unsure of, the propellers and the core." Lynn says, "The propellers I get, but what is wrong with the core? Ever since I added the new enchantments, it has started changing. Almost like it was growing on its own." Lynn says, "The only type of magical item that I have heard of that can grow on its own is an artifact. Just how many enchantments have you connected to the core?" Around 30 or so." Lynn yells, "What? I thought you only had 10 at most on the ship." "Well, things were going so well that I thought up some more useful things to add. Since I had the core, I went ahead and tied them all to it." Lynn says, "Well, no wonder it is acting strange. You added way too much magic to a single item. It is probably on its way to becoming an artifact." "That isn't necessarily a bad thing, though, right?" Lynn says, "It depends. As long as the enchantments aren't evil or good, then the artifact should be neutral." It might not just be the enchantments." Lynn says, "What do you mean?" "Well, the core is also directly connected to the ship." Lynn says, "That shouldn't matter. Normally, I would agree with you, but before I turned it into a ship, the tree was very special." Lynn says, "Special how?" In answer, I begin telling Lynn about how I found the tree and all the things I fed to it to help it grow. While we are talking, we finish moving everything back into the cabin. Then we feed Mulan and Mushu their lunch before we sit down to eat our own. Lynn says, "You really are crazy, aren't you? How could you feed so many different types of magic to a tree? How else was I supposed to grow a sapling into a tree big enough to build a ship out of?" Keep in mind that I was on a time limit. Chapter 899, Lynn says, "There was probably no other way to do that. Couldn't you have just made the ship out of multiple trees?" "I could have. But I wanted the ship to be special. It needed to be able to keep the elves safe." Lynn says, "Well, it is definitely special. You said the tree had a spirit. Was it friendly?" "Yes, at least it was to me." Lynn says, "Then I wouldn't worry too much. If the artifact becomes intelligent, it will most likely be friendly to you. Let's hope so." "We will just have to wait and see." Lynn says, "True. So, what is the plan once we set sail?" "The exploration teams didn't reach the jungle. I plan to go take a look once the ship is moving. The team will include you if you want to go Brightfire, Nala, and Albion." Lynn says, "Of course I want to go." "What about Mulan and Mushu?" "I was planning to let Brightfire convince Silverstream and Silverleaf to watch them for us." Lynn says, "Are you sure that Brightfire will agree to that?" "She really wants to go with us, so of course she will." Lynn says, "That is kind of mean, but it will probably work." "When do we leave?" "Probably the day after tomorrow. I want to make sure nothing goes wrong with the ship." Lynn says, "All right. I will be ready." Since Mulan and Mushu are still wide awake, I take them and Lynn on a tour of the ship. They got to see it already in the Soulscape, but there is no harm in seeing the real thing. Besides, I want them to get used to the elves and the elves to get used to them. That way they can roam around the ship during the journey instead of staying cooped up in the cabin. Of course, they are far too young to roam on their own, but Nala and Albion can help. That way Lynn doesn't have to watch them all the time and can have some free time. Not only has she helped me a lot by watching the kids, but she also needs time to read. I am going to be depending on her to gather the magical knowledge that I need. I would do it myself, but I don't have the time. Something always seems to come up. Honestly, most of the time it is because of my curiosity, but I can't really help that. There are too many things that I am curious about, and if I don't satisfy those I will go insane. Then again, most people would say that I am already insane, and I would find it hard to argue. By the time we have explored the entire ship, Mulan and Mushu are exhausted. So, Lynn takes the two of them back to the cabin for a nap while I head for the bridge. Stillwater is on the bridge when I arrive, watching the activity on deck out the windows. Stillwater, how do you like the new bridge? Stillwater says, I love it. I honestly wasn't expecting that you could make so many changes in such a short time. To be honest, I haven't slept since we arrived. I only meditated when I needed to recover my mana. It was the only way to get everything done so quickly. Stillwater says, I appreciate your hard work. Why don't you go get some rest? I want to wait until the ship is underway, just in case anything goes wrong. Stillwater says, all right, we should be ready in less than an hour. The last wave of boats is leaving the beach now. Have the exploration teams returned? Stillwater says, all but my daughter's team. They are on the last boat. Of course. While I am waiting for the elves, I walk over to the core and put my hand on it. As soon as I touch it, I feel a welcoming warmth from the core. It recognizes me. It doesn't feel like it is sentient yet, but there is a feeling like it is somewhat aware. It makes me think that the odds of it becoming intelligent are really high. I send some warm mana into it as a way of saying hello, and it seems to like it. For some reason, the core gives me the same feeling that the tree did when it was small. It makes me wonder if the tree's spirit might just still be a part of the ship. If so, and it becomes the spirit of the core, then I don't have anything to worry about. While the spirit was kind of disappointed in the elves, it didn't consider them enemies. Unfortunately, it is still too early to tell what is going to happen, so I can't do anything. If I knew for sure that it was the spirit of the tree, I would try to help it grow. Come to think of it, maybe there is something that I can do, so I scan the ship. This time, I am looking specifically for any traces of spirit that remain in the wood. This is not something that I have done before, so it takes me a while to figure out how. It is similar to looking for small pieces of a shattered soul, and I actually find some. As soon as I find them, I start to gather all of the pieces together in one spot. All of my time spent working with my own soul comes in really handy now. Not only am I able to slowly gather the pieces together, but I can also feed them energy. With the energy I provide, the small pieces slowly start merging together. Once the dozens of pieces have become one, I guide the spirit into the ship's core. Without my help, this probably would have taken weeks, if not more. It still isn't enough for the ship's core to become sentient, but it will help a lot. It will also guarantee that the core will become the spirit of the tree, or something close to it. I will have to ask Lynn what she knows about item spirits. Maybe there is something more I can do. I really wish that Yue could enter the soulscape. She surely knows a lot about item spirits. Although, when I first met her, Yue seemed more like a sentient program than a spirit. Still, she should have the information from the ancient mages' experiments. Thinking till here, I look around and make sure the elves aren't ready to leave yet and sit down. I quickly enter into meditation, open a soulscape, and then call for Miria. She shows up pretty quickly, but she looks surprised that she is the only one. Miria says, Ash, is something wrong? No, I just have a favor to ask. Miria says, sure. Whatever you need. Since I can't invite Yue into a soulscape, I need you to ask a question for me. The core I made for the ship is showing signs of developing a spirit. I need to know if Yue knows how I can help it grow. Miria says, all right. I will ask her and tell you what she says tonight. Although, she will probably have to dumb it down for me. That is fine. Anything will help. Thank you, Miria says. Okay. See you tonight. Chapter 900. She leaves as soon as she has finished speaking and I end the soulscape. Only a few seconds have passed in real time, so I join Stillwater in watching the deck. The last boat is approaching and I can see Brightfire, Nala, and Albion on it. It only takes a few minutes for them to board the ship and for the boat to be stored away. Stillwater has a head count taken to make sure no one is missing before ordering the anchor raised. Then the sails are raised, and the ship slowly turns to make its way out of the bay. Once we are clear of the bay, Stillwater orders for the propellers to be turned on. I close my eyes and use my mana sense to watch the propellers start spinning. Surprisingly, nothing goes wrong. They are all working the way they are supposed to. I turn my head and give a nod to Stillwater, who then orders an increase in speed. As soon as the propellers ramp up, there is an obvious increase in the ship's speed. When everything continues to go smoothly, Stillwater has the sailor at the wheel increase to full speed. I will admit, I am somewhat nervous as I watch the sailor push the lever all the way up. My main concern is that I don't know how much the rock I used as the engine can handle. I tested it at this level of output, but I didn't have time to test it long term. However, for now it is working perfectly, and the propellers are spinning at full speed. The speed of the ship is now just shy of triple what it was before the upgrades. This is actually a much better improvement than I was originally hoping for. From the plans I had made, I was only expecting the ship's speed to double. I am not entirely sure why the speed is so much higher than I expected. When I check the engines and the enchantments on the propellers, everything is fine. Finding no problems there, I scan the rest of the ship. But I don't find any problems. Surprisingly, everything is working the way I intended. I didn't make any mistakes. However, I still can't figure out why the ship is faster than I was expecting it to be. In fact, I was expecting the speed to be lower than I was hoping due to the drag of the pontoons. Since I can't tell from inside, I fly around the ship to take a look from the outside. Immediately, I notice that the ship isn't bobbing up and down with the waves. It is most likely because of the extra weight of the metal I added to the bow. The bow is cutting straight through the waves like the blade of a sword. It makes me wonder if that is the reason that the ship is so much faster than I had planned. With the ship being more stable and not bobbing around, the propellers have more effect. At least, that is the only thing I can think of that would account for the extra speed. Since I am not an engineer, that is the only guess I have that makes any sense. Now that the mystery is solved, I land and head back to the bridge. When I reconnect to the core, I find that the mana is flowing smoothly throughout the ship. However, there is a problem. We are using mana faster than we are gaining it. It looks like I have set up too many enchantments. Now I need to improve the mana gathering. The only way I have of doing that is by adding more gems and silver, since they naturally gather mana. However, I am sure there has to be a better way, so I head to the cabin to ask Lynn. Lynn says ways to gather mana. Let me think. Or anything similar, I can always modify it. Lynn says, well, I don't know of anything to gather just mana, but I know something similar. It is meant to enhance spells cast within it. It is a set of symbols that surround a circle. That sounds like a formation. Can you show me? Lynn says, of course I can, but what is a formation? It is a type of ritual magic. Once it is finished, it operates on its own. Lynn finds something to write with, and then draws a circle on the floor, and then surrounds it with symbols. I can instantly tell that it does gather mana to feed into any spells cast within it. All I need to do is figure out how to change the target of the formation for it to do what I want. These symbols, is this a language? Can you teach it to me? Lynn says, it is and I can. We move over to the table and Lynn starts teaching me the language, but only the written version. When I ask, she tells me that it is a dead language and no one uses it as a spoken language. We take a break to feed Mulan and Mushu their dinner, and then the rest of us eat. After dinner, she goes back to teaching me the rune language, and I can already think of tons of uses for it. The mana-rich silver is going to come in real handy now that I am learning this. If I carve the formation into something and then fill it with silver, it should be way more effective. Both living and dead, pointing congratulations. Skill Linguistics has progressed to level 10, max. Linguistics level 10, max int plus 20. You are a master of languages, both living and dead. As soon as the skill levels up, I gain a complete understanding of the rune language. I even learn where the human mages made mistakes in comprehending it. Mostly, this is due to the fact that not all words have just a single meaning. It immediately goes from Lynn teaching me to me teaching her the finer points of the language. Under Lynn's questioning, I end up explaining to her my character screen and how my skills work. It turns out that she does have levels, but she doesn't have a system like mine. When I am done teaching her, we put the kids to bed, and then I open a soulscape. Lynn, the kids and Brightfire all show up immediately, but Miria doesn't at first. We have been playing with the kids for around an hour before Miria finally shows up. Miria says, Ash, sorry I am late. I was talking to Yue. It is fine. Did she have any advice for me? Miria says, she sure did. Way too much, actually. That is what took so long. She had to dumb it down a lot. She said it needs a constant source of mana and will slowly develop on its own. To speed up the growth, the best thing to use is spiritual items or other items with spirits. Spirits have a different type of energy, apparently, and that is what it will need to grow faster. All right, I understand. I don't have any spiritual items, but I know some spirits I can ask. Did she say anything else? Miria says. Only that, as long as you are the one helping it grow, it will be loyal to you. If you want it to be loyal to others, then they need to help you feed it. Got it. Thanks for playing messenger. Chapter 901. Miria says, no problem. Sorry I didn't understand the complicated stuff Yue tried to tell me. Don't worry about it. I probably wouldn't have understood it either. You told me exactly what I needed to know, Miria says. If you say so. After that, Miria joins the rest of us in playing with the kids until they are worn out. Everyone leaves and I end the soulscape, which leaves me and Lynn alone in the cabin. A look tells me that Mushu, Mulan, Nala, and Albion are all sound asleep. Lynn says, what is with that look in your eyes? The ship is done and underway, meaning I can finally relax. I was thinking we could have some fun, but I don't want to rush things. Not to mention, after days without sleep, I need to get some rest. Lynn says, you are right. There is no need to rush things. How about, for tonight, we just share the bed? All right. Sounds good. I shapeshift into human form with restricted stats, and then follow Lynn to the bed. We don't go to sleep right away. We spend quite a while kissing and cuddling. When I finally fall asleep, with Lynn in my arms, I sleep better than I did in the tower's enchanted bed. Even though we didn't do much, I still wake up feeling amazingly refreshed and relaxed. The only disappointing thing is that I am alone in the bed when I wake up. However, from the sounds from the main room, it is because the kids are awake. There are curtains drawn over the windows, so I can't tell what time it is, but the sun is up. What confuses me is that I know I didn't put up any curtains. It must have been Lynn. Not that I mind her making changes. This is her home too. But did she have to make her chair pink? I lay in bed feeling lazy for a half of an hour before I finally decide to get up. After a really good full body stretch, I walk out into the main room where Lynn greets me with a kiss. Now that I can see out the windows, I realize that it is no longer morning. Lynn says, you looked like you were sleeping really well, so I didn't want to wake you. Thank you. I slept great. What time is it? Lynn says. About an hour after noon. The kids have already had lunch. Are you hungry? Starving? With a laugh, Lynn starts taking out dishes and putting them on the table for me. As I start eating breakfast, she goes back to playing with Mulan and Mushu. I am already on my second helping when Nala and Albion return with Brightfire. Brightfire says, hello, sleepyhead. I talked to Silverstream and Silverleaf, and they agreed to watch Mulan and Mushu. Lynn says, since you were sleeping, I went ahead and talked to her about it. Oh, okay, good. Brightfire says, so, when are we leaving? Let's plan on tomorrow morning. Brightfire says, all right, I will be ready. Brightfire then leaves, and I convince Nala and Albion to take the babies out to explore. Once they are gone, Lynn sits down with a smile and keeps me company while I finish eating. When I finish eating, Lynn moves over to sit on my lap and we kiss for a while. Lynn says, I am surprised that you didn't want to leave right away. I wanted to rest up a bit more. Besides, I am still worried something might go wrong with the ship. Lynn says, well, you have certainly earned some rest. I went and took a look at the core earlier. Everything looked fine to me. That reminds me, I still need to set up the mana gathering formation and talk to some friends. Lynn says, what friends? They are ancient elves who after death became elemental spirits. Lynn says, they sound interesting. Can I meet them? Sure. You can help me with the formation too, Lynn says. All right. With a smile, I stand up, holding Lynn in my arms, and leave the cabin as she laughs. Instead of asking to be put down, she wraps her arms around my neck. I head to the middle deck to the room that is directly between the bridge and engine room. This area is currently being used by the elves as living quarters, but I move some walls around. I manage to make a small room that is directly beneath the core where the pipe comes down. Surprisingly, None of the elves complain about losing some space in their rooms. The room I make is only about 4 feet square, basically a large closet. I couldn't even fit inside it if I was in my normal form, but it is just big enough for my plan. I draw a circle on the floor with the pipe in the center, and Lynn then helps draw the symbols. The symbols are a little bit different from the ones Lynn originally taught me. I improved the mana gathering and also set it to directly feed mana to the core. Once the symbols are done, I double check them and then carve them into the floor using my knife. Normally, I would use my claw, but I can't do that since I won't fit in the room. Once that is done, I take out some silver, liquefy it, and mix in some gem dust. Then, with Lynn's help, we carefully fill in the circle and the symbols with it. Even before we are done, I can feel the mana in the surroundings being pulled into the formation. It is then purified by the formation and fed upwards into the core, exactly as planned. The only problem is that the range is fairly weak, but I have a plan for that. I am going to put 6 smaller formations on the outside of the ship to boost the gathering. One above, one below, and then one on each side of the ship. But they need to be precisely placed. That is the hard part, and that is where I am going to need Lynn's help. First, I create an image of the ship and put the formations on it where they need to be. Then, I make a communication amulet for Lynn so we can keep in touch. After that, I create threads of mana that pass through the ship in the directions for the formations. I head up and get on top of the bridge, then I grab the thread and pull it taut. Then I move it around until Lynn tells me that it is in the right position. Using that point as the center, I draw a small circle and draw the runes around it. When the runes are completed, the formation activates and starts drawing in mana. The thread of mana disappears, but it successfully links the 2 formations. Once Lynn verifies the mana is entering the main formation, I carve it in and fill it with silver. Chapter 902. The next one is the one on the back of the ship since it is the closest to me. Even though the one on the bottom of the ship is the next closest, I am going to leave it for last. Now that I am working outside, I drop shapeshift. My normal form is better for clinging to the ship. The ones on the sides I put on the outside of the pontoons, so they pull mana to the ship. The only drawback to all of this is it will make the ship easier to detect for mages. In fact, they may even feel it without trying, because it will cause a disturbance in the mana around it. However, I am not too worried about that since the ship is much stronger now. If another human fleet came after us, we would be able to turn and fight. Not that any human ships would be able to catch up to the ship with its new speed. The only things that might be able to catch us would be any really fast sea beasts. Even in Meg form, I would have trouble catching up to the ship at its full speed. So, unless they are in front of us, we shouldn't have to worry about other ships at all. The only ones that are ahead of us that should be hostile are the pirates. I am actually looking forward to running into them. It should be a good combat test. Besides, the elves could use some more experience, and pirates normally have a lot of loot. They may even have slaves that we can free, although I doubt they have any elves. The elven slave trade has been going on for a while, but I doubt any elves made it this far north. Then again, you never know. The pirates are active in a large area from what Lynn said. By this point, I have finished the 5th formation. Only the one on the bottom of the ship is left. When I climb down the side of the ship and enter the water, I almost get washed away. With the speed the ship is going, the water pressure trying to rip me off is intense. When I find the thread of mana, the first thing I do is use my mana to push the water away. The large bubble may slow the ship a little, but I can't exactly do precise work without it. With Lynn's help, I find the correct position and start carving the circle and runes. I can't draw at first because the hull of the ship is too wet, but I don't make any mistakes. When I carve the last line of the last rune, there is a flash of light that blinds me. However, when I check with Lynn, she tells me the formation is working properly. Since I also don't see anything wrong on my side, I go ahead and fill in the silver. Once it is finished, I dismiss the bubble and carefully climb back up the side of the ship. I tell Lynn she can close up the room and go back to the cabin while I head to the bridge. Once there, I immediately check on the core, which is giving off a slight hum. The mana is flowing into the core constantly, and from there is fueling all of the enchantments. More mana than needed is flowing into the core. The extra is feeding the spirit. Lynn, are Nala and Albion still watching Mulan and Mushu? Lynn says, yes. Good. Come up to the bridge so you can meet the spirits, Lynn says. All right, on my way. At the same time, I have Stillwater summon Brightfire, Silverstream, and Silverleaf. Once they have all gathered on the bridge, I summon Lynara, Eckertan, Farish, and Slispera. Then I make the introductions all around, which takes a couple of minutes. Slispera says, Ash, we don't have much time. What can we do for you? The core I made for this ship is developing a spirit. It should be the spirit from the tree I used to make the ship. I want you to help it grow and also feed the spirit energy of the 6 of us to it. Lynara says, we can do that, but it will drain all of you. Stillwater says, that is fine. We all agree. The spirits have the 6 of us surround the core and put a hand on it. I shapeshift to fit. Then the 4 of them circle around us, and I can feel a strange but warm energy flowing around me. It only lasts for about a minute, but I can feel the energy pulling something similar out of me. Then, all of that energy flows into the core, and I suddenly feel extremely tired. As soon as the last of the energy enters the core, the 4 spirits disappear. Then the 6 of us all collapse on the floor, feeling completely drained. However, I feel that it is worth it. I can feel a new energy growing inside the core. There is not much there yet, but given time, it should grow into a full-fledged spirit. Now, when it grows up, it should be tied to the elves and we'll see them as friends. I wonder what is going to happen to the ship once the spirit is fully formed. Will the ship start growing again? It is possible. I can still sense some life in the wood the ship is made of. If it does start growing again, it will be interesting to see what happens. With the formations, there is currently plenty of extra mana to feed the ship once the spirit stops absorbing it. I guess I will just have to wait and ask the spirit once it is capable of communicating. For now, I put one of the senior sailors in charge and order him to have people help the others back to their cabins. Then, I pick Lynn up in my arms and carefully make my way back to the cabin. Lynn can barely keep her eyes open, but apparently I am recovering much faster. Already, I only feel a little tired. With a few more minutes, I should be back to normal. Lynn, on the other hand, has fallen asleep in my arms by the time I enter the cabin. So, I carry her over and lay her down gently on the bed. Then I check on the kids. They have all returned to the cabin. Mulan and Mushu look worn out but happy. Picking up Mulan and Mushu, I scan them with my mana and check how their bodies are doing. They are both growing normally as far as I can tell, and there is no residue of the fire gem energy. From the looks of it, the energy helped them grow a little faster, but that is all. Since there are no side effects that I can see, I take out the god gem and start removing energy. It is still difficult to remove it, but it just takes some extra effort on my part. This time, I don't split the energy. I let Mulan and Mushu each eat a full one. As I am feeding them, Nala comes over and I can tell that she also wants to eat one. She has fire abilities. It shouldn't hurt her, so I also feed an energy to her. All 3 of them immediately go to sleep after eating the energy, which just leaves Albion. Chapter 903. I feel kind of bad that I don't have any special energy to feed him. All I can do is spend some time with him. Lynn doesn't wake up, even when I have to roll her over to get the food pouch. I drop shapeshift and lay in the nest with Albion as we eat dinner together. After we are done eating, I open a soulscape and invite the usual crowd. Lynn and Brightfire do not respond to the invitation, so it is just Miria and the kids. We still have lots of fun playing for a couple of hours before I end the soulscape. When I open my eyes, I see that Albion has fallen asleep, so I shapeshift into human form with restricted stats. Then I go over, climb into bed, take Lynn into my arms, and go to sleep. In the morning, I get woken up by Lynn, who is worried about Mulan and Mushu. Len says, "It is time for breakfast, but the babies won't wake up." It is all right. Last night, I fed them energy from the god gem. They are probably still absorbing it. I will check on them, Lynn says. Oh, all right. By the way, Brightfire is already here. Of course she is. How are you feeling? Lynn says. Still a little tired, but I will be fine. I get up and head out into the room. I wave at Brightfire and then scan the babies. They are fine physically. They are just in a deep sleep while they absorb the energy. Nala, on the other hand, is already awake, and she looks good. The reds in her fur have gotten brighter. It looks like the energy was beneficial for Nala. I will have to give her more later. That will have to wait until after we get back from exploring the jungle. For now, Lynn is taking out dishes and everyone digs in, except the babies who are still asleep, Silverstream and Silverleaf. Brightfire says they will be by later. They will take turns staying here with Milan and Mushu. Lynn says, should I leave the food pouch here for them, or are we taking it with us? We will take it with us. There is still food and supplies in the box for Milan and Mushu. We can't guarantee that we will be able to find food in the jungle. Brightfire says, how are we going to get there? I will fly over and then open a gate for you. I want to check on the core after I finish eating. Then I will leave. It should only take me an hour or so to fly over. Lynn says, all right, we will be ready. After that, I finish eating my breakfast and then make my way up to the bridge. I nod at Stillwater and then place my hand on the core. A warm energy welcomes me in response. I send a little bit of my pure mana into the core, which it absorbs. Then, I send my will into the core to scan the enchantments, looking for any problems. Both the core and the enchantments are all working properly, and I find no problems at all. The formations are also working properly and feeding a steady flow of mana to the growing spirit. Everything is working as planned, if not better, which makes me somewhat nervous. I have gotten used to things going wrong somehow and have come to expect it. Now, when nothing goes wrong, it makes me worried that something major is going to happen. However, I can't just sit around waiting for something to go wrong, so I have to ignore my nerves. Besides, Stillwater has a communication amulet, so if something does happen, he can call me. I can gate back to the ship pretty quick, as long as the situation in the jungle doesn't prevent me. After I take my hand off the core, I spend a few minutes talking to Stillwater. We go through the charts we have and discuss the route that the ship should take. There is only one port city before we enter the area that the pirates control. At the ship's new speed, it will take about a week to reach the area around the city. That is our time limit for exploring the jungle. But I think it will be enough. As I am looking at all the different charts, I have an idea about the map I bought. I take the map out and take a look at the enchantments that are on it currently. There is nothing like what I am thinking, and the map cannot hold any more enchantments. At least, not as it currently is, but if I were to merge the map into the table, I could add more. In fact, if the map becomes part of the table, which is part of the ship, I can do tons of things. The first step, merging the map with the table, turns out to be really simple. Next, I start working out an enchantment that will allow the map to be updated. Allowing it to be updated by hand is easy, but I want it to be able to absorb charts and other maps. As I am working on it, I also have another idea to add senses to the ship. I want the ship to not only be able to sense the surroundings, but update the map with them. After all, the maps and charts are made by humans. They can miss things and get things wrong. Not to mention that things can change, especially in a world with magic. If I do it right, the ship's spirit should be able to warn us of beast attacks as well. Trying to think of the best way to do it. I ask a sailor to go have Lynn come up to the bridge. Once she arrives, I pick her brain for spells, similar to what I am trying to accomplish. As usual, she provides me with a lot of valuable information and ideas. With Lynn's help, I am able to figure out the enchantments I need, and it doesn't take too long. I still have to experiment a little bit, but far less than I would have had to without her help. It is also useful since the same kind of enchantment should work on the food pouch. Once the enchantments are in place, I put one of the charts on the map to test it. The chart is absorbed by the map and the information from the chart appears on the map. Now that I know it works, the only thing left to do is to add senses to the ship. However, that will take a while, so I decide to do it when I get back from the jungle. It won't make much difference until the spirit is fully grown, so waiting won't hurt anything. I am sure that Brightfire is already impatient and will come looking for me if I delay anymore. So I say goodbye to Stillwater, leave the bridge, take off, and fly back towards the island. It takes me less than an hour to reach the island. Then a few minutes to spot the jungle. Then I land outside the jungle and open a gate for the others to come through. Chapter 904. Once everyone is through, I close the gate and then lead the way towards the jungle. The closer we get to it, the more out of place the jungle looks. It doesn't fit the surroundings. For starters, the foliage of the jungle has many strange and bright colors to it. The jungle also has steam rising from it that has created a low-hanging layer of clouds. The clouds then drop rain on the mountains on either side, so there are many streams flowing into the jungle. However, the jungle doesn't look swampy at all, at least from what we can see. For safety's sake, I decide to find a spot on the mountain to set up camp. So, we climb the side of the mountain until we are above the jungle and then find a flat spot. Brightfire brought a couple of big tents for us to use, although I can't fit into them. It is a good thing I can shapeshift or I would be sleeping outside in the rain. As it is, Nala and Albion are going to have to sleep in separate tents. One won't fit both of them. So Nala will sleep with Lynn and I, while Albion will share a tent with Brightfire. Once the tents are set up and Lynn has set some wards, we head down into the jungle. We follow along the side of one of the streams because the foliage is a bit thinner. It looks like the stream floods fairly frequently, so the smaller foliage gets washed away. Considering the constant rain, it probably floods any time a storm from outside hits the mountains. Luckily, I didn't see any storms when I was flying here, so we should be all right for the moment. It is also a good thing that the place we chose to camp isn't close to any streams. We don't need to worry about fresh water, so camping close to one isn't necessary. As soon as we truly enter into the jungle, the temperature jumps up by at least 20 degrees. Despite the rise in temperature, I feel a strange chill. It feels like someone ran an ice cube up my spine. Be on your guard. This place feels strange, Lynn says. I agree, the mana here feels sluggish. Brightfire says, did that plant just move? As I look over at where Brightfire is pointing, I see a bunch of vines flying towards us. Instinctively, I breathe out hard, and all of the vines get incinerated in midair. All the surrounding foliage seems to shrink back away from the flames of my breath. Brightfire says, what was that? I have no idea. Lynn says, it is a carnivorous plant, but I don't recognize the specific type. When the flames die away, the foliage instantly starts moving back towards us. Just as I am thinking about burning the entire jungle down, a bright light appears behind me. Instantly, smoke comes from the plants, and they let out high-pitched screams. The plants then rip themselves out of the ground and run away from the light. Instead of chasing them, I look behind me to see that the light is coming from Albion's horn. Some of the plants don't escape, but as they die, Albion's horn actually grows. This whole time, while his body has been growing, his horn has remained the same. Yet now, it is growing with the death of each plant. But I have no idea why. When the last of the plants is gone, the light fades away, leaving Albion looking exhausted. Considering the situation, we retreat to outside of the jungle to let Albion rest. If those plants are common, his ability will be extremely useful for exploring. Not to mention, it seems that he can become stronger by killing the plants. Since I haven't found any other way for him to get stronger, I don't want to pass up this chance. After all, who knows when I might come across something else that will allow him to grow. I am also curious what kind of abilities he will gain as he grows stronger. The only thing that worries me is that I wasn't able to spot the hostile plants. Even though I scanned with my mana, I couldn't tell the difference between them, meaning I have no way of finding them, or even knowing how many there are. For all I know, the entire jungle could be alive. It would explain a few things. Out of curiosity, I scan Albion, and I find out that his core has upgraded. He was already a sacred beast, but he hasn't been able to improve before this. That must be why his horn grew. It has to be related to his core upgrading. Unfortunately, that still doesn't tell me why killing the plants would improve his core. I also noticed that the rest of us didn't get any experience for the plants he killed. Any ideas? Brightfire says, I don't know what is going on. All I know is that this place feels unnatural. Lynn says, we don't have enough information for me to tell what is going on. Sorry. I guess we'll just have to find more information then. Albion seems to have recovered. Let's try again. This time, I lead the group towards the jungle further away from the stream. Since I can't detect the plants, I am focusing on watching for any movement. Of course, this is difficult because with the wind there is always something moving. However, a root ripping itself out of the ground to attack is still fairly obvious. Luckily, it is only one tree out of the many around us that attacks with its roots. As the roots attack, a mouth opens on the tree. It is big enough to swallow a human in one bite. This time, Albion's light is more directed, like a flashlight, and shines directly on the tree. It would seem that in addition to his light growing stronger, he also has better control. The tree that wanted to eat us is cut apart and burned by Albion's light. This time, as it dies, I notice something like black smoke being burned away by the light. There is other smoke from the tree burning, but this is different. It is hard to describe. For one thing, it doesn't go up like normal smoke, it lingers around the tree. It is hard to be sure, but I think I saw Albion's horn grow a tiny bit right when the smoke was destroyed. As soon as the tree is dead, Albion stops the light, but he doesn't look exhausted this time. None of the nearby plants reacted to the light, so I am guessing that they are normal. Once I am sure nothing else is going to attack us, I lead the way deeper into the jungle. I move slowly and carefully, keeping my senses at maximum to spot attacks. Thanks to that, I manage to spot the creature before it manages to ambush us. Chapter 905. The thing is the size of a tiger and has a similar body shape. But the similarities end there. Its body is covered in an armored exoskeleton like a bug, and it has a scorpion's tail. It is currently perched on a branch, and it seems to be waiting for us to get closer. Enemy? Ahead and above. Even as I speak, I am gathering a small amount of mana and converting it into lightning. At my warning, the others spread out, and a blue bubble forms around Lynn. Unfortunately, when I throw the lightning bolt at the beast, it manages to dodge it. The beast jumps down from the tree and turns into a blur as it circles past me and charges at Lynn. Luckily, Lynn's barrier turns solid and stops the beast's charge as well as the tail attack. As soon as the beast stops, Albion charges at it and tries to stab it with his horn. However, the beast is too fast and jumps back to avoid Albion's attack. As it is jumping backwards, there is a flash, and an arrow buries itself close to its shoulder. Then, as it lands, Nala barrels into it from the side, throwing it off balance. There is an awful screeching sound as Nala's claws scrape across the beast's exoskeleton. Before the beast can recover its balance, I arrive at its side and slam my paws down on it. One hits its head, pinning it to the ground, while the other hits its tail and grabs hold. Then, while it is pinned, I bring my head down and bite into the armor above its neck. Even my teeth have trouble getting through the armor. It is really tough. However, they penetrate enough to give me a really good grip, so I pull hard with my neck muscles. At the same time, I am pushing down with both paws and the exoskeleton starts to tear free. With a lot of effort, I manage to pull a large chunk of the exoskeleton off of its back. As soon as I do, Brightfire jumps onto its back and stabs her sword down into the exposed flesh. Almost instantly, Brightfire jumps away, leaving her sword there as Lynn casts a spell. Her spell summons a bolt of lightning from the sky which hits Brightfire's sword. The lightning flows through the sword into the beast and cooks it from the inside. 1 rank 5 Scorpitiger defeated. 15,000 XP gained. Brightfire says, "Nice shot. Good. My sword wasn't damaged." Lynn says, "That thing was tough. If we hadn't all worked together, it would have been impossible to kill." Brightfire says, "Not really. You have never seen Ash get serious. I am pretty sure he held back just so we had a chance to fight." Lynn says, "Is that true, Ash? Could you have killed it faster? If I was alone?" "Yes." Lynn says, "Why? Are we holding you back?" "No, but if I was alone, it would have come after me instead of you. Then I wouldn't have to chase it down." Lynn says, "But then it probably would have hit you." "That doesn't matter. I am tough enough to take a lot of hits. I also have regeneration and healing spells. It would probably take dozens of beasts to threaten me." Brightfire says, "Sadly, he isn't bragging. He really is that tough. His hide is almost as thick as his skull." Lynn laughs and says, "I will keep that in mind." While we have been talking, Nala has started eating the exposed part of the beast. She seems to be enjoying it, so I tear off a piece and try it for myself. It is a little tough, but the taste isn't bad, though not as good as the eels are. The exoskeleton has good defense, but it is really thick, making it hard to use. However, with Brightfire's help, I go ahead and break down the corpse. The crafters might be able to find a use for parts of it. If not, it isn't a loss to try. Once we are done dealing with the body, we continue deeper into the jungle. However, before we have gone far, I feel something strange with my mana. So I change directions and lead the others over to what I sense, which is a spring of black water. The spring has formed a small pool around it, but there is no stream leading away from it. The pool is also filled with black water, and the air around it seems cooler. However, Before we can investigate the pool or spring, the plants around it move to attack us. Albion immediately releases his light at full power, which covers all of the plants in the water. The plants start giving off smoke as they burn, but the water also starts smoking and bubbling. The plants die fairly quickly, but my attention is on the water, which is actually clearing up. When I look back to Albion, I can see that his horn has already doubled in size. It is still small compared to the size of his body, but it looks much better than before. When I think about the legends that I know concerning unicorns, it makes me wonder if the black smoke is corruption. In the legends, unicorns are able to cleanse corruption, but I never heard that they get stronger from it. However, I can't really think of any other explanations that make any sense. By the time I am done thinking about it, Albion has already stopped his light. The plants are all dead, and the spring and pool are now filled with crystal clear water. However, just as I am about to take a drink and see how it tastes, the spring turns black again. The spring is bubbling up from a crack in the rocks, meaning the source is underground. That should also mean that the source of the black smoke is underground as well. If we can find the source and let Albion cleanse it, then he should grow even stronger. So I start scanning the ground to see if there is a cave or something we can enter. Albion says, "Father?" Lynn says, "Wait, he can talk? He probably just gained the ability." As his horn grows, his core also seems to upgrade. Most higher-rank sacred creatures are able to speak. As I am explaining to Lynn, I walk over to hug and pet Albion, who looks a little confused. I am not a sacred creature anymore, but I still know enough to explain to Albion the changes he is going through. Luckily, Kachara has already conveyed a lot of this to him. He just has to calm down and remember it. Albion says, "I understand. Dad, I am hungry." "That is not surprising. You used a lot of energy." "All right, let's stop here for lunch. Just no one goes close to the spring." We move a bit away from the spring, and Lynn starts taking out food for everyone. While we are eating, I continue sending my mana into the ground looking for the source. Following the water down, I eventually find where the water becomes corrupted. Chapter 906. However, there is nothing there that explains the change in the water. So, I start looking around at that depth, and finally, I spot a cave filled with black smoke. Unfortunately, the cave doesn't have any tunnels leading away from it. The only way to get down to the cave is to dig my own tunnel, which will take a while. From what I can see with my mana, the cave is over 1,000 feet deep. Although, I could probably come up with a form that would make it easier. The source of the corruption seems to be in a cave deep in the ground. It would take quite a bit of time to dig down to it. So, do we spend the time or forget about it and move on? "I want everyone's opinion," Brightfire says. "How bad is your curiosity about the source of the corruption? How bad will it torment you if you don't get an answer?" "It is not too bad. No worse than some other things I have had to deal with." Lynn says, "If we can end the corruption, I think it is worth the time." Albion says, "I want to get stronger." Brightfire says, "Let's go ahead and do it then." "All right. We should clear out the surrounding area and then move our camp here." The others agree, and once we are done eating, we spiral out from the spring. We count on Albion to deal with the corrupted plants that we come across. We don't encounter anything other than the plants in the surrounding area. Once we have cleared a decent area around the spring, we head back to our camp. We encounter a few more plants on the way back, but Albion easily deals with them. If it wasn't for the fact that only Albion benefits from them, this would be a good hunting ground. I am still fine with hanging around for a while just to help him increase his rank. However, I would still prefer to help the others get stronger at the same time. Hopefully, after we cleanse the corruption, we will still have time to explore further. We reach our original campsite, pack up the tents, turn around, and head back. The way back to the spring is still clear, so we don't encounter anything. When we reach the spring, we set up camp again and then sit down to have dinner. "This is not a safe place. We are going to need to keep watch," Lynn says. "No need. I can set wards that will alert us and protect us if something attacks." "Will the plants trigger them?" Lynn says, "Anything that isn't one of us will trigger them." "Well, in that case, go ahead and set them up after you are done eating. Then I will open a soulscape, and after that we can get some sleep." Lynn finishes her food and then sets up the wards while the rest of us finish eating. Once she is done, I open a soulscape, invite everyone, and then let them play. While they are playing, I try to think of what form will work best for digging. I will need to dig a big enough tunnel for everyone to be able to walk through, especially Albion, since a horse can't really crawl. So the tunnel needs to be big enough for him. That means the form needs to be big and able to dig quickly through dirt and rock. My first thought is one of the worms from Tremors, but they can't dig through rock. The worms from Dune have the same problem. In fact, I can't think of anything that digs through rock. So, I need to make something up, but it needs to make sense or it won't work. A worm is probably the right choice. I just need to modify it to be able to eat rock. For that to work, it will need to be able to digest the rock and extract nutrients from it. That is a little far-fetched, but should be possible if it has earth magic. Then again, I could just try and turn into an earth elemental that can move the rock easily. Using magic to create a tunnel might be faster. At least as long as my mana lasts. I will try that first, and only if it isn't efficient, I will try making a worm form. Once I have a plan, I stop worrying and go join the others in playing with the kids. Albion is spending his time talking with Kachara and Asuna about being a sacred beast. The two of them are a good choice, since they are the oldest of my kids. It also helps that I already taught them pretty much everything I know about being a sacred beast. They both take their role as big sisters very seriously, and they are good at it. If the younger kids turn out well, most of the credit will go to the two of them. I am really proud of the two of them, and I make sure to tell them that. I also make sure that all of my kids know that I love them, just in case something happens to me. That way, I don't have to worry about them not knowing that they have a place where they belong. I am fairly confident at this point that if something happened to me, the kids would be able to stop the invasion. Or, at the very least, they would be able to give our side a fighting chance. If they can keep the tribes from splintering, then their odds would be pretty good. Hopefully, we will never need to find out. I don't want to leave them to deal with my responsibilities. It is bad enough that most of them will still be too young to understand me leaving after the war. At least if things keep going the way they are, they will have a mother figure or two. I am still nervous about how that is going to play out. I guess I will find out when we return to the ship. Seeing that the kids are getting tired, I chase everyone out and end the soulscape. When given a choice, Albion chooses to sleep in my tent, and Nala wants to sleep with Brightfire. In order for there to be enough room, I shapeshift into human form before entering the tent. Lynn and I wait for Albion to get comfortable before we lay down to the side. Lynn chooses to sleep on the outside, so I end up in the middle, but I don't mind. Albion falls asleep as soon as he is comfortable, but he did use a lot of energy today. I put my back against him and then pull Lynn into my arms and kiss her. We kiss for a while and then we get comfy. She falls asleep soon after that. Before I go to sleep, I send out my mana to check the surroundings and take a look at the wards. That is another spell I have no knowledge of, and it could come in handy at some point. However, it is hard to figure out from the finished product, so I will have to ask Lynn about it. Chapter 907. Once I check the area, I let myself fall asleep, but it doesn't last for long. I am woken up by a sound similar to a large bell ringing right beside my head. I quickly send out my mana, only to find another Scorpitiger at the edge of the camp. Lynn follows me as I get up, rush out of the tent, and drop my shapeshift. As soon as I am in normal form, I charge at the beast, and it charges at me as well. At the last second, it tries to go around me and go after Lynn. But I am ready this time. As it is passing me, I manage to grab a hold of its tail and yank it into the air. Another tug has it flying towards me, and I grab its head with my other paw. Lynn is casting a spell, but before she can finish it, I twist its head with all my strength. One rank 4 Scorpitiger defeated. 40,000 XP gained. As expected, the experience is much better when it isn't split between everyone. Hearing the loud crack of its neck, Lynn stops her spell and just looks at me. It is only now that Brightfire and Nala come out of their tent, but they just turn around and go back to bed. Lynn says Brightfire wasn't kidding when she said you were holding back. True, but I couldn't have done that if it went wider around me. It also helps that this time I knew how fast it was and could anticipate its movements. Lynn says, whatever. Let me recast the ward and we can go back to bed. Actually, Can you teach me about wards? Lynn says, I am too tired. Ask me in the morning. Okay. She casts the ward, and I pay attention to see the spell as it is being cast. Then I shapeshift back to human form and obediently follow her back to bed. Albion is still sound asleep, even the ward going off, and the fight didn't wake him up. Lynn falls back to sleep as soon as her head hits the pillow, and I am very careful not to disturb her. She doesn't seem to be someone who deals with being woken up well, which is good to know. Although, now that I think about it, it might also be because I ended the fight before she could help. I didn't even think of that. I just wanted to kill the beast before it reached her. Come to think of it, I know she has levels, but I never asked what level she is. For all I know, she is higher level than me and doesn't need me to protect her. I will have to ask her in the morning and apologize for assuming that I needed to protect her. I also don't know how old she is, but there is no way I am going to ask her that. Women have strange reactions when their age is mentioned, and I would rather avoid that. These thoughts fade as I fall back asleep, and this time I get to sleep until morning. Luckily, it is Albion getting up that wakes Lynn and not me, but even so, she seems to be in a better mood. We wake Brightfire and Nala, then everyone has breakfast together. Only after everyone is done. Eating do I ask Lynn about wards, and this time she teaches me. The spell itself is simple, but the trigger for the spell is the complex part. It is similar to what I did for the wands I made, just more complicated, but I still learn it fairly easily. Brightfire says, So, what is the plan now? Are we going to be digging all day? Well, I am. I was thinking the four of you could explore. As long as you work together, you should be able to handle it. Lynn says, It might be difficult without you to physically restrain the beasts. Brightfire says, I agree. I am better as an archer than as a fighter. Give me a minute. I grab my communication amulet, Bones. Bones says, Yes, Master. How are you doing? Bones says, I am having some problems. Oh, what is going on? Bones says, I have killed a lot of undead, but lately something weird has been happening. Weird? What is it? Bones says. Lately I have been hearing whispering all the time. It keeps telling me to do things. Is it a female voice? Bones says, Yes, Master. Then it is probably the Maker. You have absorbed too much of her energy. I am going to summon you here. Distance should help, and there is some fighting for you to do. Bones says, Okay, Master. Unsummon Bones. Summon Bones. Bones appears and everyone jumps away thinking he is an enemy, but I quickly explain. Then I introduce him to everyone and explain that he will be their physical attacker. This way they can go exploring while I am working on the tunnel instead of just sitting around. Bones? Is the voice gone? Bones says not quite, but it is much quieter. I will see about finding you some normal undead to kill later. That should reduce the effects of her energy. Lynn says, What is going on? Since she asked, I tell Lynn all about the Maker and how her energy works. I am honest about things and tell her that I am the one who freed the Maker. I also admit to setting her loose on the Elven Island to keep the humans busy. Lynn says, I really hope they are able to keep her from reaching the continent. They should be able to. Bones and I have killed a lot of her undead and stolen a lot of energy from her. Besides, they have an avatar there. If they are losing, the gods should get involved. Lynn says, I wouldn't bet on that. In all the history I have studied, the gods have never gotten involved directly, except for fighting each other, of course. This is different. Not only can the Maker kill all of their followers, but she has a good chance to become a goddess if they don't stop her. They will act because it is in their own self-interest to do so. Lynn says, That could be true. I still don't think it was worth the risk. Brightfire says, Yes, it was one of Ash's crazier ideas. Hey, it worked. I was able to finish the ship without the humans attacking the elves. Lynn says, Yes, but at what cost? That remains to be seen, but it will be paid by the humans. Lynn says, Don't forget that I am a human. I haven't forgotten. You are not the only human I care about. However, I don't care about the majority of humans. Lynn says, I am sad to hear that, but I don't really blame you. Not all humans are bad, but those that make us all look bad. Brightfire says, to be honest, I have a hard time not hating all humans. I wasn't enslaved, but a lot of my friends were. Others were just killed because they wouldn't be worth enough as slaves. Chapter 908. Lynn says, I know. I have heard such stories and worse from others. The saddest thing is that humans will enslave other humans. The people that would do such things shouldn't even be considered human. I would happily kill them on sight. I agree with everything you said. I constantly have to remind myself that not all humans are bad. Some are innocent. To be honest, I hated most of the human race, even when I was one. In my world, there were no other races, so the humans only had other humans to commit atrocities on. That never stopped them. In fact, they came up with worse things than slavery. Things you don't even have words for, Lynn says. Are you saying there is no hope for us? No, I am not. Humans are also capable of great good. They are capable of both extremes, good and evil. Both the truly good and truly evil are fairly rare. Unfortunately, the greedy ones are far more common. They will do horrible things just for money. The slavers are a good example of this type. Brightfire says, I am confused. Are you saying that I should hate all humans or not? You should not hate all humans and neither should I. Not all humans are bad. In fact, not even the majority are bad. It is just that those that are good or neutral are less likely to travel. They stay home and take care of their families. Brightfire says, I guess that is true. Lynn is proof that there are good ones, but she is the only one I have met. Lynn says, thank you. When we reach the peninsula, I will introduce you to other good ones. However, right now, we have work we should be doing. You guys need to explore, and I need to start digging. Brightfire and Lynn say, all right. The girls join Bones and the kids and spend a few minutes figuring out how they should work together. Meanwhile, I start thinking about what I want my elemental form to look like. Since it is an earth elemental, I picture it as a humanoid made of rock. Formatted, elemental, earth. When I shapeshift, the others all turn to look at me with various expressions on their faces. What surprises me is that as soon as I shapeshift, all my pure mana gets converted to earth mana. While it doesn't bother me, I just wasn't expecting a shapeshift to affect my mana. That means that while I am in this form, I won't be able to use anything other than earth spells. On the other hand, my earth spells should be way more effective than normal. Since that is how I am planning to dig, it should end up being a good thing. However, I realize that my thoughts have slowed down. The others have already left. Even though I didn't think much, the others had time to leave while I was lost in thought. It takes me a couple of minutes to decide to walk away from the spring. I need enough distance from the spring to create an angled tunnel down to the cave. Otherwise, I would have to spiral down, which would be far harder to do. The ground shakes with each step I take, but this form moves really slowly. It takes me a full minute just to leave the camp and walk past the spring. It takes me another 10 minutes to move far enough away from the spring to start digging. However, when I go to start digging, I find that the dirt moves on its own. It is like the dirt hears my will and moves the way I want it to without me using any mana. This allows me to easily get the tunnel started. But when I hit rock, I find it doesn't move. So, I start using my mana to break up the rock and then move it by hand. It isn't very fast, but I am making progress, and it is faster than it would be in my normal form. Still, at this rate, it is going to take days for the tunnel to reach the cave. However, at the moment I can't think of a better way to dig the tunnel. I completely lose myself in my work, and I don't notice the passing of time. It is like my brain just shuts down until suddenly I get hit by a water spell. When I stop working and look around, I find Lynn standing there with a worried look on her face. I try to ask her what she is worried about, but I find I can't speak in this form. So, I drop my shapeshift, and as soon as I do, I realize that it is nighttime. The tunnel is about 20 feet long, but I should still be able to see light from outside. Lynn, what is up? Lynn says. I was trying to get your attention for over 10 minutes. Oh, sorry. I was lost in my work. Lynn says. That is obvious. Come on, it is time for dinner. Okay. As I follow Lynn, I feel like I have just woken up from a long sleep, and my mind feels fuzzy. While the elemental form is good for working on the tunnel, I don't like its other effects. The entire day passed, and I was completely unaware of it. That is dangerous. The worst part is that if the others had called for help, I probably wouldn't have noticed. If that had happened, I would have regretted it for the rest of my life. Luckily, it didn't, but that doesn't mean that I want to risk it a second time. That means that before tomorrow morning, I need to think of another way to work on the tunnel. When we reach the camp, everyone else is already gathered around a fire. As soon as I join them, Lynn starts handing out dinner to everyone. However, when she gets to Bones, she looks confused, but Bones just waves her off. Everyone else is eating like they are starving, but I don't feel very hungry. Albion is probably the worst. He is on his third serving before anyone else finishes their first. How did the exploring go? Brightfire says, it went pretty good. Albion killed a whole bunch of plants, and we killed 3 more of those catbug things. Did you have any problems with them? Lynn says no. Bones did a great job of keeping them controlled. Good. Did you bring back the corpses? Brightfire says, sure did. I broke them down just like you taught me. I even broke down the one you killed last night and left lying there. Oh, right? I forgot about it. So, we should have a total of 5 bodies. Give me the bones from the 4 you have, please. Brightfire says, sure. What are you going to use them for? I am going to remove the essence from them and give it to Bones. It allows him to grow stronger. Lynn says, you can remove the essence from the bones? Isn't that necromancy? Which reminds me, how come you have a skeletal knight? Chapter 909. Since I want her advice about freeing him anyway, I tell Lynn the story of Bones' origin. As I am telling the story, Bones keeps making sarcastic comments about me. I don't mind since he keeps making Lynn and Brightfire laugh with his comments. Besides, the things he is saying are true. Back then, I had no idea what I was doing. Sometimes it surprises me that I survived some of the mistakes I made back then. As I am telling the story, I take the essence out of all of the bones and then feed it to Bones. Lynn says normally, you would just destroy the contract to free a summon. I don't know how you would do that when it has become a part of your soul. At least, not without killing yourself. I have survived damaging my soul before. If that is what it takes, then I will survive it again. Lynn says, why is freeing him so important to you? Because it is what he wants. I created him with that ritual, so it is my responsibility. Lynn says, well, I can teach you how contract spells normally work, but I don't know if it will help. Thank you. It might help. It is worth a shot. Everyone has finished eating by the time Lynn is done telling me everything she knows about contracts. Not much of it applies to my situation, but it is still good information to know. If I had known this earlier, it would have been much easier to transfer Ruby to Isabella. It is only now that I have this information that I realize just how unique the spell to make Bones was. However, that also means it is likely to be much more difficult to break it and free Bones. At least now I have a few ideas that I can look into and experiment with. The one that is most likely to work will involve me separating a piece of my soul. That is something that I will need to discuss with Saronia before I try it. That is going to be my last resort. I will try everything else I even think of before harming my soul. Besides, Saronia isn't about to give me permission if I haven't exhausted the other options. If I don't have her help with this, the odds of it working drop considerably. My skills when it comes to dealing with souls can't ever hope to match up to hers. Lynn says, hey, are you coming to bed? Oh no, you go ahead. I will meditate for a bit, then work on the tunnel some more. Lynn says, all right. I will come get you for breakfast. Okay, thank you, Brightfire Nala. And Albion apparently already went to bed while I was lost in thought. Lynn hugs my neck, since it would be hard to kiss me in this form, and then goes to bed. After she is inside the tent, I close my eyes and enter into my meditation room. My plan was to take a look at my soul and the binding I have to Bones. However, I notice a problem. My mana did not return to normal. It is still Earth mana. It looks like this is another side effect of using the Earth Elemental form. Converting the Earth mana back into pure mana is simple, but would take some time. Instead, I end my meditation, head back to the tunnel, and start digging again. I use the Earth mana to break up the rocks and then use my claws to dig them out. It is a little slower than using the elemental form, but my mind doesn't shut down this way until I can think of a better way. This is going to be how I dig the tunnel. It is a few hours before dawn when I use up the last of the earth mana. I clear out the rubble from the tunnel and then sit down outside to meditate. My mana is mostly full when Lynn shows up to fetch me for breakfast. When I see her, I shapeshift into human form and give her a good morning kiss. Then I put my arm around her shoulders and walk back to the camp with her. We sit next to each other throughout breakfast, and then she leaves with the others. They are going to continue exploring while I go back to the tunnel and resume digging. I use my pure mana to break up the rocks, but it isn't as effective as earth mana. However, I would rather dig a little slower than lose my mind using the elemental form. Besides, when I am dealing with materials other than rock, pure mana is more effective. Like when I hit a patch of dirt, a single water spell gets rid of it instantly. When I hit clay, I use fire to dry it out, and then it crumbles with a single punch. It is also much easier to clear the rubble out of the tunnel by using wind spells. A few hours after noon, I run out of mana and stop to meditate again. While I am waiting for my mana to recharge, I take the time to carefully examine my soul. A normal soul appears as a ball of glowing white light, and it should be perfectly smooth. Mine isn't smooth anymore. There are scars from where I repaired it previously. However, they are just cosmetic as far as I can tell. My soul functions perfectly. Finding the connection to bones is easy since I have looked at it before. The connection is about halfway from the outside to the core of my soul. It would be easier to remove if it was on the surface of my soul, but it is still possible. However, if it was closer to the core, it would be impossible to remove without doing permanent damage. I don't plan to try and remove it at this time. I just need to try a few things. The first thing I do is to see if I can make the connection move around at all. However, no matter what I try, I am unable to get the connection to move. By the time I run out of ideas and give up, my mana pool is already full. I end my meditation, but I just sit there and try to think of some option that I missed. From what I know about souls, I should be able to make the connection move closer to the surface. Saronia, do you have a minute? Saronia says, sure, what is up? First, I explain to her about my connection to bones and why I need to remove it. I have discussed it a little with her before, but now I give her all of the details. Then I tell her everything I have tried to move it to the surface so it can be removed easier. So, am I wrong about being able to move it? Or did I miss something? Saronia says, you are right that it can be moved, but you are going about it the wrong way. You can't move it from within your soul. You need to grasp the cord leaving your soul to connect to bones. Then, with slow and steady pressure on the cord, you should be able to move it. Chapter 910. Why didn't I think of that? Thank you, Saronia. Any advice for severing it from my soul? Saronia says yes. Don't. Do you have another option I can try? Saronia says. Number, you don't have the skills to cut into your own soul? When you are ready to do it, call me. I will remove it myself. All right. Thank you again. How hard is it going to be to move the connection? Saronia says. It isn't hard, but it is time-consuming. You can only move it a little bit at a time, and you need to let it rest between each time you move it. How much rest? Saronia says. At least a day, preferably 2. Okay, I understand. Saronia's presence fades away just as I spot Lynn walking over to fetch me for dinner. As we are eating dinner, I notice that Albion is once again eating way more than anyone else. Now that he is using his powers more, his body needs more nutrition to recover. Lynn, let me see the food pouch, please, Lynn says. Sure. What is up? Still hungry? No. I want to improve the enchantments on it. Lynn says, wait, didn't you tell me the goddesses made this? No way. You can't mess with divine enchantments. Sure I can. I just have to use divine energy to do it. Relax. The goddesses gave me permission to do this, Lynn says. How do you have divine energy? Oh, didn't I tell you? I am the goddess's champion and crusader. Of course, that isn't enough to satisfy her, but she does hand over the food pouch. So, as I start looking at the enchantments, I tell her how I became the champion of the goddesses. The pouch still has room for enchantments, but it will need more energy to do what I want. Lynn, Brightfire, do either of you know how to sew? Brightfire says, no, I don't. Lynn says I do. What do you need? If I give you some thread, could you stitch the formation we used on the ship on the outside of the pouch? Lynn says I should be able to, but it would be really small. The pouch isn't big enough for more than that. That is fine. It doesn't need much mana. Lynn says, all right. I will need thread and also a needle. I didn't bring any sewing supplies with me. No problem. After taking some of the mana-rich silver out of my pouch, I shape part of it into a set of needles. Since silver is a softer metal, I put a single enchantment on them so they keep their form. Then, I turn the remainder of the silver into a super thin thread and hand everything to Lynn. Lynn says, does it matter where it is? It should be on the outside. Otherwise, it will steal your mana when you are carrying it. Lynn says, good point. Can I ask, why all this effort? First of all, I am making it so that we can put food into the pouch and have it learn the recipe. The mana gathering is so that it can produce food with more energy in it. That way Albion won't need to eat 6 servings. It should also benefit the rest of us. Brightfire says, how so? The pouch currently can only match the flavors and the bare minimum nutrition. After I am done, it should be able to duplicate the meal fully, meaning beast meat created by the pouch will be as nutritious as the real thing, or close enough anyway. Brightfire says, does that mean you can make more food pouches? Not really. This was made by the goddesses from materials I can't identify. If I made one, it would be a pale imitation if it even worked at all. Brightfire says, that is too bad. The food pouch is really handy. Serve the goddesses well and then ask for one. Chances are they will make you one too. Brightfire says, I doubt that the goddesses will ever like me as much as they like you. It is not about them liking you or not. They reward services rendered. Just pray from time to time and ask if there is anything you can do for them. Brightfire says, I will keep that in mind. Lynn says, so will I. There probably won't be much to do while we are on the ship, but when we reach the peninsula, there will be plenty to do. Lynn says, do you really think so? How sure are you that this is okay? Well, one of the goddesses was watching and didn't yell at me, so I am pretty sure. Brightfire says, one of the goddesses is watching now. Why? They take turns checking on me to make sure I am not doing anything crazy. Lynn says, have you done enough crazy things that they need to watch you all the time? Brightfire says, yes. Releasing the Maker and setting her against the humans are just 2 of his many crazy ideas. Some of my ideas may be a little crazy, but they tend to work. Brightfire says, true, but that isn't very reassuring. Lynn says, Ash, do you really do that many crazy things? It isn't that I am crazy. I just really want to get stronger, and the best way to do that is to take risks. Most of my crazy ideas only endanger myself. Brightfire says, that is true. Well, mostly. Lynn says, the formation is done. Does it need anything else? Nope. The rest is all enchantments. Lynn says, if we are exploring again tomorrow, we should all get some sleep. Brightfire says, you are right. We can talk while we explore tomorrow, and I will tell you everything I know, Lynn says. Sounds good. Instead of arguing, I just tell them to sleep well and start working on the pouch. It takes a while, but I eventually get the enchantments the way I want them. Then I put the pouch in the tent with Lynn without waking her up and head back to the tunnel. As soon as I reach the tunnel, I go down and start using my mana to break up the rocks again. This time, I use more mana to break up the rocks deeper, so I don't have to stop as often. I didn't do this earlier, because I was worried about causing a cave-in when the tunnel was still close to the surface. Now that it is deeper, I am not as worried, especially since I can reinforce the tunnel as I go. Every once in a while, I scan for the cave to make sure I am still on target. If I keep going at this rate, another day or 2 will see the tunnel reach the cave. At that point, we will only have a day or so left before we need to return to the ship. I am just hoping that whatever is in the cave is worth all of this effort. Of course, if it helps Albion become stronger, then that will be worth it. All my other kids can grow stronger on their own. Albion is the only one I can't really help. So, I want him to get as strong as possible before we have to leave the island. Luckily, exploring the jungle while I am digging is already helping him get stronger. Chapter 9:11. Although, if this cave turns out to be nothing, I will be upset for wasting my time. especially since I could have been out exploring with the others and satisfying my curiosity. Hopefully, the girls will be able to figure out the secrets of the jungle for me. Otherwise, this is going to be another unsatisfied curiosity that will bug me for the rest of my life. There are already a few of those, so I can live with another one if I have to. Luckily, as my willpower goes up, they become easier to ignore, or they might drive me insane. It is a fact that my outrageous stats have saved me in multiple situations. However, the increased mental strength might just be the most important of all. Without it, several of the situations that I have ended up in would have broken me. True, I got myself into most of those situations, but I also knew I could count on my stats. Now, because of how strong my new body is, I don't have to depend on my stats as much. However, they still help me in a lot of situations. Like right now with breaking up the rocks, I could probably dig the tunnel without using my mana, but it would take much longer. Not only do I not have the time for that, but I also don't have the patience. In fact, I don't even really have the patience for this method. I just can't think of a better one. Although, I do increase my speed when I realize that I don't have to worry about a cave-in. After all, the earth elemental doesn't need to breathe. So if there is a cave-in, I just need to shapeshift. As long as I don't stay in the form for too long, I should be able to deal with the side effects. Then I realize there is a faster way to shatter the rock using some water mana. Once the rock is cracked, I shove water into the cracks and then freeze it. The first time I try it, an entire 10-foot section of the tunnel shatters into tiny pieces. Then all I have to do is clean up the rubble and move to the next section. This is much faster, but it uses quite a bit more mana, so I am not sure it is better. However, even with the time needed to meditate, this method proves to be a bit faster. It also doesn't hurt as much because, after a while, even my fists get hurt punching rocks. My regeneration takes care of the damage, but I still feel the reduced pain. I don't even want to think how much it would hurt without my pain reduction skill. When I stop to meditate and recover my mana, I try the method Saronia told me to use. It does work, but moving the connection is even slower than I had feared. By the time I have refilled my mana, I have only moved it about a half an inch. With just that little bit of movement, it is already starting to hurt, so I stop. Normally, I would push things, but since this concerns my soul, I am going to do exactly as Saronia said. I will try moving it some more after 2 days of rest. After all, I don't need to rush. In fact, I am a little worried that if I free Bones too soon, he might fall under the Maker's control. The fact that he can still hear her even though we are so far away is the reason I am worried. Bones getting controlled would be a really bad thing. I don't want to have to kill him. Not that killing Bones would be easy, but I am pretty confident I could do it. I really don't want to find out, though, especially if all I need to do is be patient. So, for once, I am going to do exactly what I was told to do, even though it feels wrong. Since I can't do anything more right now, I turn my focus back to digging the tunnel. Now that I have a bit of practice using the water method, I am able to go even faster. At my current rate of speed, I should reach the cave before tomorrow night. Well, it is past midnight now, so I should say that by tonight, as long as nothing goes wrong, the tunnel is now deep enough that no light comes in from outside, so it is a complete surprise when Lynn shows up. She is here to tell me it is time for breakfast, so I quickly finish the segment I am currently working on. After I clean up the rubble, I follow Lynn outside, and then dump all the rubble from my ring. There is already a small hill made from all the rubble I have removed from the tunnel. Once that is done, I shapeshift to human form and cuddle with Lynn on the walk back to camp. I should be able to finish the tunnel by tonight, so you guys have one more day of exploring. Then tomorrow morning we will go into the cave and see what is in there. What we do after that will depend on what we find inside. Lynn says, "All right. Sounds good. We are returning to the ship the day after tomorrow then. That morning I will check in with Stillwater. If they haven't arrived yet, we will stay a little longer," Lynn says. "Sounds like a plan. Now, let's eat." Lynn hands out the food, and almost immediately everyone is commenting on it. The improvements to the enchantments are working, and while the taste hasn't changed, the food is richer. That means it takes less food to fill everyone up, and it provides more energy. It might not be quite as good as the real thing, but it is close enough not to matter. After all, the convenience of pulling it out of the pouch compared to having to cook is obvious. Not to mention, none of us is that good of a cook as far as I know. Once everyone is finished eating, I send them off to explore and head back to the tunnel. My mana wasn't empty when Lynn came to get me, and I recovered some while I was eating. Thanks to that, I am able to do another dozen sections before I need to recover my mana. I am not doing the sections any faster now, but each section I do is a bit bigger. Originally, each section was about 8 feet. Now I am almost at 12 feet per section. Before this, I hadn't played around much with earth or water spells, so this is good practice. Just because I get bonuses to fire, wind, and lightning spells doesn't mean I should ignore the other elements. In fact, not being practiced with the other elements could hurt me in the future. I will need to keep that in mind from now on and take the time to practice. When I run out of mana, I stop and meditate to recover. Then I go straight back to work. By the time Lynn shows up to invite me to dinner, I am almost done. So I ask her to wait. While she watches, I finish this segment and do one more before cleaning up the rubble. Chapter 9:12. Lynn says, "Done now?" Yeah, there is only about a foot left before I break into the cave. Lynn says, "Does that mean you can relax and actually get some sleep?" Yes, it does, Lynn says. That is good. You push yourself too hard. I just do what is necessary. Let's go. I am hungry. Lynn looks like she wants to say more, but in the end she just turns and leads the way. The tunnel is dark, but my vision is good enough that I can enjoy the view as I follow her. When we exit the tunnel, I dump the rubble on the hill and then walk back to camp with Lynn. Lynn says, Albion has gained a new power. Or maybe it is a power he just hasn't used before. Oh, what happened? Lynn says. Brightfire got overconfident and got stung by one of the tiger bug things. Albion was not only able to cure the poison, but he healed the wound as well. That is great. I was worried that you guys didn't have a healer with you if something went wrong. I am glad that he is getting stronger. Lynn says, so am I. Aren't you going to ask how Brightfire is? You already told me her wound was healed. If she was in danger, you wouldn't have waited until now. You would have come for me much earlier. Lynn says, you should still ask about her well-being. It is just polite. We will be at the camp in a minute. Can't I just see for myself when we get there? Besides, asking her directly is more polite. Lynn doesn't seem to have an answer for that, but she laughs when I stick my tongue out at her. However, she doesn't get a chance to say anything else because we have reached the camp. Brightfire is sitting by the fire and doesn't even look up when we arrive. As I sit down, I quietly ask if she is okay, but she only nods a little without looking at me. I am guessing that she realizes that she made a mistake and doesn't want to talk about it. However, Lynn gives me a look and motions with her head towards Brightfire. You just made a small mistake. Everyone makes mistakes. Learn from it and don't repeat it. Brightfire says, I know. Lynn says, okay, let's eat. Albion, you did great. Albion says, thank you, Father. Lynn hands out the food, and as Albion starts eating, I can see that his horn has grown again. When we first came here, it was a little under 2 inches long. Now it is over 8 inches. If nothing else, this trip to the jungle has already been very beneficial for Albion. That should mean that his ability to handle corruption has improved, which could be very important tomorrow. As I eat, I can't help but try to guess what we will find inside the cave when we open it. My curiosity is at the peak, and I can hardly wait until tomorrow to satisfy it. I am tempted to suggest we go look after dinner, but I doubt the others would agree. They spent the day exploring and fighting, so they are tired and want to rest. I am just going to have to deal with my curiosity for now and wait for the morning. After everyone is done eating, I shapeshift to human form and follow Lynn and Albion into our tent. Albion falls asleep quickly, but Lynn stays awake for a while and helps distract me. Only after she falls asleep do I try to make myself sleep, but it doesn't work. Despite staying up and only meditating for the last couple of days, I am not sleepy. My curiosity is tormenting me too much to allow me to sleep, so I just lay there. In the end, I end up laying there unable to fall asleep until the morning. When Lynn and Albion show signs of waking up, I close my eyes and pretend to be asleep. Otherwise, Lynn will worry about me and might not want to go to the cave right away. Besides, letting Lynn wake me up is a pleasant experience that I don't want to miss. Once everyone is awake, we eat a quick breakfast, and then we finally head to the tunnel. As we move down and the light fades, Albion's horn starts glowing to provide light. The light his horn gives off is brighter than a torch and allows everyone to see clearly. Bones and I have no problems with the darkness, but everyone else needs some light. When we reach the end of the tunnel, I have Albion stand next to me with everyone else behind us. Then I smash the foot of rock that is left between us and the inside of the cave. As soon as the rock crumbles, a wall of black smoke starts flowing into the tunnel. However, as the smoke hits the light from Albion's horn, it burns away. The more of the black smoke that burns away, the brighter the light from Albion gets. For the next 20 minutes, the rest of us just stand and watch the battle between the smoke and the light. The question is whether the smoke will run out first, or if Albion will be exhausted first. Luckily, it is the beginning of the day and Albion is completely fresh. Finally, the smoke starts to thin out, and only a few minutes later, we can see into the cave. Other than the corpse in the middle of the room, the cave is completely empty. However, the corpse is more than enough to grab everyone's attention. The corpse looks to be between 7 and 8 feet tall and is covered in black armor. There is a symbol on the chest of the armor that is continuously emitting black smoke. Luckily, Albion's light is still going, so the smoke burns off as soon as it appears. What skin is exposed by the armor is gray and dried out so that it looks like a mummy. Before I let anyone go near it, I scan with my mana and check for undead energy. There is energy present in the corpse, but it is not undead energy. It is something else. In fact, the closest energy I have come across would be Krenosha's energy. It has a taste of the divine in it, but it is also the energy of death and corruption. What is even more surprising is that while that energy is what is causing the corruption, that isn't its purpose. The smoke is actually just a side effect. The purpose of the energy is suppression. It takes me a minute to burrow through the energy to finally see what it is suppressing. Under all that energy is a small spark of life energy, but it is surprisingly strong. That should mean that this corpse isn't actually a corpse. It is still alive. It is just in a sealed state, and probably has been for an unimaginably long time. I use my mana to carefully remove the helmet so that I can see the body's face. Chapter 9, 13. The face tells me 2 things at a glance. This body is male and is definitely not human. The eyes are twice the size of a human's. The nose is just a pair of slits. There is no hair anywhere, and the teeth are sharp. Overall, it looks like a primitive and violent species. At least from what is left. The eyes are gone, long since dried up, and I am judging based on the eye sockets. The teeth are overly prominent, but that is because the lips have also dried up. Considering the state of the body, it is too early to make any judgments. Lynn says, "It sure is ugly. What now?" "I am not sure, Krenosha. If you are free, could you send an avatar here?" Krenosha says. "All right. Give me a minute." All of us just continue to stare at the body as we wait for Krenosha to show up. Out of curiosity, I try to take a look at the armor, but it comes up as all question marks. That means it is made from a material that is too powerful for me to identify. Krenosha says, "All right. What is going on? Where are we?" "Ash, you really invite me to some interesting places. We are in a cave under a jungle on an island to the north of the main continent. You should already know that. Haven't you been watching me?" Krenosha says, "Not recently. It is my sister's turn right now. So, what do you need me for?" Instead of answering, I just point at the body and wait while Krenosha takes a look at it. At first, she just glances at it and turns back to me. But then her head snaps around to face it. She then stares at the body intently as she moves closer while muttering to herself. "So now, do you see why I called you?" Krenosha says yes, but I think you are going to be disappointed. "Why do you say that?" Krenosha says because I do not recognize this race, nor do I recognize the energy that is suppressing it. That is fine. I wasn't expecting specifics. "What can you tell me?" Krenosha says. "Well, the energy is definitely from a god, but one I don't know. The god is definitely evil, and is focused on the nastier aspects of death like corpses and decomposition. The armor it is wearing was made by a god, so he was probably someone's champion. All right. Anything else? Like the corruption?" Krenosha says, "The corruption is just a byproduct of the energy trying to break down his body. The fact that the body is still alive means he is probably an immortal." "You mean he is a deity?" Krenosha says, "No, he is not a god. I would be able to tell. There are other beings who can be immortal, such as demigods. Strong enough gods can bestow immortality. He might have been a mortal who received such a reward. So, if we unseal him, the corruption will stop. Do you think we should unseal him? Krenosha says, No. Why do you always want to unseal things? Why can't you just leave things alone? 2 reasons. 1, because I am curious about him. 2, because I want to put a stop to the corruption. Krenosha says, You can stop the corruption by just destroying the body. That would be much, much safer. But that wouldn't satisfy my curiosity, Chronosia says. Why couldn't I have found something besides a cat to put you in? Maybe it was the only thing that would truly suit me? Chronosia says, You realize that this is not something I can help you with. If he is hostile, you will have to fight him on your own. I am aware of that, but I do have a question. Is there a method to kill an immortal? Chronosia says, Normally, no, but you might be able to. If you can destroy his body completely and then absorb his life spark, it should truly kill him. How do you plan to deal with the seal? I was planning to let Albion purify the energy that is sealing him. Not only will it remove the seal, but Albion will get stronger, Chronosia says. All right, I won't try to stop you. I will be watching and will offer advice if needed, but that is all I can do. Thank you, I appreciate it. We will be careful, Chronosia says. Just keep in mind that you aren't alone anymore. Their lives depend on you now. I know, that isn't something that I can forget. Chronosia smiles at everyone and disappears, but I can feel her and Saronia both watching. I have everyone spread out and get ready. Then I tell Albion to try to cleanse the energy. He lowers his horn until it touches the symbol on the chest of the body's armor. When his horn makes contact with the symbol, the light flashes blindingly and then goes dark. I quickly create a few hovering flames to provide light for everyone else. Albion looks all right, just exhausted. But there is still smoke coming from the symbol. The amount of smoke has decreased, but when I scan the body, I find that only about 20% of the energy was removed. That means that Albion probably needs to do this at least 4 more times. However, he obviously needs to rest and recover before he can do it again. His horn, on the other hand, has grown about an inch, and when I scan him, I find that he is already rank 7. He could reach rank 10 or close to it by the time he has cleansed all of the energy. That would make him the highest ranked out of all the kids. Even Kachara is only rank 9. At least she was the last time I checked. It is possible that she has ranked up since then. I really should find some time to focus on ranking up so I can figure out what comes next. That way I should be able to help all of my kids become even stronger. Albion says, Food, please. Lynn says, Oh, of course. Here you go. Brightfire says, Does this mean that it didn't work? No, it worked. It is just that it only removed around 20% of the energy. It will take a few more times to completely remove it. That isn't too surprising after all. The seal was made by a god. Brightfire says, Are we just going to sit here and wait? Yes? I don't plan to leave Albion alone down here, and you can't explore the jungle without having him along to deal with the plants. Brightfire says, All right, I was just asking. She then convinces Nala to lay down so that she can sit and use Nala as a backrest. Nala is fine with it since she gets pets and scratches in return, which she will never turn down. Our only choice at this point is to sit around and wait for Albion to recover. Chapter 9:14. After Albion eats and then rests for an hour, he tells me that he is ready to try again. There isn't much chance of anything happening. But just in case, I have everyone get ready. When everyone is in position and ready, I tell Albion to go ahead. When his horn touches the symbol this time, the flash of light is even brighter than last time. Luckily, I was ready for it and had my eyes closed so that I am not blinded. Even though my eyes are closed, I am watching through my mana just in case. More of the energy gets cleansed this time, around 30% or so from the looks of it. The current energy is about half of what it was in the beginning, but it is hard to be sure. That is because as energy is removed, the energy that remains moves around. With the suppressing energy being removed, the life spark is showing signs of fighting back. It has already pushed the suppressing energy back a bit and is continuing to fight. There are no changes in the condition of the body, but it is only a matter of time. Albion's horn has grown over an inch this time, but Albion is exhausted again. He looks worse this time. It will probably take longer for him to recover. That is all right, though, since the alternative is me doing something dangerous. I already had the idea of using Absorb to take away some of the energy, but that is risky. Who knows what that energy might change me into? I don't want to risk it. I am actually perfectly content with the path I am currently on, and I won't be absorbing things randomly anymore. Of course, that does not apply to anything with fire or lightning properties. I will probably absorb something with wind if I happen to find it, but not earth or water. While it would be nice to have the other elements, I can't be sure that they won't change me. I have gone through enough random changes. I don't want to do that again. What I want to do is evolve into an actual drake, and then maybe even a dragon. Although I doubt I will have enough time to do that, it is still something I plan to try for. I am hoping that if I can manage to evolve into a drake, that I will be powerful enough to extend my life. I have never been happy with having a time limit in this world, and I don't plan to give up without a fight. However, I don't blame the goddesses. In fact, I am grateful that they brought me to this world. Lynn says, since we have nothing else to do, how about we have lunch? Sure, sounds good. While we eat, I talk to Lynn about her progress and give her some more instruction. Despite not having very much free time, she is making decent progress. She is already able to use a few small spells using pure mana. Now she just needs practice. Once she manages to convert all of her spells to my style of casting, she will be better at it than I am. It looks like she really was born with a natural gift for magic. Lucky girl. Without that, I doubt that she would be able to learn my style of using mana. Given some more time to develop, I fully expect Lynn to be teaching me better ways to use my mana. However, that won't happen for a while, probably after she spends some time in the tower. I am fairly confident that she will be able to become the owner of the tower. At that point, she will be able to open the rest of the tower, and I can't wait to explore it. There are bound to be some interesting things up in the Archmage's area. Not to mention, once there is an Archmage again, I expect Yue to be more useful. I always got the impression that Yue was being restricted by something. However, that is all for the future. It will still be a bit before we reach the peninsula. After 3 hours of recovery, Albion is ready to try to purify the body again. I move up next to him, ready to protect him if something goes wrong, and give him a nod. Albion leans down and touches his horn to the symbol, causing a bright flash. Another 30% of the energy is purified, and Albion only looks a little tired. When I check him, I find that he has reached rank 9, and that helped him recover. However, when I turn my attention back to the body, I start to think he might not need to do anything more. With the weakening of the energy, the spark of life has started fighting back. The remaining suppression energy is no longer strong enough to contain the spark. It is flaring up and pushing the energy back slowly. It is also burning off the evil energy. It is a toss-up whether or not Albion will recover before the energy is gone. Either way, it looks like we will soon see if the body is going to be able to come back to life. Out of curiosity, I toss a healing spell onto the body to see what will happen. The spark of life absorbs the spell and obviously becomes stronger for it. That means that I could just pump spells into the body and speed up the process. However, that would also mean that Albion can't get any stronger than he currently is. Out of the two options, I would rather have to wait longer and let Albion get stronger. So, while I wait for Albion to recover, I go back to talking about magic with Lynn. This time it only takes about 30 minutes for Albion to be ready for the final try. When I check the body, only about 10% of the energy is left, so I give Albion the nod after the flash of light. Albion quickly retreats to join the others, leaving me in front. The energy is now completely gone, and the spark of life is trying to bring the body back to life. This time I go ahead and throw a dozen or so healing spells to help it recover. Everyone watches as the body starts to recover. First, the eyes grow back. The eyes have vertical pupils like a dragon and are a golden color, giving them a noble look. Next, the skin recovers, going from the dead gray to a light purple in color. It takes a few more minutes, but then the two hearts in the body start beating. After that, the lungs start working and the limbs of the body start twitching. Finally, he blinks a few times, and then I can see the eyes actually looking around. The guy slowly sits up and looks around. It is hard to read the expression on his face. What surprises me is that, even though I am a fearsome beast, he doesn't seem nervous. After looking around for a few minutes, the eyes focus on me and he says something in a strange language. Chapter 9:15. Can you understand me? The guy shakes his head, and then I suddenly feel a sharp pain in my head. From the reactions of the others, it looks like they are feeling the same pain. The pain only lasts for a few seconds, and then it fades away as quickly as it arrived. Says my apologies for the pain. It was the only way for me to learn your language? I didn't expect your minds to be so fragile. If the pain doesn't fade, let me know and I can heal you. It is all right. We are fine. I am just glad that you are not trying to attack us. Says, I may not have been conscious, but I am aware I couldn't have woken up without outside help. That means that you are the ones who have undone the seal. It would be truly ungrateful of me to attack my saviors. That is a relief, says besides. While I don't know how long I was sealed, I feel that it was a very, very long time. I know nothing about the current world. Well, I am fine with telling you what we know, but you probably won't like it much. Says, what do you mean? For starters, I don't recognize your race. So either they are in hiding, are on a different continent, or are no longer around. Says, that is bad news. My people ruled this world. If you don't know them, then they are likely gone. I will check once I have recovered more. One thing I know for sure, my god is dead. How do you know that? Says because. The only reason I was sealed was that I lost my god-granted powers in the middle of a fight. That wouldn't have happened unless my god was heavily injured or killed. The fact that you are the ones to unseal me means that he is dead. He would have freed me long ago if he was still alive. Yeah, that makes sense. My condolences. Says, thank you. It is what it is. But if my people are gone too, I really have nothing left to live for. I am sorry to give you such bad news. Oh, by the way, my name is Ash. This is Lynn and Brightfire, and over there is Nala and Albion. What is your name? Says, my name doesn't translate well into your language. My nickname was based on a very hard-headed creature. The closest creature in your memories will have to do. You can call me Bull. All right, Bull. I know you don't know how long you were sealed, but do you recognize Brightfire's race? Bull says, yes, she is of one of the servant races. It is good to know that they at least survived. Brightfire says, servant race? What does that mean? Bull says, your race, and those that Ash calls dwarves, were our servants. The elves used to believe that your race made their race. Is that true? Bull says. Number, although, we did tell them that in order to make them loyal. In truth, we found both races in another world and admired their crafting abilities. So we abducted a large number of them, wiped their memories, and then told them that we created them. All right, that tells me a lot. I have been referring to your people as the first ones. You have been sealed for thousands of years at least. You people created 4 temples to try and hide this world. Were you around for that? Bull says, number that must have happened after I was sealed. How long ago were these temples built? From what I have learned, my best guess is between 15 and 20,000 years ago. Bull says that long? I am afraid so. However, that is just my guess. Even my goddesses weren't around that long ago. Bull says it is all right. The exact time frame doesn't really matter. After it passes a few thousand years, it is just numbers. Ever since I learned about the purpose of the temples, I have been curious about what would make your people try to hide this world. Any ideas? Bull says. Actually, it was probably related to me being sealed and the defeat of our god. That makes sense. The death of their god would certainly make a race fearful enough to want to hide. Bull says that isn't the case. You see, our god was an outsider. Originally, my people had no gods. Do you mind explaining that? Bull says, sure. In the early days of our race, we only ruled one continent and had no knowledge about other worlds. Then, one day, a god from the outside arrived. He was the last survivor of his pantheon after they lost a war against a dark pantheon. In exchange for our worship, he granted us all of his knowledge. That sounds like a good deal if he was honest about it. Bull says, he even told us that accepting him would make them a lot of enemies. If the Dark Pantheon ever found us, we would end up wiped out completely. Is that what you think happened to your people? Bull says the god that sealed me was from the Dark Pantheon, but I don't think they wiped out my people. How come? Bull says if they had invaded this world, then they would still be here. However, fear of them is probably behind the construction of the temples. As for what happened after that, your guess is as good as mine. My guess would be that they sealed themselves in this world and then stagnated and fell. Bull says that is entirely possible. We were one race, but we were never fully united. There were several factions and some wars between them. I once heard about several ruins that should be from your time. The most dangerous beasts ever seen inhabit them. From the little that I heard, those beasts should not be native to this world. That might give some hints about what happened to your people. Bull says, all right, I will check once I am recovered. Will you be able to handle yourself without your god-granted powers? Bull says, I should be fine. I became my god's champion because I was already the best warrior among my people. While I was the champion, I also gained a lot of benefits that are permanent. Yeah, I have gained a lot from being the goddess's champion. Is there anything we can do that will help you recover? Bull says, well, I could use some food and drink to let my body recover naturally. Lynn says, oh, sorry. I should have thought of that. Here you go. Bull says, thank you. While Bull is eating, I go back to telling him about the current world and the various races. I make sure to warn him about the humans, since they might try to kill him on sight. I keep talking and avoid asking questions until he has eaten his fill. Chapter 9:16. I take it your people had a fairly advanced level of magic? Bull says. Not originally. In fact, until the god taught us about it, we had no magical knowledge at all. Of course, the god didn't give us all of his knowledge at once. He would teach us some, and then wait until we had adapted to it before teaching us more. Then how did things stand when you were sealed? I am asking because the temples used really advanced magic. Bull says, yes, we did. The god's knowledge was very vast. What do you want to know? As soon as he says that, Lynn and I start asking him all sorts of questions. It turns out that their people used magic in a similar way that the humans do. The main difference is that they used a magical language to do so, which made their control better. Bull has no idea that pure mana can be used directly until I ask him about it. Unfortunately, that means that his knowledge of magic isn't very useful to me. Lynn is a different story. Even if she can't use it, she wants all the knowledge she can get. Once Lynn takes over talking with Bull, I take the food pouch from her so the rest of us can have dinner. The entire time we are eating, Lynn never stops questioning Bull. Who knows when it will end? Surprisingly, Bull doesn't show any signs of being annoyed and answers every question that he can. Hold on. Did you just say that you found a way for all of your people to be born able to use mana? Bull says yes, I did. We created an alchemy potion for pregnant women to drink. Not only did it guarantee that the child would be born with mana, but it also made sure they were physically healthy and strong. I don't suppose you know how to make this potion. Bull says, unfortunately, I don't. I was never married, so I never really had any interest in it. Although, my mother took one when she was carrying me, so I know they work. You would probably have to get into one of our cities to find the recipe for it. I would love to, but I really can't delay my return to my people any longer. Maybe later, if my other responsibilities allow. Bull says, all right, if I come across the recipe, I will send it to you. I would appreciate that. Also, I am sure that Lynn would love any books on magic you can find. Bull says, sure, but they won't do you much good since they are written in my people's magical language. That is fine. I have a gift for languages, Bull says. If you are sure, then I will keep my eyes out. It is the least I can do since you unsealed me. Thank you. Although, you don't really owe me anything. I was just satisfying my curiosity. Bull says, regardless of the reason, you freed me from an endless nightmare. Without you, I probably would have remained sealed until this world ended. So, if there is something I can do for you, I will. All right. Oh, I was curious. Did your people also bring the humans to this world? Bull says no, or at least not before I was sealed. Today is my first time ever meeting a human. Lynn says, if people knew that we weren't native to this world, they would go absolutely crazy. I wonder how we ended up here. Bull says, I don't know, but if I find any historical records that mention humans, I will send them to you. Lynn says, Thank you. I am also curious about it. Brightfire says, You are curious about everything. Yeah, I guess I am. But you should be glad of that. Without my curiosity, I would have never come through the gate to your island. Lynn says he has got you there. I, for one, am very grateful for your curiosity. Brightfire says, When it comes to anything related to magic, your curiosity is just as bad as his. Actually, I think Lynn's curiosity might be even stronger than mine. Lynn says, Not true. Mine is just more focused. You are curious about too many things. That is probably true. Bull says, You have some good companions here. I envy you that. Once you have found out what happened to your people, you could always join us. Bull says, Thank you, but no. Once I am done here, I plan to leave this world. It is possible some of my people might be out there somewhere. Besides, my enemy might also still be out there. Do you plan to look for revenge? Bull says, No, I am not a fool. I can't hope to handle a god, let alone a group of them. On the other hand, I would like to get at least a little bit of payback. I can't say I blame you. In your shoes, I wouldn't give up until I found a way to kill the gods as well. Bull says, While that would be nice, it is not very realistic. That is true if you are alone. However, a dark pantheon should have a lot of enemies. I would suggest looking for them instead of going it alone. Bull says, You have a point. I will keep that in mind. Maybe revenge is possible after all. It should be as long as you are patient enough. Bull says, That shouldn't be a problem. After all, thousands of years have already passed, so a few more wouldn't matter. That is a good way to look at it. Brightfire says, I can't believe my ears. Ash suggesting patience. If I had to fight a god or a dragon, I would be patient and make full plans. The reason you haven't seen me use any patience is because none of the enemies were a true threat to me. Bull says, Since I will be in this world for a while, do you think your goddesses would be willing to talk with me? Of course. I am sure they would be happy to. Their names are Saronia and Cronotia. They have been watching and have heard everything. Bull says, Good. Is there a way I can get in touch with you as well? Sure. Let me make you a communication amulet. After making a new amulet and handing it to Bull, I realized that I have quite a few amulets now. Far too many for me to wear comfortably, so I merged them together. Just as I finish merging them and put the new amulet around my neck, someone contacts me. Stillwater says, Ash, are you there? I am here. What is up? Stillwater says, We have arrived at the cove you pointed out. All right, we will return shortly. Stillwater says, Okay. That was Stillwater. Our time is up. Brightfire says, I wanted to finish exploring. So did I, but we have other things we have to do. Brightfire says, My dad will wait if you tell him to. Chapter 917. Number if we make an excuse now, we will just keep on making them. We had a time limit from the start, and now it is up. We will be parting ways here, Bull. Oh, I noticed you don't have a weapon. Do you need one? Bull says, Mine was destroyed in my last fight. I can make another, but I will need to collect the materials first. Here, you can use this in the meantime. Don't worry, I have other weapons I can use. Bull says, All right. If I find anything useful, I will be in touch. Oh, right. This is an island, right? How far from the continent are we? A decent distance, but I can gate you to the continent if you are ready to leave. Bull says, Yes, please. I would do it myself, but I can't be sure that the locations I know are still there. Unfortunately, I don't have my map with me, but this is our general position. As I speak, I sketch out the shape of the main continent to the best that I can remember. Then once Bull selects a location, I open a gate as close to it as I can. Bull says goodbye to everyone before he heads through the gate, and then I close it. Lynn says, You gave him your fire sword. What are you going to use? I will use the swords that I bought at the auction. Lynn says, Oh yeah, I forgot about those. So, are we heading back now? Number first, we have to go back to camp and break it down. Lynn says, Oh, right. I forgot about the camp. With a chuckle, I lead the way through the tunnel and back to our camp. It only takes a few minutes to take down the tents and pack everything up. Then I open a gate back to the ship and wait for everyone else to go through first. When I follow them through, before my eyes even clear, I feel two small bodies climbing my front legs. Of course, it is Mulan and Mushu. It seems that they really missed me. That is completely understandable, so I grab them and cuddle them against my face. Silverstream says, "Welcome back." They were okay the first couple of days, but after that it was easy to tell how much they missed you. I hope that they didn't cause you too much trouble. Silverstream says, "No, not really. They were well behaved for the most part. They were just sad and mopey for the last couple of days. Thank you for taking care of them. I shouldn't be leaving for long in the future, so you won't need to worry about them again." Silverstream says, "All right. Let me know if you need anything." Silverstream leaves after saying goodbye, and Brightfire does as well soon after. I had planned to sleep with Lin tonight, but Mulan and Mushu refused to be separated from me. So I end up sleeping with the two of them in the nest with Nala and Albion. The next morning, they are mostly back to normal and even accept Lin feeding them instead of me. I shouldn't have left them alone for so long. They are too young to understand. They probably convinced themselves that they had been abandoned. Even as Lin is feeding them, they both keep glancing at me to make sure I haven't moved. It makes me feel pretty guilty, so I spend the rest of the morning playing with them. Luckily, with how young they are, they soon forget about me leaving and start acting normal. Lin, when was that holiday you were talking about? Lin says, "It should start here in the next few days." You don't sound very sure about that. Lin says, "It is embarrassing, but I have lost track of the current date." Oh, that is understandable. Well, you can come with me to scout the city and find out the date. Lin says, "Are you sure? After the trouble I caused last time, I didn't think you would want me to go with you again." You didn't cause that trouble. The noble did. He had elven slaves and didn't treat them well. He would have ended up dead even if you didn't go with me. Lin says, "That kind of thing always happens to me. It would be safer if I stayed here." You don't need to worry about causing trouble for me. I will deal with anything that happens. I want you to come with me. Lin says, "Are you sure?" "Yes, absolutely sure." Lin says, "Well, all right. What about Mulan and Mushu?" "We won't be gone for long, and Nala and Albion will be here with them." Lin says, "Okay, are we leaving now?" "No, let's wait a bit. We will leave after they wake up from their nap. I don't want them to wake up and find us gone." Lin says, "That makes sense. Do you know anything about this city?" Lin says, "Unfortunately, no. I never got the chance to travel, so my knowledge is limited to what I have been told or overheard." "Sorry. Don't be. It is fine." From what you have said, the North is less developed, so it is no surprise. You don't know much about it. Lin says, "Thank you. So, any special plans this time, or just scouting?" "The only special thing is that I want to get the most up-to-date charts I can find. Other than that, we are just scouting for elves." Lin says, "Sounds good. Is there anything you need?" Lin says, "Nope. I got everything I needed the last time when I went shopping. I wasn't expecting to get many chances, so I bought everything I could find." "Oh, right. I still owe you some money." Lin says, "Don't worry about it. Number when I was looting that noble's estate, I specifically took some jewelry to repay you with." But then I forgot about it. Before Lin can argue, or I forget again, I take the jewelry out of my pouch and hand it all to her. At first, she still looks like she wants to argue, but her expression changes when she sees the jewelry. Her expression changes to shock when I continue taking handfuls of jewelry out of my pouch to hand her. She happily starts going through all the jewelry, sorting everything into piles. Seeing how happy she is while playing with the jewelry, I decide to create a cabinet for her. I make sure it has lots of different sized drawers so she can keep things organized. Lin says, "Thank you, but you didn't need to give me all of this." "I know that. I wanted to. Besides, what am I going to do with it?" Lin says, "I don't know. Some of these might look good on you." Haha, very funny. We joke around and just enjoy each other's company until the babies wake up from their nap. We all have lunch together, and then I head out onto the balcony where Lin climbs onto my back. In full view of the babies, I take off and circle the ship once before heading towards the city. Chapter 9:18. After flying for less than an hour, I see the city in the distance, so I find a place to land. Once Lynn climbs down, I shapeshift into human form, put an arm around her, and start walking towards the city. There are guards at the gate, but they don't ask for money. They just stare at Lynn. Ignoring the staring guards, we calmly walk into the city and start looking around. I am not sure if this should really be called a city. It is more like a town next to a massive harbor. The docks and warehouses take up more than half of the space the city occupies. However, that means there are a lot of shops that cater to the needs of ship captains. As we head towards the docks, pretty every man on the street stops to stare at Lynn. We see numerous men who are with their wives or girlfriends get slapped. This harbor is much larger than I was expecting. Lynn says, "Remember I told you that most of the trade in the north goes over land?" "Yeah. Oh, I see. So everything comes here by ship and then goes over land?" Lynn says. "Exactly. The reverse is true as well. All trade goods from the north come here by land and leave by ship." "Is that why there is such a large market right by the docks?" Lynn says. "From what Henrietta told me, you can sometimes find amazing deals in the market. Do you want to check it out?" "Sure, but let's find the charts I need first," Lynn says. "We have already passed several shops that sell charts. Are you looking for a specific shop?" "I want to see if there is a shop for the merchant group that Henrietta is a part of." "I am a VIP member," Lynn says. "Oh, that makes sense." We wander all along the docks, but we don't see a shop for the merchant group. Before choosing another store, I decide to take a look at the market and the shops surrounding it. I figure that is where the best shop should be, and that is where I find the merchant group shop. When we enter the shop, clerk greets us. But after seeing Lynn, he starts stuttering. I show my VIP card, but it takes a minute for the clerk to even notice the card. Once he does, he asks us to wait and runs into the back to fetch the shop manager. Manager says, "Welcome, honored guests. How can our humble store be of service?" "I am looking for charts, from here to as far west as I can get." "Of course, the more accurate they are, the better," manager says. "No problem. Traffic to the west may be reduced lately, but we still have a few captains who make the run. I can give you copies of the charts that our captains use at no charge." "That is perfect. Thank you. How far west do your captains go?" Manager says, "To Demon Hunter City. No one goes further west than that. At least no one that returns." "Do you have any idea why they don't return?" Manager says. "The demons, of course. They fly out and attack ships. Not to mention that the beasts in that area are much more ferocious than normal." "Don't tell me you plan to sail beyond Demon Hunter City?" "Yes, we do," manager says. "I strongly recommend that you reconsider. However, if you won't change your mind, I would suggest you try to hire as many demon hunters as possible to sail with you." "Thank you. I will keep that in mind," manager says. "Is there anything else I can help you with?" "Or maybe something for the lady," Lynn says. "No, I don't need anything. Thank you." I wonder if you know anything about a colleague of yours. Her name is Henrietta. We became acquainted in the capital of the Magic Kingdom, and I haven't heard anything since then." Manager says, "Of course I know her. She recently became my boss. She is now in charge of all trade in the north." "That is great. I am glad that she is doing well. If you get a chance, please tell her that Ash and Lynn send their best wishes." Manager says, "Sure. I will send your message along with my normal report at the end of the week." "Thank you." With that, we turn to leave. But after a second, Lynn turns and runs back inside. She comes out a minute later and tells me that she wanted to ask what the date was. Then she tells me that the holiday we are waiting for starts in 3 days. Lynn says, "So we have completed our goals. How is the scouting? What is next? I've already scanned the entire city. There are no elves here. We can either return to the ship or we can wander around the market for a while." Lynn says, "Since we are already here, we may as well look around." "All right. There is one thing I want to do. We need to find some good food to add to the pouch and make sure it works." Lynn says, "Sounds good. We should check for good desserts to add." With a laugh, I put my arm around her shoulders and we start roaming around. There are hundreds of stalls in the market, and a lot of them are food stalls. We try a little bit of everything, and anything that is good gets put into the food pouch. The enchantments work perfectly, and anything we put in gets added to the menu. I focus on testing the normal foods and leave the dessert testing to Lynn. However, she ends up full before we have even covered half of the market. "Are you sure you don't want to try more?" Lynn says. "Of course I want to, but I am too full. Are you trying to make me fat?" "Yep, sure am," Lynn says. "What?" "It is a rule that you have to fatten up something before you eat it." Lynn looks confused at first, but then after thinking about it, her face turns bright red. Her reaction makes me laugh, and when she gets mad at me, it just makes me laugh even harder. As we are walking, we pass a church on the outside edge of the market. As we are passing the front doors, the entire church lights up with a flash of golden light. Even in daylight, the flash is bright enough to blind anyone who is looking in that direction. The flash doesn't blind me since I wasn't looking towards the church, but I still notice it. The flash only lasts for an instant, but as soon as it is gone, I feel a presence. From inside the church, I can hear cheering, and even people screaming in joy. Shortly after that, the doors of the church burst open, and an 8-foot-tall human in full armor walks out. The armor that he is wearing is gold with silver highlights, and is only missing a helm. The man has long blonde hair with a full beard and mustache. He also has both a large two-handed sword and a great axe on his back. Chapter 9:19. He stands at the top of the steps leading to the church and looks around. His eyes stop on us, and then he walks down the steps straight towards us. At first, I thought he was coming for me. But as he gets closer, I can tell he only has eyes for Lynn, says Rejoice Mortal. "For this god has chosen you as his concubine." Lynn yells, "I refuse," says, "You have no choice in the matter." At that point, I am seeing red, so I step up and hit the big guy as hard as I can in the face. With how strong I am, I was expecting to knock him back, or at least down. Instead, his head rocks back a little, and a trickle of blood comes from the side of his mouth. The guy then grins at me before hitting me back and sending me flying. I have never been hit so hard in my life. I literally fly backwards and crash through several stalls. Most of the people in the market start running away while screaming, but some drop to their knees. From their reactions, it looks like this guy is really a god, or at least an avatar. Either way, it doesn't really matter. I wouldn't let even a god touch Lynn. As I pick myself up from the rubble of the destroyed stands, I grip my communication amulet. "Lynn, can you teleport?" Lynn says yes, I can. "Good. Teleport back to the ship. Once you are there, tell Stillwater to set sail to the west at full speed." Lynn says, "Okay, but will you be all right?" "Yeah, I just want you safely out of the area. This fight is going to be big." By this point, the avatar has arrived before me and he punches me again. The punch really hurts, and once again I am sent flying. But I also see Lynn disappear in a flash. This time, one of the market goers is unlucky enough to be in my flight path. After crashing through numerous stalls and one unfortunate human, I finally stop inside a store. The store is on the other side of the market from the church, but luckily it isn't the merchant group's store. Just as I am picking myself up, the store gives out a groan and collapses on top of me. By the time I pull myself out of the rubble, the market is completely deserted. Even those that were kneeling have fled after seeing the unlucky guy turned into mush. The avatar is the only one left in the market, and he is slowly walking towards me. Lynn says, "I am safely on the ship, and we are getting underway. Please, stay safe. I will be fine. Tell Stillwater to swing wide and try to avoid being spotted by the city." Now that Lynn is safely out of the way, I drop shapeshift and let out a full-powered breath. The flames hit the avatar straight on, and once I can see him again, he is no longer smiling. Before he can do anything, I charge up to him and hit him as hard as I can with my paw. This time, the avatar is launched into the air and flies backwards, but not as far as I did. Before he even lands, I am charging towards where I expect him to land. Thanks to my speed, I am there seconds after he lands and hit him in the chest with my claws while he is down. My claws tear through his clothes and his flesh and blood pours from the wounds. I have been scanning the avatar with my mana the entire time, and now I finally sense something. There is some kind of energy cord leading from the avatar into the sky, and now there is energy moving through it. The energy allows the avatar to quickly heal his wounds, and then he stands up. He draws the sword from his back and takes a swing at me, but I block the blow with my claws. The sword just bounces off of my claws and the avatar looks shocked. However, my attention is still focused on the cord that is feeding him energy. I have already tried several things, but it seems like mana cannot affect the cord. So next I try using my divine power, and I am finally able to sever the cord. When the cord is severed, the avatar lets out a scream of pain and the aura around him vanishes. I was expecting the avatar to vanish as well, but he sticks around, looking injured. If he didn't disappear, then I should be able to actually kill him and see what will happen. As the avatar tries to swing his sword at me again, I unleash a blast of breath right in his face. I follow up with another claw strike to the chest, and this time it doesn't heal. The avatar swings his sword again and again. I block it with a claw, but the avatar follows with a punch. Even though I am in my normal form, the punch still launches me back. I don't fly anywhere near as far as I did before, but I still end up destroying another building. However, I knew that this fight would be destructive, so I moved away from the merchant group store. Instead, as the fight continues, I move the fight towards the church the avatar came out of. Thanks to me using my breath weapon, most of the market is now covered in flames. I can only hope that the flames don't reach the store or I am going to feel guilty. However, I don't let my worry distract me. I keep my focus on fighting the avatar. I am absolutely winning the fight, but the amount of damage the avatar can take is surprising. What is confusing is that the avatar has not used any magic or divine abilities. Despite the massive beating I am giving him, he only uses his physical strength against me. Even with the cord cut, he is actually still stronger physically than I am. I am only winning because I have the advantage in speed, not to mention my size and mass. The fight finally ends when I grab the avatar's head and give it a sharp twist. By then, over half of the city is either on fire or nothing but a pile of rubble. Surprisingly, the avatar's body does not disappear after he dies. It just lays there. If it is an actual physical body, then from what the goddesses told me, it should be a primary avatar. That means that its death will have cost the gods some permanent power. Out of curiosity, I cut the body open, remove its heart, and toss it into my mouth. Devour activated, plus 50 all street ATs, plus 5 evolution points. What? Evolution points. What are those? Saronia, Chronotia, is an avatar's body, minus the heart, of any use to you. Both say yes. At their answer, I quickly lift the body up and perform the offering rite. Once it disappears, I jump into the sky and fly away from the city, heading inland. There are plenty of people still in the city that watch me leave, hence my direction. Chapter 920. Hopefully, this way anyone search for me will be headed inland and away from the ship. The only one I am really worried about is the god himself, but I don't feel him watching me. After all the practice with the goddesses, I am fairly sure no god can observe me without me feeling it. Just in case, I fly south for another half an hour before I find myself a place to land. After checking again to make sure no one is spying on me, I open a gate back to the ship. As soon as I walk through the gate, Lynn jumps up and hugs my neck as hard as she can. Relax. It is over, and I am fine. Lynn says, I was worried sick about you. I am glad you are okay. But how did you escape? Escape? I didn't escape. I killed him. Lynn says, You what? You killed him? That was the avatar of Octur, the god of war, and you killed him? Yes, I did. You recognized him? Lynn says, Yes, but at the time, I didn't want to distract you. It is fine. Knowing his name wouldn't have changed anything. Although, him being a god of war does explain why he didn't use any magic or divine powers. It also explains why he was so much stronger than I am. Lynn says, You just killed the avatar of a god of war, and that is all you have to say. I am sorry for worrying you, Lynn says. That is not what I meant, but it is nice to hear. What possessed you to fight against an avatar? You should have run away as soon as I teleported away. I wasn't about to let anyone talk to you that way, no matter who they were. Besides, I was fairly confident that I could handle him. When I say that, Lynn looks like she wants to argue, but at the same time she has a smile on her face. After a few seconds of arguing internally, she lets out a sigh and then hugs my neck even harder. With her clinging to my neck, I shapeshift into human form so I can hug her back without hurting her. As soon as I am shapeshifted, Lynn loosens the hug just enough to start kissing me. She is very ardent. It seems that worrying about me brought out another side of her. If only the kids weren't awake, things would probably have gone a lot further. However, since they are awake, we only kiss for a few minutes before breaking apart. Lynn's face is bright red, which makes me grin at her before heading over to play with the kids. Lynn offers to take the charts up and add them to the map table, so I hand them over. Now that I have a second, let's see what I can figure out. Stats. Name, Ash race. Magma and Lightning Alpha Beast type. Unique Alpha Mana Beast rank. 6 class. Sacred Crusader level. 17 ESP. 12,950,783 divided by 13,107,200 titles. 7. The Merciful. Blessed by the Light. Anti-Hero. Angel Slayer. Magus Knight Captain. Demon Slayer. Blessed by the Twins HP. 17,373 divided by 17,373 DP. 2,300 divided by 2,300 MP. 9,916 divide. Dead by 9,916 strength. 1008 agility. 914 endurance. 1008 intelligence. 884 wisdom. 831 charisma. 460 willpower. 388 luck. 227 toughness. 387 region. 252 fortitude. 307 leadership. 295 unspent points. 195 movement speed. 55 flight speed. 150 evolution points. 5 divided by 100 evolution level. 0 divided by 5 fire resist. Ultimate immunity cold resist. 68 magic resist. 25 hellfire resist. 41 shadow resist. 60 lightning. Greater immunity physical resist. 38 darkness resist. 30 acid resist. 35 poison resist. Immunity disease resist. Immunity mental resistance. 4. So evolution points are used to increase the evolution level. What is an evolution level, though? There is no additional information. This is so frustrating. Even though I look through all of my character information, there is nothing else that changed. It looks like the only way I can find out what the evolution level is to get it to level 1. I am hoping that it is something to do with me becoming a drake or a dragon. However, if avatars are the only things that can give me evolution points, then it is going to take forever to gain a level. Then again, since I got them from an avatar, it might be something to do with becoming a god. If that is the case, then I definitely don't want to raise my evolution level. When Lynn returns, she looks like she has calmed down and collected herself. Looking at her, I remember that I told her we would take it all the way when we returned from the island. As soon as I think about it, I find myself getting nervous and wanting to put it off. However, I am not going to. I have had enough of making excuses and avoiding things. Aside from feeling nervous, I am also getting excited. Since it has been a long time, I still have the urges of a human. They are just much easier to control than they used to be. It might be because I have not really been a human since I came to this world, or it might be due to all the stress I have been through since I was summoned. Either way, it would definitely feel good to finally be able to satisfy the urge. I am not sure what look is on my face as I have these thoughts, but whatever it is, it makes Lynn smile. When I notice Lynn smile, I worry that she has read my mind and I feel my face heat up. Of course, Lynn notices, and her only reaction is that her smile gets even wider. Lynn smiles at me for a minute. Then she turns away and calls the kids over for dinner. She starts taking out all of the new recipes we gathered in the city for everyone to try. I made sure to gather new salad recipes for Albion so that he doesn't get left out. He and the others seem to really enjoy the new food, but I don't even taste the food. My nerves are strung too tight right now, so I don't even pay attention to what I am eating. Throughout the meal, I barely take my eyes off of Lynn, and she just keeps smiling at me. Dinner passes by in a blur, and soon we are putting the babies to bed. I then open a soulscape for the kids to play, but I am so distracted that I forget that I wanted to talk to the goddesses. Once the soulscape ends, Lynn heads to bed and I follow her. Time to keep my promise. When Lynn realizes that I followed her, she turns and greets me with a kiss. From the kiss, I can tell that Lynn is nervous as well, which actually helps me to calm down. As I continue to kiss her, I slowly start removing her dress, and then the ship's alarm starts sounding.